probable tornado warning east of Larned, Kansas. Looking at east of Larned, Kansas.
Whether it's a last second All right, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Test, test, 1, 2, 3. Just want to make sure everything's looking good and sounding good before we dive straight into what's going on here, which is a lot. Okay. Thank you for tuning in. This is a live severe weather emergency broadcast, as we do have a high risk of tornadoes today across portions of Kansas and Oklahoma. We're going to dive into the forecast here really briefly before we unfortunately have to go deep into analyzing each and every single one of these supercells, as we already have some interesting activity out there. For example, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Woodward and Moreland in Oklahoma. We're watching that storm. We're also really closely watching these storms over here in Kansas, north and east of Larned. We've got some rotating thunderstorms moving up towards Great Bend and Ellenwood. We've got storms up here in Nebraska as well, way up into South Dakota. And then on top of all that, we've got some strong storms over here in Tennessee. We had a tornado warning in Tennessee right before we started the stream. We're probably going to see several severe thunderstorm warnings over here throughout the day, even down into South Carolina and Georgia. Look at this. We've got some new severe thunderstorm warnings out here. There are tens of millions of people today under the gun for significant severe weather. A couple million people are under the gun for maybe some of the most significant weather they've seen in a very long time. And we are kind of pinpointing most of our focus today in the pink area. This is that rare high risk of severe weather today from just south of Wichita Falls just south of Wichita, Kansas, down past the Oklahoma City metro there in Oklahoma. That tornado, that high risk is driven by a tornado risk, a rare 30% hatched risk of tornadoes possible today in Ponca City, Enid, Oklahoma City, Norman, and Stillwater, and a lot of places in between. This is a 30% probability of seeing a tornado within 25 miles of any given point there. And the hatched indicator, the dotted lines, show us where some of those tornadoes could potentially be strong, producing EF2 damage or greater. This is, once again, what's driving the high risk today. The last time we saw a threat this high, not even just in Oklahoma, just anywhere in the U.S., was last year, and it led to one of the biggest, tornado outbreaks on record. You guys remember March 31st, 2023. I think the last time we saw a high risk in Oklahoma specifically was, several years ago. So we are very much concerned about the Oklahoma City area today, all the way up to Wichita, because the tornado risk does look high. We've also got a really, big risk for hail and wind as well. Here's what those risk areas mean. Okay, a lot of people get it confused. There's so many different qualifiers and classifications for these warnings and watches and outlooks that come out. I saw some people on Twitter asking, we're under a high risk. Does that mean there's going to be a tornado emergency, or does that mean that we're going to be under a PDS tornado watch? I think that a lot of people might seem to think that they're all linked together in some way, and they're not. Basically, a high risk of severe weather from the Storm Prediction Center means that there is high confidence that an outbreak of storms will contain tornadoes, damaging winds, and severe hail, and we're going to have numerous severe storms that fit that criteria. So basically, whenever we are almost certain that there's going to be a tornado outbreak or widespread damaging winds in the event of a derecho or something like that. Today, it's a tornado outbreak that we're most concerned about. We are expecting that you will see very intense storms that your area may only experience once or twice in an entire lifetime. So the high risk is reserved only for events that are extremely rare and concerning in terms of their ability to produce significant severe weather that threatens life and property. So everything is looking good and sounding good. All right, I am going to also show you this list of stuff from the National Weather Service here while we show a little bit of the radar of some of these storms up here in Kansas that are really getting their act together. So the National Weather Service in Oklahoma is kind of reminding everybody that it's important not to focus too much on the risk categories. Somebody earlier, we just did a pre-stream for members only. Somebody was asking hey, since I'm in Wichita and Wichita's not in the high risk, does that mean that I'm okay? Well, first of all, Wichita, there's a good chance that you guys get missed by, the stronger storms. Hey, let's hope for the best. But just because you're a couple miles outside of the high risk does not mean that there's no risk at all for you. Okay, there's definitely, we don't need to pay too close attention to the risk areas because everybody in that moderate and enhanced risk, and of course the high risk, is under the gun for very significant severe weather today. Every storm will be equally capable of producing dangerous tornadoes and destructive hail. Most people, however, today will not see storms at all. We are only expecting a small number of storms. We could have 2 to 3, or we could have 10. The biggest thing to remember is that if you see a storm near you today, all right, if you're in Kansas, Oklahoma, even up there in Nebraska, if you see a storm, just assume that it's a bad one and that it's going to be really dangerous, okay? We have not experienced a day like this in quite some time. We do expect the storms to become supercells quickly after they form, and they're forming right now. And they should remain supercells through the event. We actually don't expect them to form into a squall line or cluster like usual. The potential for tornadoes will increase after dark. So don't let your guard down. Wind shear is already going to be plenty this afternoon, and it's only going to become more favorable after dark. So some of the bigger tornadoes today, some of the more dangerous tornadoes will occur in the darkness tonight once the sun goes down, which is really unfortunate. It makes the situation even more dangerous. Let's see here. Clouds are not going to prevent storms from forming today or lessen their severity. So there was some hope that we were going to see a little bit more widespread cloud coverage, this morning and early afternoon. And we definitely saw some clouds, but there's a tiny bit more of a break where we're seeing sunshine than maybe some of the models I think yesterday were showing. So, even if we were to see nothing but clouds, there's enough ingredients here for storms. So That's something that we don't really have to worry about a lot today. But, I think that we're actually going to see more instability maybe than what some of the models were showing yesterday. The cap, a layer of warm air above the surface, will not prevent storms from forming today. We've got plenty of options for, convective initiation. In fact, we've already seen, storms bust through that cap exactly where we thought they were going to. Just remember, many locations in the risk area today won't see storms, okay? But if your location does see a storm, it's going to be bad, and it could be one of the worst storms you've ever seen in your life. So keep that in mind as you prepare for what you're going to do today when that warning comes through. Meteorologist Andy Hill has some information for us, so let's all welcome Andy and hear from him. Go ahead.
Thanks, Ryan. Howdy, y'all. Long day ahead today. Do want to reiterate one of the most important parts there is, of course, the one where it states that things are going to happen after dark, so we cannot get complacent for the first few hours. Love the word from Evan Bentley, a Storm Prediction Center forecaster. Let's not get complacent while we wait for things to happen. That's very similar. Maybe there was a bit of complacency that happened almost a week ago. And then we had that EF4 tornado near Marietta. We had the EF3 through Sulphur. That's still being surveyed. So we have to pay the utmost attention today. And you can flux in and out as a viewer, of course, but just making sure that you're aware when things are close to the people you care most about or yourself. That's the most important thing that we can offer you is information in those times. So please stay tuned or pay attention whenever you need to. And we'll be here for you today. The second thing I want to say is near Granville, Tennessee. This is the cell, I believe, that previously had a tornado warning with it. Yes, so this one is near Granville, and it does look like there was some rotation there briefly. Again, I could see a new tornado warning coming for southern Jackson County in Tennessee if that keeps on its current track. We'll watch this marginal tornado threat in Tennessee at the same time that's far away from our risk area and far away from our low-pressure system that's causing our high risk today.
Thank you very much. Andy, go ahead. Riley.
Hey, Ryan. So this is a scale that we've used a few different times now on the stream, and it is the Waffle House scale. And there are reports that Waffle Houses in Oklahoma City have closed ahead of this high risk. And that's something that we didn't even see during like the most major hurricane landfalls is the closure of Waffle Houses. But there has been closures of Waffle Houses.
That is actually nuts. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Waffle House situation, but they have honestly, I think they employ more meteorologists than some news stations and stuff. Like they have a whole department where the Waffle House, they do everything they can to stay open, even in the most significant severe weather events. So the fact that we're actually hearing about Waffle Houses closing in Oklahoma ahead of potential tornado warnings and stuff is something that I did not expect that. But that's a sign of maybe the severity of what's to come. I also wanted to show you this. I haven't mentioned this yet. There is a tornado watch already for the main risk area. Numerous. Look at this. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado watch. Okay, PDS tornado watch until 11 p.m. Central tonight. Numerous strong tornadoes expected. That is some of the most incredible wording you'll ever hear from a tornado watch. The probabilities with this tornado watch are off the charts. We haven't seen anything like it in a really long time. I actually couldn't tell you the last time we saw anything like this. The confidence from the Storm Prediction Center is just unbelievable. Not a couple tornadoes likely, not even strong tornadoes likely, numerous strong tornadoes expected. And this is including Dodge City, Hutchinson, and Wichita in Kansas. And this includes Enid, Oklahoma City, Chickasha, Lawton in Oklahoma, and it does include Wichita Falls, Texas. So, once again, this is about as high of a tornado watch as you could possibly get as far as the probabilities go for severe weather occurring inside of it. So if you are anywhere in this tornado watch, you need to be more weather aware than you've ever been in your life. And you need to, once again, let's say that you're over here on the eastern side of this watch and you've got until much later this evening before the storms get to you. You need to go ahead and have it down to like write it down or practice and go through the motions or whatever. Go ahead and figure out what you're going to do if that warning comes through for your area. You don't need to wait any time at all. Like, figure out where your safe spot is. Put a battery backup in there for your phone. Charge your stuff. Put on closed-toed shoes or put them in your safe spot. Have something to cover your head, helmets, pillows, blankets, something like that. Just pack that room full of whatever you think you would need in the event that you need to take shelter, maybe for an extended period of time. And then also in the event where, it's unlikely that your house gets hit by a tornado, but if it does, in the event where you have to evacuate your home, you might have to walk over splintered wood, glass, nails, screws, and you might have to walk outside in the rain for an extended period of time. It sounds miserable, I know, and it's something that a lot of us don't even want to think about, but unfortunately you have to think about it today if you live anywhere in the tornado watch you see on your screen. So just do everything you can to go ahead and prepare for that now. The odds are you won't have to utilize it, okay? But in the event where a worst case scenario happens, you're going to be so glad that you did all this stuff to prepare ahead of time. It could literally save your life, and it could make a terrible situation just a little bit better, if you're a little bit more prepared for it. So once again, that's going to be everywhere that you see on your screen there, from Wichita all the way past Oklahoma City towards Wichita Falls. About 3.5 million people under the gun for significant severe weather there from our tornado watch that goes all the way until 11 p.m. Central. There will be another tornado watch probably at some point that even covers an area farther east, closer to Tulsa, a little bit past Tulsa, and some of those areas that will go even later into the night. So this won't be over by 11, I think, unfortunately. And don't forget your pets, that's for sure. All right, I am monitoring stream text. I've got everything pulled up that I need. And of course, we have some of the best storm chasers on earth working with us today. We've got Caleb Beecham out there, of course, in Hall Force 1. By the way, if you guys want a good first-person view from a storm chaser today, there's obviously a lot of storm chasers that you can follow individually on YouTube. Caleb Beecham is a good option there as well from Hall Force 1. He's got his YouTube live stream up right now. It's just Caleb Beecham on YouTube if you want to search him up. And the same warning overlay and stuff that I use is going to be available on his feed. Our first tornado warning of the stream just came through.
A new tornado warning has been issued
in Stafford County in Kansas. This is something that, this is an area that we've been watching for a while. Andy brought our attention to this general vicinity when the stream first started, but here we go. We've got a tornado warning for Larned and Radium and Seward in Kansas. That's going to be a radar indicated warning. Really interesting thing with this one is the rotation right now is pretty strong, actually, but it's not as visible, I guess, as maybe something like up here. This is more broad rotation. This one right here is a little bit more of a tighter rotation near Zook, so this could produce a tornado pretty quickly. So hopefully everybody's getting in their safe spots in Zook and Radium and Ray over there in this part of Kansas where Larned is. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan. Actually, I want to talk about that warning too because I was very interested in the previous scan that was showing up there. That is actually an anticyclonic rotation there that's persisted for a frame. So because we have one more frame of data and there's consistency between the two, that's actually why that was warned for an anticyclonic meso that's very tight right in there in the storm. And you can kind of see that in the hail too. It looks like it's wrapping around clockwise instead of counterclockwise. So a very first interesting warning for the stream. Generally, these anticyclonic mesos will not be longer lasting, unlike the storms we may see later today. But I thought that was a pretty interesting tidbit, so I wanted to share it and make sure that we have the the utmost scientific accuracy and basis for whatever reasoning we're issuing warnings that grab your attention.
Absolutely. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. Anticyclonic rotation here still could be producing a tornado between Hamburg and Zook. But hopefully, what we're hoping for is that this means that maybe this won't last a really long time. Maybe this won't be down for an extended period of time if it does make contact with the ground. However, the storm that the anticyclonic rotation is associated with is a supercell in a pretty primed environment for tornadoes. So when that anticyclonic rotation kind of lets up, maybe that leads way into a more traditional tornado forming at the base of this storm, which is definitely going to be possible, maybe all the way down there towards Radium and Seward. Yeah, so we've got storms all the way up here. I see people already asking about South Dakota. We, of course, are going to be talking about South Dakota and anywhere else that has tornadoes or severe weather today. There is currently one severe thunderstorm warning right now in South Dakota. And it actually has a tornado possible tag on it because a lot of these storms today have been rotating all the way up here. And, you know, it's very possible that some of these will even produce tornadoes, but wind and hail are also going to be a threat here over the next 40 minutes or so in White River and Wood in South Dakota. We've got a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings in northern Kansas as well, over here into southern Nebraska. Actually a pretty strong storm coming up towards Blue Hill and Bladen in Nebraska with inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. How about some golf ball sized hail coming for you there in Cora and North Branch? 60-mile-per-hour winds also associated with that.
A new tornado watch
Lebanon,
has been issued.
You guys are going to get in on that same thing there whenever this storm gets closer to you. So this is our line here of supercells that's already kind of, you know, looking pretty intense as it's just blown up over the past little bit. We've got another tornado watch graphic that I want to show you real quick. This is a little bit farther east and also a little bit farther north than our PDS tornado watch. This is not a PDS, but it's a higher end regular tornado watch. A couple strong tornadoes possible, scattered hail up to 2 inches likely, and 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts likely. Emporia, Kansas, Topeka, you guys are in this. Lincoln and Omaha, Nebraska, you guys are in this. Okay, so Riley, go ahead.
Hey Ryan, just watching the chaser feeds here, and I have my eye on that severe warned storm near Woodward, Oklahoma. It does look like we're in the developing stages of seeing a wall cloud form there.
All right. Do we have any chaser that we could put on the screen that has that?
We don't have any chasers that are there yet, but I do know that Caleb's on his way, Brad's on his way, Luke's on his way, and there's a good amount of people on their way to that storm. And just looking at spotter dots, if this thing produces a tornado, there's going to be hundreds, if not thousands, of angles of it.
All right. Thank you, Riley. Unfortunately, and honestly, not unfortunately, we really appreciate what the storm chasers do. I think that storm chasers are important. But this will probably, because of where it is and how likely it is that there's going to be a bunch of big tornadoes today, this is going to be one of the most chased storms ever. Like, there's going to be bumper to bumper traffic out here around some of these tornadoes, because literally people are trying to be there for them. As crazy as that sounds, there's nothing that we can do about it. But if you're a normal person, okay, I would recommend staying off the roads completely, because that can actually make it a more dangerous situation for you. If you're on the roads, tornadoes coming, you'd think that the roads would be empty. But unfortunately today, there's going to be thousands and thousands of people out there with their cell phones out the window trying to take pictures of tornadoes. I would highly encourage you not be one of those people. It's not a smart thing to do. And also, we're going to be able to show you right here on this channel exactly whatever it is that you would be able to see if you went out there and risked your life to do it yourself. So. Shout outs to my normal people. So back to radar here. We're not really seeing much from these storms in West Oklahoma yet, as far as what we can tell from velocity and reflectivity on a radar. But some of the storm chasers are getting pretty close. and we do see some signs of a rotation with the storm as they get closer and closer. We only have one tornado warning right now, and that's going to be the storm up here near Larned, Kansas. That anticyclonic rotation has already let up a little bit, but the storm overall continues to rotate, and we're going to continue to watch it as it moves up towards Radium and Seward. A little bit more rotation, but more broad up here towards Great Bend and Heiser. So this is a storm that we might have to watch in the future to potentially become tornado warned as that moves a little bit farther to the east and as we enter a more favorable environment for tornadoes. Remember, it is currently 4:53 Eastern, 3:53 Central. The event technically isn't really going to start until about 6 p.m. Okay, so we're very early here. We are just we wanted to start the stream so that we could show you the storms from the moment they pop up all the way until they become big troublemakers. But I want you guys to understand that what we're looking at right now is absolutely nothing compared to what we will be dealing with tonight between 6 p.m. and 10 p.m., I think especially. Once again, probably one of the more significant severe weather outbreaks and tornado situations that this area has ever experienced. Another thing to consider here is if you are in that PDS tornado watch and you are on the side where maybe you have several hours now to prepare for what's to come. What I would do if I lived in a mobile home, for example, is I would probably go ahead and make arrangements to get the heck out of that. If you are south of Wichita or around Oklahoma City, or even south and west of Oklahoma City, or anywhere between Oklahoma City and Wichita today, and you live in a mobile home, you are in one of the more dangerous situations anybody could possibly be in on Earth. It's very unlikely still that your specific mobile home gets hit by a tornado today, but the odds are higher today than they usually are ever. And the kind of tornadoes that we are expecting today are almost certainly going to, completely demolish and roll around mobile homes. Okay. So what I would do is if I lived in a mobile home anywhere along I-35 or anywhere between Oklahoma City and Wichita today, is I would either go spend the night in a motel. You don't have to go. You don't have to travel very far. Go to a friend's house that has a more sturdy built home, or go to a tornado shelter. There are shelters that are open that you can go to. And you can kind of like hang out there. Maybe if somebody on my team can give me a link. I know there's a link somewhere to like a database full of these shelters. But I would go ahead and make a plan to just not be home today for that all the way through the evening tonight. I know that's a lot. That's sounds incredibly ridiculous. And obviously you don't have to do that. We're going to do our best here to guide you through it as the storms get closer to you. Hopefully they miss you. But if you've got the ability to, if you've got the freedom to be able to do that today, I would get the heck out of Dodge, go to a friend's house, and make sure I'm not in my mobile home when these storms went by. Because the thing about being in a mobile home is like, not only do the walls fall, like if you're in a house or something, some of the walls might fall down, the roof might come off, blah, blah, blah. If you're in a mobile home, that thing gets twisted around and tumbled around and wrapped around things. And it's actually a lot worse to be in a mobile home than just about anywhere else that you could possibly be in a tornado. So I just, hopefully there's a couple people that have the ability to get somewhere else right now. And maybe you guys can consider that as the storms get closer to you. If you've got a well-built home, I think that you should stay. You're fine. Once again, tornadoes are small. This area is big, the potentially affected area, and we're gonna hope that all the tornadoes go right by and you don't have to worry about anything. But if you've got a well-built home, if you get into the most interior room today, hopefully we're gonna be just fine. The best place that you could possibly go is underground. hopefully, in this part of the world, a lot of people do have tornado shelters. Hopefully you've got one of those. If not, then, basement, most interior room, closet, something like that. Andy, go ahead.
Hey, Ryan, we can also look at some things that are a little bit less directly harmful, should be on top of some mostly remote fields here in central Nebraska and even north central Nebraska, using the North Platte radar there. Right, this is right along that dry line. That's the line you're seeing, and if you play back the loop of that on reflectivity, you can actually see the converging winds right up to that dry line as it moves very slightly to the east. This has had several areas of rotation with it that may or may not have produced tornadoes. I think at least one tornado did occur right along the dry line with any very shallow convection here. So these storms are not very tall. They'd be extremely photogenic if they were producing tornadoes. But some of these circulations right next to the radar are basically 2 pixels wide, which is maybe like 50 feet across with how far up we're scanning, only a few hundred feet above the surface. So lots and lots of rotation right along this line. None of it currently tornado warned, although I do believe we had at least one tornado associated with some of this thunderstorms occurring here on the dry line. So something to watch, and hopefully something much less impactful.
Okay, thank you very much. Guys, that's meteorologist Andy Hill. He's going to be chiming in a lot today, bringing our attention to different areas. I think we're going to be jumping around a bunch today. And speaking of that, let's go ahead and start jumping around a little bit right now before we have to hyper-focus on Kansas and Oklahoma, which is not going to be too long from now. Let's get an update on what's going on over here in South Carolina. We've got a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings over here in South Carolina. Greenville, South Carolina, you're about to get hit by some inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Same thing for you guys over there in Clemson. It's about quarter-sized hail. And also, we've got some strong storms a little bit farther to the south near Salda and Johnston, or Saluda and Johnston and Edgefield. These might make it over there towards Columbia, South Carolina. And, we don't expect much in the way of tornadoes today with these storms, but even 60-mile-per-hour winds, that's nothing that you want to play around with. That could blow stuff around, that could cause damage. So, just make sure you've got your heads up and you are aware of the situation today, because we're all kind of really focused on Oklahoma and Kansas, but I don't want anybody to get blindsided here by a strong storm that happens. That could definitely be impactful for your area as well. Same thing over here in Tennessee, Cookeville, Tennessee. You guys are about to get hit by a pretty strong storm here that has been rotating a little bit. No signs of a tornadic circulation as of right now, but Cookeville, Baxter, you guys get ready. Also, if you're in Tennessee right now, the best way to kind of monitor these storms, obviously, other than just looking at radar, is through our Radar Omega cyclone ports, and there's a ton of them. There's a ton of them in Radar Omega. There's one in Cookeville, actually. I'm pulling it up right now. There's one back here towards Murfreesboro. If you want a good look at some of these supercells today, a good way to do that is by going into the Radar Omega app and opening them up. And these are high-quality cameras. They look really good. And, of course, this is what it looks like over here in eastern Kentucky right now. This is the weather house. This is where I'm broadcasting from on top of the mountain over here in the Appalachian Mountains. It's a fine, beautiful day. But look here. You can actually see the undersigns of some of the leaves. So it does look like we've got some rising air, and some storms are on the way. Okay, so we're probably going to see some storms of our own today as, a little bit of isolated, severe weather moves into the general vicinity of East Tennessee and East Kentucky later. But yeah, the cyclone port thing is very cool in Radar Omega. I encourage everybody to download that app if you haven't already, because not only can you look at stuff in Tennessee, and that's going to be expanding over the U.S. over the next several months, but you can see live storm chasers. Okay, here's Brad Arnold. You see his face right here? I'm going to click on him. Boom. There he is. I've got his live feed right in front of me here. I can put that to the side, and now I'm looking at storms. Okay. Oh, is that not enough? Here's Storm Chaser Caleb Beecham. All right. Boom. Got him up. All right. Is that not enough? Here's another guy. Here's Don. This is the owner, I think. Yeah. This is like Mr. Radar Omega himself out there chasing storms. I've got them all three up. And you can do this on your phone, iOS or Android. They're a big supporter of the channel. Link in the top of the description. That's it. That's all I have to say about that. Okay. So we got that going on over there in South Carolina and Tennessee. Now let's talk about our more significant area of thunderstorms from north to south. Right now we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for White River and Wood in South Dakota. That's going to last for the next 30 minutes. A little bit more of a significant storm is getting ready to move through Red Cloud and Blue Hill over here in Nebraska. Okay, get ready for some 60-mile-per-hour winds over there. Even stronger storm with 1.5 inch in diameter hail moving towards Lebanon right now in Kansas. And once again, some big hail moving over there towards Natoma and Covert, Kansas as well. So those storms are not looking very tornadic right now. The ones up there in North Kansas and southern Nebraska, mostly hail and wind. Now, the farther south we go, the more tornadic things start to look. We do have a very strong storm moving into Beaver, Kansas right now. That one's got some golf ball sized hail and maybe up to 70-mile-per-hour winds here. Associated with that storm. Some similar stuff is expected here between Great Bend and Ellenwood within the next little bit, and 70-mile-per-hour winds are extremely dangerous. Can knock over big trees, of course, cause power outages and even cause roof damage and stuff like that. So be extra prepared if you've got one of these storms coming towards you, bringing about 70-mile-per-hour winds. And then, of course, we have that tornado warning for Radium and Seward still in Kansas. Rotation doesn't look very impressive, okay, but it is a supercell. It is rotating, so we've got to take it seriously, and we've got to get into our safe spots down here in Radium and Seward, Kansas. We've got some other storms that are forming south of that, between Greensburg and Pratt in Kansas. We've got some big-time storms forming. They're not even severe warned yet, okay, but I'm sure that there is probably a little bit of hail and wind associated with these along Highway 54. Same thing for the storm down there near Coldwater. And then we make it into Oklahoma. These storms are baby storms. They're just now popping up. These will probably be some of the ones that produce some tornadoes in the very near future. So get ready in Lake City, Elm Mills, and Medicine Lodge. Get ready in Hardinter. But these are not severe warned right now. We do have one severe thunderstorm warning in Oklahoma, and that's for Woodward and Moreland. Right now, it's got a tornado possible tag. We're talking about quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, but the rotation on this is picking up, all right? So we do expect that this will probably be one of the storms today that eventually produces a tornado. Same thing for this. This one right here looks pretty concerning, way down here near Cheyenne. Not immediately concerning, right? But, as time goes on and as these supercells get stronger and as the low-level jet starts to increase later, this is the exact kind of storm that we are concerned about potentially causing a tornado as we go into the future. So that's what we've got. That's pretty much it right there from north to south. All across our line, things are popping up right now. This is what that looks like on satellite, by the way. Things are really popping off and fast, as you can see. And look at all that sunlight out ahead of it. Things are really becoming unstable here in Oklahoma ahead of the massive explosion of convection that's happening along our dry line. So we've got really cool, dry air forcing itself underneath some very warm, moist air here. And you can see it happening right there on satellite in real time. That explosion will just continue to become larger and more intense as the evening goes on. Looks like Brad Arnold and Caleb Beecham both are getting pretty close to our storm, so we should start to see some more details on that here soon. Remember Oklahoma City? You guys are under a PDS tornado watch. The wording is used
Ryan, when you have a second.
Tornado watches in rare situations where long-lived and intense tornadoes are likely. The voice that you just heard was Caleb Beecham. Did his name pop up? I don't think it did. Hold on. Give me just a second. Notifications on. Do not disturb off. Gotcha. Okay. So, yeah, let's talk to Caleb here. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Hey, Hey Ryan, we're definitely already starting to see a visible lowering on this, and I also just noticed on the latest radar scan that we have a very slight uptick in velocity for a possible couplet that's starting to form up, so I am going to get a little bit closer and try and give you guys the best view of this storm possible.
Awesome.
Hey Ryan, this is Brad. You got any copy?
Yes, go ahead, Brad.
Hey Ryan, we are on the highway just east of Woodward right now, coming into the county with this severe thunderstorm. We do have a lowering wall cloud with this, and it does look to be rotating. So just keeping an eye on that right now. Watch the secret funnels. We're still probably about 5-10 minutes away from it. So we're going to give it a little bit of room. Just watching from a distance for right now. But you should be able to see that on the stream here in just a second. I'll zoom in. Just want to let you know we do have a developing wall cloud on that storm that just went thunderstorm warned in Woodward.
Okay, so we've got an incredible view of this storm from both Brad Arnold and Caleb Beecham now. As you can see, we do have a lowering. We do have a wall cloud. And I'm pretty confident that this storm at some point will probably produce a tornado here. So they're going to stick with this one for probably quite some time. As it's looking like our first really mature storm that's gotten its act together here. So the storm that you're looking at right now, this is a live view. Our storm chasers are closer to, what is that, Bose Junction. They're on Highway 412 moving west towards Curtis and Moreland. And what you're looking at is the base of the storm there south of Woodward. And yeah, this is already looking like a pretty significant supercell here. They have upgraded the hail parameters there to golf ball size hail possible. Tornado possible tag still on there. So the storm is getting much stronger and very quickly. Yep, for those of you who are just now tuning in, we do have a very rare high risk of severe weather today. I do want to remind you guys, I don't know if we've got a lot of people watching yet or not, but if we do, we're early, okay? Things really aren't happening yet, but hopefully there's a good chunk of you here that are here early, and you can help us get in front of people later whenever, we're really going to need to be sharing some potentially life-saving information here. The way you can help us get in front of more people is by sharing the stream. Put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, whatever it is. It doesn't really matter. However you think would be the best way of getting the word out, you do that. Just put us out there and say, hey guys, there's some severe weather going on today. If you don't have applicable or adequate coverage that you're already watching or whatever, or if you didn't even know that this was going on, check out this guy. Even if you don't know anybody in Oklahoma or Kansas, this helps because, there's so many degrees of separation between everybody. If you share that and somebody, your aunt in Iowa sees it and they know 3 people down in Oklahoma, they're going to share it with them. So just anywhere you can share it, that's going to help us a lot. Also, if you do know somebody in Kansas or Oklahoma today, maybe even all the way up there into western portions of Missouri, southern portions of Nebraska, send a direct message to them, a text message or something. Throw the link to this in there, or not. Just throw a link of this image with the high risk and be like, "Hey, listen, pay attention to the weather today. They're saying that this is going to be like an all-timer. This is going to be a big-time deal. So I'm concerned about you." And maybe you saying that, you showing concern, is what's going to make them pay attention today and act as a stimulus to make them take shelter in the event of a tornado warning. And let's say that you don't have social media, or you don't know anybody in the affected areas, and you just don't want to share it out there. That's fine. I totally get that. At the very least, what you can do to help us a lot is hit the like button here on YouTube right now below the stream. If you hit that like button, what it's going to do is it's going to tell YouTube that what you guys are watching is valuable, right? It's good content, and YouTube would be interested in promoting it to other people. And hopefully, I mean, there's a lot of people on YouTube right now, way more than are watching this stream. Hopefully, if enough people hit like and interact with the video here, YouTube's going to promote it in front of people who otherwise wouldn't know what's going on. Even though today's risk is very well advertised, everybody in the weather industry is doing a great job kind of talking about the risks and stuff. There is somebody right now watching Fortnite replays and there's somebody on YouTube in the affected area that probably is unaware of the severity of what's going on here. Okay, so if we can maybe get in there recommended or in there up next or something on YouTube, we literally might catch them just in time to be like, hey, listen, before you go do whatever, this is what's going on. You need to take shelter, or you need to, plan on taking shelter. And it sounds crazy, but we know for a fact that this works, because every time that there's a big tornado that hits a town, we go to that town and we talk to the people there, and the people who are watching us, they tell us every day, it's like, hey, I don't watch the weather. I didn't know anything about this until I came across you on YouTube, or my aunt's uncle's cousin's brother-in-law shared it on Facebook and I clicked it over there. You know what I mean? So the way that we reach people and kind of douse out life-saving information is through you all. All right. So go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, if you want to go ahead and pull up the 1-2 chaser panel right now, that storm's starting to look really, really interesting. There's a lot of lower level scuds starting to get pulled up into it, and there's kind of been an on-off, brief, raggedy funnel for the last few minutes.
Okay, so you can see it looks like the same feed here. It looks like we're watching two of the exact same things, but what's happening here is Caleb and Brad are just on the same road. They're really close. But we've got two different angles here of a storm that is already starting to rotate and really be low to the ground. That's another concerning sign here, is we've got convection happening, I mean, pretty much right at ground level. So it's not going to take much spin at all to get these things to produce tornadoes. And there's going to be a lot of spin. So it's just a really unfortunate sign here towards the beginning of this outbreak. A lot of times in the plains, we have a lot of instability, but maybe not a lot of spin, or just enough spin. Sometimes we've got, a lot of spin, maybe not a lot of instability. Today we have unprecedented almost amounts of both of those things. So it's going to be quite wild. Whatever happens today is going to be wild, and we're hoping for the best, but of course we have to prepare for the worst, both physically if you're in the area, and also mentally. And if you're somebody that just likes to watch these streams and you're following along, things might get a little intense today. Just remember to take breaks and snap back into reality every once in a while, because there's going to be some pretty intense moments, I think, later as these storms grow upscale and become big-time tornado producers. Okay, so findyourtornadoshelter.com. This is what we were talking about earlier. Big database of public tornado shelters here. Find one that's closest to you and maybe get there, or know that you can go there if you feel like you need to later. If you're just now tuning in, you might have missed my rant or my spiel on why you should maybe abandon your mobile home today and go to one of these, or a friend's house, or a motel or something. Those tornado shelters exist, and there's a map of them there, and hopefully we can get a link in the chat, or we'll tweet it out or something. Oh yeah, another thing, speaking of Twitter, Twitter is a big part of what we do here, okay? And it's going to be very important today. If you don't have Twitter, that's fine, but if you do, or X, whatever you want to call it, if you do have that, go follow me at Ryan Hall, y'all. Sometimes there's storm chasers out there that have really valuable information and photos and videos and stuff that I can't share live on the air because we don't have permission, and we want to make sure that we protect the copyright of all of our storm chasers. But I'm going to share it on my Twitter. So this is kind of going to be kind of like another information feed, the Twitter here. All the tornado watches, all of the PDS tornado warnings and stuff like that, all that information is going to be rapid fire retweeted onto my Twitter account. And also, if you see anything newsworthy, if you see anything on Twitter that you think is interesting that my team or myself might need to see, feel free to tag us in it. You can just go into the replies and do @RyanHall. Y'all look at this. That'll help us out a lot. Also, if you have a novel report, if you have a picture of a hailstone or damage or something like that you would like to send to us, the best way to do that today is going to be through Twitter. You can also send it in to pics@ryanhallyall.com. Hopefully somebody on the team is monitoring that. But the best way is going to be through Twitter. We've got a lot of people watching that. Just tag me, upload the picture and video if you can do so safely. Remember, we don't want you out there chasing. We don't want you out there in the middle of a hailstorm trying to pick up a hail ball to take a picture of it. We certainly don't want you to be outside during a tornado to take a picture or a video of it. That's what we've got Brad Arnold for and Caleb. You can send photos and videos and all kinds of stuff over on Twitter, and that's going to be very useful. Remember, if you have a novel report, something that you haven't already posted somewhere else or already sent into the National Weather Service, tag me and also your local forecast office if you know their symbol on or their call sign on Twitter. All right, because they could obviously use that information. Twitter is a very valuable place for rapid fire information sharing. It's a mess of a platform. If you don't already have Twitter, maybe I wouldn't recommend going and getting it right now because it's not in good shape as far as there's a lot of bots and stuff on there. But if you've already got it and you already are using it, follow me and send reports and stuff over there. But of course, we do have the pics@ryanhallyall.com available for you as well. We got all kinds of dangly things hanging off these storms over here where Caleb and Brad are. Not seeing a lot of rapid motion with any of this, though. I mean, it's rising scud. But I don't see any big-time twisting or anything going on just yet. But it's getting there. It's getting there. And unfortunately, it wasn't really supposed to get there for quite some time, so we're early. But yeah, this is a fantastic view from both Caleb and Brad. Here's some of the hail that we've already seen from northern Kansas. Man, there's some big hail up there.
Hey, Ryan, this is Brad. You copy?
Some egg-size hail. Yeah, go ahead, Brad. I mean, it's dangling. Yeah, whenever you're ready, Brad. And by the way...
sorry, I cut out. So I don't really see anything that would make me think that a tornado is imminent right now. We do have rising scud into it, though, and the area it does have broad rotation on it. So we're going to sit here for a little bit longer. It does have large hail up in the core, so... but we're going to sit here a little bit longer, and then we may drop a little bit further south or continue east with this storm.
All right, so that's an update from Brad there. I see the same thing. I don't think there's a tornado immediately imminent here, but there's a lot of signs that are kind of leading me to believe that this is definitely something that could eventually produce a tornado, especially since we're seeing those clouds be so low to the ground. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. Been watching these Tennessee cells, and none of them have really caught my eye, except for this one near Smithville, Tennessee. That is to the south of Interstate 40. well to the east of Nashville. So one of our leading storms there, but to the south. There has been a couplet that's persisted for 2 scans now and intensified on the latest one. I wouldn't be surprised if they gave this a warning because it does look like that kind of small tornado signature on velocity at the moment with no corresponding debris at this time. So watching that one, waiting to see if it'll be upgraded, but DeKalb County in Tennessee, not sure how you pronounce it over there. Be ready for that in Smithville, Tennessee.
Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. These storms look pretty intense over here in Tennessee. Not only do we have the tornado, situation maybe with the fact that they're rotating, but also some strong winds. Maybe some hail as well. But you can see that there is some broad rotation in both of these storms, and it's actually, like Andy was just talking about, it's a little bit tighter here near Shows Hill and Crossroads with the storm that's coming into Smithville. So y'all watch out over there in Smithville. Also, we do have we have a great look at the base of that storm from the Radar Omega camera here. And yeah, you can see that there is definitely, it's probably, I can't really tell where the rain is. This is either a shelf cloud or maybe some sort of wall cloud feature there that's trying to come into view. If you're ever looking at an image like this and you're trying to figure out, is this a wall cloud? A lot of times with a supercell, you'll see an area of intense rainfall. If the dangly bit is pointing towards the rainfall, a lot of times that is a wall cloud. However, if it's pointing away from the rainfall, more than likely that's going to be a shelf cloud or something that's
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Air coming out from underneath the storm. New tornado warning for Webster County, Nebraska. Holy smokes. We got to keep our eye on this one. All right, we're keeping our eye on that, and we're also going to go to Nebraska real quick. Huge, major, awesome call out from Andy there for bringing us to the Tennessee storm. But this one looks even more convincing here on radar. Look at this tornado warning now in
a new tornado
County,
warning
Nebraska.
has been
and also,
issued.
by the way, we just got a tornado warning in Tennessee as well. That's the one that Andy was just talking about. But this storm up here in Nebraska going up towards Lawrence is looking pretty daggone gnarly. Look at this. This is a very intense looking velocity couplet there. Currently near, Highway 78, just to the west of Highway 78, working up towards St. Stephen's, Rosemont, and Lawrence in Nebraska. That's almost certainly producing a tornado or about to produce a tornado as this storm, works up towards the Highway 78 area to the south and east of Blue Hill, Nebraska. Wow. And you can see on reflectivity, it also looks pretty impressive as well with the big curled hook there on the side. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, that tornado in Smithville, Tennessee is on the ground. The fact that happened at the same time as the Nebraska storm, I wish I had 4 eyes, but I'm doing the best I can here so I can see everything at the same time. This thankfully we got the warning on it in Smithville, Tennessee, but this is just outside of the town. Let's see if we can see it anywhere on that Radar Omega cam, because we do see a debris signature that's just now started. They're in DeKalb County. Thank you guys for the pronunciation.
All right, thank you, Andy. So we've got probably 2 tornadoes about to be ongoing right now. One of those is going to be over here in Tennessee. And if you guys are following along right now, you can open up the Smithville camera on Radar Omega and you can look at this thing. We've got a tornado down. I don't know. It's probably associated with this right here. We're pretty far away from the storm, so we can't see exactly what's going on the ground. But you can see very clearly that there is a lot of motion there. We've got a tornado happening here in portions of Tennessee. Get ready in Midway and, of course, Smithville. Smithville, Midway, Philippi, Center Hill Lake, Peeled Chestnuts, Farmers Mills, that's Fancher's Mills, Old Zion, and Baker's Crossroads. Unbelievable. Right now in Tennessee. I'm going to pull up the map here. Riley, I don't know if you're still looking at this map, but maybe we should share the link with Andy as well and kind of give him an idea as to what we were talking about a minute ago. Smithville, Tennessee. So yeah, the tornado over here in Tennessee is currently, I believe, somewhere closer to the Highway 83 corridor. That would put it pretty close to the Highway 56 deli and vape shop. All right, if you guys know where that is, and we can see pretty clearly here that we've got a rapidly rotating area of circulation on our camera. I've yet to see if we've got any sort of signs of circulating, debris down there towards the surface. But even something that looks like this can be causing damage on the ground, even though you don't see that fully condensed cone that goes all the way to the ground that you would traditionally see in a tornado. But that right there is currently over. Once again, the Highway 56 Market and Vape Shop area, and it's gonna, if it continues going in the way that it's going, and it drops a tornado here again somewhere between Philippi and Midway, or Philippi and Midway, that's going to go right over Eagle Creek. Okay, if you know where Eagle Creek is, right off Gene Dunn Road, that's going to eventually go over there towards Glassworks and H&P Farms of Smithville, north of the highway department there in DeKalb. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, here's an explanation for what we're seeing there, because there is that slightly lowered correlation coefficient. That could be simply things that are getting trapped in the updraft of the storm, because we are looking a couple thousand feet off. So the fact that this has got a tight velocity couplet on it and does have a little bit of a lowered correlation coefficient value, that tells me that this has rapidly rising air, which is one of the components we need for tornado genesis here. So hopefully it does not do anything beyond this, but that's why we're seeing what we're seeing and why we're calling it out, and also seeing the ground verification through that camera through Radar Omega. So again, I think that this does have the chance to produce a tornado, but that is the reason why all of the radar products are showing what they are with this storm in Smithville, Tennessee.
Absolutely, thank you, Andy. And we saw the funnel cloud. We saw something very convincing just moments ago. That very well could have been doing damage when we saw that. Now, though, I think, based off of what I'm seeing on the camera specifically, it looks a little bit less threatening. However, on radar, we continue to see that rotation.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I would just continue to be in my safe spot and ready to
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. You copy?
A tornado in Philippi, Midway, Peeled Chestnut, and Franchers Mills in Tennessee. I can't believe we're talking about Tennessee today as much as we are. But here we've got Brad Arnold on the hook. Go ahead, Brad.
Ryan, we're going to head up to Watonga on Highway 281. The storm that we're on right now is starting to intensify. It looks like it's almost got that flying eagle kind of supercell structure. And its rotation is increasing with it, so it may be about to do something pretty soon. So we should have a view on it when we go north in about a minute.
All right, so that was Storm Chaser Brad Arnold giving us another look into what's going on there. And I do want to update you guys. We have a tornado warning right now in Tennessee, and we're talking pretty extensively about that. But we also have
this tornado warning
a tornado warning up here in Nebraska. The rotation that's kind of inspired that tornado warning is a lot less impressive now. Okay, so this was likely a tornado down here somewhere near Highway 78. However, the last couple of scans look a little bit less convincing. The reflectivity still looks like it could do it again, so get ready in Lawrence and stay in your safe spot, but hopefully that dies out. Right now, our most concerning storm is in Tennessee. They just upgraded that to a confirmed tornado. Our first one of the day here in Tennessee. Once again, there's well over 1,000 of y'all watching this camera with me in Radar Omega. They're doing a good job of pointing us at the areas of interest. I don't see anything down right now. So hopefully the tornado is done for the most part, but we still have that rotating area moving over Smithville right now, and we need you in your safe spot in Midway. Tornado is currently, somewhere between Smithway and Midway. If there is a tornado still down with this, and that's going to be near the Brassel Cemetery. Rustic Angels, if you guys know what I'm talking about here. This will eventually make it all the way over there to the lake, all right? And by the time it gets there, we'll reassess it. But right now, you know, I really don't think we currently have a tornado down, but we still need you in your safe spot all the way over there towards Peeled Chestnut, Tennessee. So now we've got everybody from Oklahoma and Kansas watching, all right? Hopefully, anyways. Well, now we need to get everybody on the hook here in Tennessee as well, it seems, because these storms are pretty intense over here. I would say that the storm up here near Cookeville also has the opportunity to maybe at some point try to produce a tornado, since it's supercellular. It's got a little bit of rotation with it right now, so we'll have to watch it as well. And thankfully there is another camera in Radar Omega that can maybe give us a little bit of a better view of that. So yeah, incredible stuff here in Tennessee. Now, outside of Tennessee, we are continuing to watch our situation continuously get more and more concerning in Oklahoma. Severe thunderstorm warning for Watonga, Oklahoma right now, with a tornado possible tag. Rotation looks more impressive now on radar. Same thing for that storm that now has a warning in Mutual, Oklahoma. And you can see that Caleb and Brad both.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's coming into Watonga and now has a tornado warning on it. So this new tornado warning is the very storm that our storm chasers are on right now. And you see the little, the hanging bit of clouds there, the SLCs, the wall cloud, whatever you want to call it. If you see that right there on the Caleb Beecham's feed, that's the part of the storm that we have to really watch here to see if it's going to drop a tornado, because now, you know, the National Weather Service is seeing enough rotation here to warrant a tornado warning. That tornado warning in Oklahoma is going to include Belva, Heman, Watonga, and Tacoma, and Alva, and Avard. So if you're in any of those places over there in Oklahoma, in Alfalfa, Woods, or Woodward County, you've got to take shelter. Every tornado warning today that occurs in Kansas or Oklahoma, it's not negotiable. It doesn't matter if it's radar indicated or if it's radar confirmed or observed or a tornado emergency or a PDS tornado warning. Every warning today, you've got to treat it as if it's the biggest warning you've ever had. And so we need to take shelter, okay? Yeah, we did see the funnel, maybe even a full-on tornado through the Radar Omega camera just moments ago in Tennessee. That has since let up a little bit. We'll check back in on that in just a moment. But unfortunately, our main risk area is starting to really pop off, I guess, as these storms are really starting to look nasty on radar. More rotation popping up with the storm near Strong City, Oklahoma. I would not be surprised at all to see a tornado warning for that one in the near future, or maybe in about 30 minutes from now. That includes places between Butler and Leedy, Oklahoma. Additionally, we've got storm just to the south of our currently warned tornado warning here near Sharon. This one is going to have the potential to maybe produce a tornado at some point as it goes up towards Mutual and eventually Cleo Springs. So y'all make sure you are getting to your safe spots or getting close to them as the storms are already getting really mature over here. The tornado warning in Nebraska is continuing. There is a little tiny sliver of it left for Lawrence. And there is also a little tiny sliver of, some sort of rotation here. But hopefully this will be allowed to expire within the next 5 minutes, and we won't have to worry about that much more. But this is a strong storm. Capable of producing tornadoes and 60-mile-per-hour winds all the way up through Fairfield, Edgar, and Clay Center in Nebraska. So y'all need to continue to watch out up there. We've got Caleb Beecham, Brad Arnold, Bryce Shelton, Ryan Scholl, and Freddie McKinney on the screen. What a lineup. Freddie McKinney out there in Alfalfa County, Oklahoma. And pretty much everybody else in the Major and Roger Mills County area. So, yeah, we've got currently tornado warnings in Nebraska, Oklahoma, and Tennessee, of all places. I think we might add Kansas to that list at some point here, maybe not immediately. I'm sure Andy will keep us updated on the storms up here, but there is a little bit of increased rotation with our storm near a Great Bend and Ellenwood, moving up towards Bushton. This is a strong storm regardless of the tornadic potential there. But maybe hail up to 1.5 inches in diameter about to move into Bushton, Claflin, and Holyrood. Is that right? Holyrood? But yeah, you guys in that general vicinity, you're not under a tornado warning, but you all should definitely watch out. Storm continues to look more impressive here between Major County and Roger Mills County. As you can see from Caleb Beecham and Brad Arnold there, both on the same storm, just from slightly different angles. And I believe Ryan Scholl, he's on a completely different storm, right? Hold on, let me check my... Yeah, so Ryan Scholl, let me show you his view here. Ryan Scholl's on a completely different storm. He is on the one that's closer to Morewood and Strong City. And he's also got a little bit of an interesting attribute here on his storm as it gets closer and closer to Morewood. This is another one that I think that we would, probably maybe consider seeing a tornado warning for at some point. But it probably would be best if we put Ryan Scholl in 3 right now. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I'll talk about the storm near Great Bend, Kansas that you were just mentioning. I've been watching it for a couple of frames here. I see on the latest scans either a shower popping up in the inflow region or much of that hook actually protruding out of it as it goes to the north and east here. So would not be surprised if it does get a tornado warning. Currently, the rotation that you do see is all side-lobed, but that does tell us that there is a legitimate mesocyclone going on over this area since it is relatively consistent. So side-lobing can still give us some information. And there was even a funnel cloud report way back near Larned and Pawnee Rock. So I think the storm does have potential and its environment looks favorable for it to become tornado warned. So there's your watch out ahead of time for this storm before it is warned.
Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. I got to make sure my reports are turned on. Okay, so yeah, we're watching this storm pretty closely here in Kansas. Right now, we do know that the storm is rotating, but the bright colors that we're seeing here are not maybe not completely representative of reality. So we're just gonna continue to wait for new radar scans and continue to watch the storm as it evolves. But this looks like a really healthy and dangerous supercell that has a very real capability of producing a tornado here as it goes up towards the general Bushton, Holyrood, and Lorain areas. All right, Alex Kairos, thanks for that. Everybody say thank you to Alex. Best weather channel available. Thanks for the amount of effort and long hours y'all put in to save people. Alex, thank you for that. You did not have to do that, but obviously we appreciate the generosity. So yeah, thank you. We're going to be going today probably for 12 hours or something, with absolutely zero commercial breaks, and everybody gets to watch this completely for free. We wouldn't be able to do a lot of what we do without people like Alex. So thank you, Alex. The storm that Caleb and Brad is on is also coming together quite nicely here. And, believe it or not, y'all, this is actually happening quite fast. This is, we're still pretty well outside of our main risk area here. Let me actually overlay that for you. So the storms are basically just now getting into the moderate risk. Okay. And we're still probably a couple of hours away before they enter a lot of the high risk area. So the fact that we're already seeing storms that look like this is really unfortunate, because it probably means that we're going to see a continuation of the increase in the severity of these storms and how likely they are to produce tornadoes for a significant period of time. I'm very concerned about Cherokee. Okay, Nash, Pond Creek, Wichita, eventually all the way over there towards Ponca City, and southern portions of Kansas, Anthony, Winfield, Arkansas City. You guys are unfortunately going to be right there whenever these storms reach their maximum intensity. Looks like we got a picture from Julia of the Smithville, Tennessee tornado warning. That storm there. This is all on Twitter. And hopefully everybody on the team is watching the Twitter feed closely, because I do see that there are countless images and reports coming in, and hopefully I would like to show as many of those as possible. But yeah, thank you, Julia, for sending that in.
Gary!
Right there. There's a video of it.
That is tornado right there. Gary!
So this is in Smithville, Tennessee, not too long ago.
That is tornado right there. Gary! Right there.
Wow. Currently, if you're just now tuning in, we have a couple of tornado warnings. They're all either, one of them is in Tennessee for that storm that we just looked at there. And the other one's going to be in Oklahoma for the storm that our storm chasers are on. So let's go back to the Tennessee storms and see what's going on with those. Last I checked, the rotation looked less impressive, and that's still the case, but it's still there. We still have a couplet. We still have a storm capable of producing a tornado here in Tennessee. And my goodness, maybe another area of rotation coming into Smithville right now. Look at that. Look at this. So this is the original rotation that produced the tornado near Smithville, Tennessee. It's moved towards peeled chestnut, still capable of producing a tornado. But now there's another area of rotation coming back into Smithville. So maybe if you're in Smithville, wait a little while longer before you come out of your safe spot. That warning that you're under doesn't expire for another 15 minutes. So stay in your safe spot. Can't really see anything through the tower camera now because it's raining so heavily. But we saw that tornado, I believe, through the camera not too long ago. Brad Arnold storm continues to get closer and closer to the ground here. This is probably one of the next storms that we will see produce a tornado right now up here near Wyoka or Waynoka, Oklahoma. The low-level jet is just now starting to intensify just a little bit, and it's going to continue to get more and more intense as the night goes on. John says, Ryan, you and your team are a blessing. Thanks for keeping us safe. John, thank you, Old Geezer. Nice name. Nice name. That I'm not calling you that, John. There's another person whose name is Old Geezer that also said thanks on the chat. So thank you guys for the support. If you're just now tuning in, and I know that a lot of you all are, this is what we're talking about right now. Okay, we're in the very beginning stages of what will likely become a huge tornado outbreak. A high risk of severe weather is currently in place for southern portions of Kansas and central Oklahoma. This is extremely rare. It does not happen all the time. And we are expecting a tornado outbreak of numerous tornadoes. A lot of those tornadoes will be strong, potentially EF2, EF3, or higher damage reports coming out of those after everything's all said and done. Okay, so this is something that you have to take extremely seriously. The parameter space that's in place for these storms to take advantage of are up there with some of the biggest tornado days that you can think of off the top of your head right now. Okay, doesn't mean we're going to have a repeat of those days, but it does mean that the ingredients are there for a very unfortunate situation today as far as our tornado outbreak goes. If you're in the red or the pink, you are in a very dangerous situation tonight. And it's currently only 4:48 Central, okay? Probably the bulk of our severe
weather
weather
when you have a second.
Tonight is going to happen after 6 and probably even as we go towards the nighttime hour. So a lot of the tornadoes that occur tonight are going to happen in the dark. So don't get too complacent. You know, right now we haven't seen a lot of tornado action, I guess, so far in Oklahoma, but we're right in the beginning stages of this. Do not get complacent. Do not let your guard down. We're not even close to the peak of the event, and that might occur in the dark where you can't see them coming. So that makes this even more dangerous. Let's talk to Caleb. Go ahead, Caleb. Whenever you're ready.
Hey Ryan, just an update from my location. So right now I can definitely see some pretty rapid rotation on the base of this storm. It's really starting to come together here. There's also just been an uptick in CGD lightning, or cloud to ground lightning, in the last 5 or so minutes. So we're going to continue to monitor that. I'm also very nervous for the town here of Winona, I think is how you say it. There's currently no sirens going off, so if this does drop on the west side of town here, it would be a concerning situation if people have not received that alert already.
Yeah. So yeah, you can see that things are coming together quite quickly here with our storm that Caleb's on. Caleb is currently in Waynoka, in Oklahoma, and so is Brad Arnold, and we're getting a really good view of the beginning stages of what will likely become a tornado on the hook of this storm as it comes right up into Waynoka. You are under a tornado warning right now in Waynoka. However, it might take it all the way up until it gets to Hopeton or Tacoma, hopefully, before we actually see a full-fledged tornado. But it also might happen really soon, so we're watching it closely. And you should just be in your safe spot anyways, just in case. Storms to the south and west of that are also rotating quite a bit. So we'll probably see new tornado warnings coming out for some of these storms very soon.
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. You copy?
Yeah, go ahead, Brad.
Hey, Ryan, this storm that we're on is kind of struggling a little bit with the low level rotation right now. I mean, it looks really good on reflectivity, but just the appearance of it, it looks ragged a little bit. It doesn't look overly organized. What we're going to do is we're going to drop down south to these other storms. The one that I'm most concerned about is the one that's south of Camargo. That would be the one that I'm most concerned with right now. But we're going to go check out the one as well in southeast of Woodward. We're just going to kind of hop from each cell all the way to the south on there. So just want to let you know.
sorry, in the immediate future here, we could have a tornado forming near Waynoka, and we also could have one forming a little bit farther to the south here.
Hey, Ryan, this is Brad. Just a heads up, your stream is muted.
Okay, I'm back now. You can hear me now, right? Sorry about that. I've got the quick button. I'm suffering a little bit of, I'm under the weather a little bit. I'm sniffling and coughing. So I've been, kind of and unmuting, and I forgot to unmute during the last cough. I'm sorry about that. But basically what I said is I just kind of reiterated what Brad said. And I said that, he's kind of in a situation where he's got 3 options right now, 3 different big-time supercells. He's abandoning this one, which is probably the closest right now to producing a tornado, in order to get in front of this storm, which will probably be capable of producing a tornado by the time he gets down to it. So lots of stuff going on right now in terms of the tornadic potential with these storms. Hold on, I just changed something with my mouse here. I did not want to change. How do you get to that? Performance? Yeah, there we go. Okay. All right. So, 3 big supercells now capable of producing tornadoes in West Oklahoma. They're continuing to grow, and they will probably all 3 at some point produce a tornado. Right now, Caleb and Brad are both pretty close to the one that's near Waynoka, and they're going to give us another view here shortly. And then I also want to kind of update you on the Tennessee situation, because I know we had a lot of people pour in from Tennessee during that tornado warning that we had not too long ago. The rotation over here is still there. However, it's less impressive once again than it was earlier. I don't think that we have a tornado currently on the ground, but we could. So just in case, stay in your safe spot in Cassville, Shady Grove, Simpsons, over towards Old Zion. Okay. Hopefully that continues to not produce any more tornadoes.
Hey, Ryan, do you have a copy?
At some point near Smithville. So we're watching the storms in Tennessee right now. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning all the way out there towards Doyle and Pleasant Hill as well. So y'all get ready for that. Who just reached out? It was Ryan Scholl. Yeah, go ahead, Ryan. Ryan Scholl's on a different storm.
I'm currently on that storm south of Leedy, Oklahoma. It's definitely got lots more rising motion with that scud, and looks like this wall cloud's trying to organize. It might be tornado time for this storm here in the next 30 minutes or so.
All right, so Ryan Scholl is actually on the storm that Brad is talking about moving to. Okay, so we've got a view now of this storm. We've also got a view of the Waynoka storm, and I believe there's a couple of our storm chasers. Nick Gorman is one of them. Brett Adair, who is going to be able to give us a view of the storm that's now moving through Mutual and coming up into Chester, Oklahoma. So we've got you literally completely covered here on every potential tornadic supercell right now in Oklahoma. And then we've got cameras pointing at all the storms in Tennessee as well through the Radar Omega app. Brett Adair's in slot number 4. Let's check his feed out real quick. There it is. So this is the 3rd storm. Really interesting stuff. We've got 3 supercells here, essentially trying to produce tornadoes right now in western Oklahoma. Brett Adair, I believe, is showing us the one that's currently near Mutual, moving towards Chester, Oklahoma. It looks like it's pretty close to trying to produce a tornado. And then Ryan Scholl was just showing us the one closer to Morewood. And then, of course, Caleb Beecham is still on the Waynoka storm, or he just left it, I believe. So things are really starting to pick up here with our tornado situation. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan. So we did just get a new tornado warning. That is the storm that Brett Adair is on. Our NWS feed is updating, but for some reason, they never sent it through on the NWS API.
Okay. Thank you, Andy. Or Riley, sorry. We did just get a new tornado warning.
I'm going to run a reset, but it is updating.
It is updating? Okay. All right, we did just get a new tornado warning, so let's go check that out. This is for the storm that Brett Adair is on. As you can see, this purple polygon here is where everybody needs to be taking shelter. Once again, I want to reiterate, every tornado warning today needs to be taken extremely seriously. All storms equally have the capability of producing big, life-threatening tornadoes and destructive hail. So take shelter right now if you're in Mutual. If you are in Cheyenne Valley, Fairview, how about you in Dane, Beto, Orion, Frozo, or Chester in Oklahoma? If you're in any of those places I just called out, or in this purple polygon here, you are in an extremely dangerous situation. Take shelter now. Velocity does show more rotation, and you know, on reflectivity, it continues to look like a supercell here. So this is probably going to try to produce a tornado here soon. Also, I'm getting some feedback from people who are watching the chat here. Some of you that are watching right now are a good 2 minutes behind. Okay, you can just check the clock down there, which is off-centered. Of course it is. It's always off-centered. Hold on, let me fix that. Check the clock down there and make sure that it's pretty close to your real time in real life. And if it's not, if you're a little bit off, more than a minute or so, refresh the YouTube page here, and you'll get caught back up. We don't want anybody, and that can happen for a million different reasons. If your stream buffers, if your internet connection disconnects for a little while, or if you accidentally hit pause for even a second, you will be behind, and we want to make sure you're getting real-time information here. I would just, if you're watching on a web browser, I would just refresh every 10 minutes or so, just in case anyways. Daggone it. The clock, I went through every scene and fixed that clock before we started the stream. All right, we should be good now. Mary the Great says, every so often I put it on double speed to make sure I don't fall behind. That's a good idea too. Yep, and there's a button that says live next to the sound icon. You can click that, and that'll also catch you back up if you've for some reason fallen behind.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, so we got that tornado warning. It came through. It's going to be out there in Tennessee. Is that actually a real new one? Yeah, okay. So this is going to go for Sparta, Hickory Hills, Darky Springs, and Doyle in Tennessee. I can't believe we've had so many tornado warnings already today in Tennessee. But here we go again. Sparta, Tennessee, get to shelter. There is a Radar Omega camera here. 200 of you guys are watching with me. Not seeing really much of anything through that camera right now, but I'll keep checking in on it. Also, the rotation isn't as crazy, I guess, as it was not too long ago. So hopefully this doesn't produce another tornado, but take shelter just in case over here in in Tennessee, White County, Tennessee. So all of these storms over here are slowly but surely looking really like concerning on radar. The rotation with our storm that just went past Mutual, the most recent tornado warning, is crazy. It's already starting to look like a lot more impressive. Same thing with the rotation with our Leedy, Oklahoma storm. I would not be surprised whatsoever to see a tornado warning on that one here soon. And we've got our storm chasers on each of those storms, so we'll let you know as soon as the tornado actually touches down. This is just the beginning of what will be a significant severe weather and tornado outbreak. Do not. It's important to remember as we kind of watch the storms outbreak here, or begin to break out, I should say, in Oklahoma. It's important to remember that we are not going to focus too much on the risk categories. Okay. It doesn't really matter what category you're in, the color or number. Every storm will be capable of producing dangerous tornadoes and destructive hail. Most people today, if you're in Kansas and Oklahoma, will not see a storm at all. Okay, but we are expecting a small number of very intense storms. So if you do see a storm today, all right, if you're in Kansas or Oklahoma or any of these places that we're watching, and you see a storm coming for you, go ahead and assume that that's going to be one of the worst storms you've ever seen in your life, because it probably is. Okay? We have not experienced a day like this in quite some time. We expect storms to become supercells very quickly, like they already have, and we expect that they're going to remain supercells for most of the event, which means that I don't think we're going to see these quickly turn into a squall line or anything. The potential for tornadoes are going to increase after dark, so don't let your guard down. This is one of those days where it might feel like things are off to a slow start because we've been streaming here for an hour and a half and we don't have, mile-wide tornadoes for you yet, okay? Don't get yourself in a situation where you let your guard down or become complacent or become too comfortable with the idea that things aren't looking that bad, because once again, things are going to get worse after dark. We started early to try to get the messaging out here ahead of time. Wind shear, which is already very plentiful for tornadoes this afternoon, is only going to become more favorable after dark. This is very important. Clouds are not going to prevent storms from forming today or lessen their severity. The cap is not going to prevent storms from forming today. We've already seen that. So remember, many locations are not going to see a storm, but if you do, it will be bad. It is going to be a bad storm today. Yep, I'm watching Ryan Scholl's feed. I see it. We'll pull it up full there. He is currently on the storm near Leedy and Ray. And it is one of our more impressive looking storms on radar and in real life right now. So as soon as he's got a tornado, he's going to holler and we're going to know. We're going to go look at it very quickly. Some of the places that we're watching the hardest right now for immediate, tornado concerns is obviously all of our storms here in Oklahoma. Most specifically, the one that we're looking at here through Ryan Scholl's feed, that one looks like the most concerning in the near future. But we're also continuing to watch the storms up there in Kansas, okay? Over there towards Ellisworth, Kansas, we've got a couple storms that might try to produce a tornado here over the next hour or so. Also, way up into Nebraska, that cluster of storms that we were watching south of Hastings earlier is, in an environment that might be somewhat conducive for tornadoes as it comes into Sutton, Geneva, and Henderson, Nebraska, okay? So get ready for that. Yeah, there's lots of little pockets of rotation with these storms up here coming into Henderson. Also back here in Kansas as well. But once again, our main focus is on Oklahoma.
Hey, Ryan, this is Brad. You copy?
He's still keying up the mic. Yeah, go ahead, Brad.
Hey, so we are looking southwest right now to that storm that is working its way northwest of Chester. There's obviously no population out here, thankfully, but this storm is rapidly intensifying. You can tell on the screen, we've got a really nice inflow tail on the right side, a nice beaver tail right there, and then you've got the main meso and wall cloud behind that little hill right there. So we're going to sit here for just a second, and also it does look like it's high precipitation supercell, so chance of it being rain wrapped later on is very good if there is a tornado with it, but reflectivity looks really good. Just waiting on velocity to catch up to it.
So that's an update from Brad Arnold, pointing us towards the base of the storm near Cedardale right now, and moving towards Frozo. That's got a tornado warning with it right now, and as you can tell, it looks pretty ominous as well. Caleb Beecham's on that same storm. So we got chasers like all over these storms today. So the moment something happens here, I don't think there's a place that you would know any sooner than here, where it's happening and what's going on. The only thing that we don't have that would probably be pretty useful in Oklahoma, in places like this, is a daggone helicopter. We've got to get ourselves one of them. We'll put Brad Arnold in it, and then I don't think there'll be a tornado that goes unseen ever again. Reflectivity continues to look more and more ominous here on radar with our supercell that is developing a hook. You can see the hook here. Hopefully this works. Hold on. Yeah, that is what we call a hook echo, the little dangly bit coming out of the storm there that's coming into close to Fairview here soon. That's the one that Brad and Caleb are both on right now. Here's a closer up view of the tornado parameters today from the Storm Prediction Center. Probability of a tornado in the pink there is going to be 30%. Ponca City, Enid, Oklahoma City, Norman, Stillwater. Notice how none of our storms that are currently formed are even in that high risk area yet. We expect those storms to continue to get stronger and more capable of producing tornadoes as they get closer to those cities. And that's where we have a 30% probability of a tornado happening within 25 miles of any given point there. It's very likely that a lot of those tornadoes will be EF2 or greater in their damage that they produce. And they're probably going to be monsters. They're probably going to be big, giant tornadoes, unfortunately. But there's close to, I think 30 million people under a hatched risk in general that goes all the way up into Kansas. The yellow's 10%, the red's 15%. So we don't want to let our guard down anywhere in the risk area tonight. Just another update on what these risk areas actually mean. The 5, the high risk, the reason why it feels like there's a lot of hype around today's risk is because of the very rare high risk. It means that we have high confidence that an outbreak of storms will contain tornadoes, damaging winds, and severe hail. This is only issued when we're pretty confident that there's going to be a tornado outbreak or a widespread damaging wind event. Today, it's a tornado outbreak. Numerous severe storms are expected. Very intense storms your area may only experience once or twice in a lifetime are possible. So that's the qualifier parameters for what it takes to issue a high risk. So it's not anything that's taken lightly. It's only ever issued on days where it would be very surprising if big tornadoes didn't happen. We're still about 4 hours away from peak tornado environment right now. But convection continues to explode across the dry line. Very rapid explosion of activity there. Lisa says, do people out there have storm cellars or basements? A lot of people do, but obviously not everybody. So if you don't have a storm cellar or a basement out there today and you need to get into a safe spot, you want to go to a sturdy building and you want to get to the bottom floor in the most interior room of that building with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. No windows, okay? And you want to kind of protect your head. I always say wear a helmet. If you have a helmet, that's great. A lot of kids have bicycle helmets, football helmets. You might have bicycle helmets, whatever kind of helmet. Maybe you need one for work. I don't know, like whatever you've got that can protect your head, bring that into your safe spot with you. Or if you don't have any of that stuff, blankets, pillows, a mattress, protect your head, because that's the number one way people get seriously hurt. It's not necessarily by stuff blowing into them or them getting sucked up into the tornado or like things that you would think would be a big problem, but it's just simply stuff falling on them from above. So if you can protect your head, you're going to be well ahead of the game. Here are some good graphics for that. The worst option, the worst possible place that you could be during a tornado warning, especially on a day like today, is going to be in a mobile home, a vehicle, or underneath a highway overpass. We see it every time there's a daggone tornado warning in a big populated area. Everybody goes and huddles under the highway overpasses. You're just asking to get in a worst case scenario. Don't do that. You're causing big time problems for a lot of people, including yourself. Mobile homes, we talked about this earlier. Hopefully you've done got out of the area if you live in a mobile home, or you have a friend or family member close by that you can get to, because you want to abandon a mobile home or an RV in the event of a tornado warning today. You don't even want to try to survive it in there. You'd be better off outside than inside of a mobile home. My best bet would be to try to get to a friend's house or a public tornado shelter, or even spending the night in a motel or something. Bad options are going to be large open rooms like gymnasiums. You don't want to be in a gymnasium in a school. I don't know how many times I've heard of schools doing tornado drills and stuff, and they actually send people to the gymnasium. That's a real thing. Don't do that. Don't go into big, large open rooms or manufactured housing. That's bad as well. Some good options is going to be an interior room or a basement. And the best options is going to be a below-ground tornado shelter or a specifically designed FEMA safe room. Okay, so hopefully a lot of people have those below-ground tornado shelter options. I know not everybody does, but it's Oklahoma, okay, and Kansas. I mean, this is where a lot of people should have that kind of stuff. Here's another really good graphic. When sheltering from a tornado, you don't want to be on top. You don't want to be on the exterior rooms. You preferably want to be right here. This is your absolute best option, right? But this works if you don't have this. This works if you don't have this. This kind of works if you don't have any of this for whatever reason. The lights are orange, so we've got an update from Elijah. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so we actually have some damage coming in from DeKalb County, Tennessee, sent in by a viewer, Adam. The video was sent in the channel. You could open it if you want. It's a little bit lower quality, but it looks like in the video that a house has sustained moderate roof damage, and it looks like there are a couple trees that have been either like uprooted or snapped or something. This is the Smithville, Tennessee tornado, from what I can tell, and from what Andy can tell.
Okay, thank you very much, Elijah. This is being sent in from Adam on Twitter X, damage into DeKalb County. As you can see, it is kind of a lower quality video, but you can clearly see that there's some damage there. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, if you look at Brad's
A new
feed,
tornado
he's in the
watch
two
has been
spot.
issued.
Wondering if he's on the right storm. Well, guess what? If you zoom way in, I'm not sure if you can do that on the feed, so you can see the Dow down there spinning and taking a look at the system.
Okay, let's go check that out. Brad Arnold giving a view of this amazing storm coming into Fairview now. And yeah, we do see, I can't zoom in. Is Caleb's on that same storm. He's got like a massive zoom camera. Caleb, if you're listening, zoom in on the Dow for us. Caleb can zoom in on the other county and like see facial features on the people over there. Like I know he can. I've seen that camera in action.
Caleb's working on it right now.
Look there. There's Brad Arnold's beautiful face. The tornado sniffer himself. Okay, here we go. Let's there you go. You see the Dow in the background there, the big rotating satellite dish looking thing on the back of a giant truck. That is the Doppler on wheels. Some of you might recognize that from the famous TV show Storm Chasers that featured Reed Timmer. That was a big part of that show. They're still in operation, and they still do incredible work out there on severe weather days, getting valuable data of tornadoes up close. They're probably going to get all kinds of incredible data tonight and today. But yeah, all of the vehicles that you see there, these are storm chasers on one random road in the middle of Oklahoma. Every back road looks like this. And there's Brad Arnold. There's Brad Arnold. Whoa. And that was a big cloud to ground strike really close to Brad Arnold. Did you see that? Yeah, Reed Timmer's in that general vicinity as well. Somewhere in there. I don't know exactly where. But we're looking at the storm here that is getting really close to Frozo and Cheyenne Valley. That's where we are. The rotation is continuing to look like it's trying to get its act together here, but it's not quite there yet. A little bit of a uptick in rotation with our storm to the south there near Putnam. But so far, no tornadoes extremely visible from what we can see, thankfully. But of course, things are going to continue to get more eventful as the sun goes down. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, let's talk about why we haven't seen those tornadoes yet. The low-level profile, our low-level winds do not change very much right above the surface and into that cloud base that you can see there on the Storm Chasers feeds that the Dow is scanning. And when that happens, hail growth is especially emphasized here. So we can see these supercells with a pretty deep reflectivity signatures on radar, and oftentimes that does correspond to
Ryan,
hail, probably a lot of small melting hail.
We do
as
have
well.
intense
And
rotation.
as a result, we don't really see the tornado threat yet because hail and tornado threats do not really go together. There's a very small profile where they both work very strongly together, but it's very evident when things change over from big hail producers to less hail that things may become more tornadic. So the reason for that is the lowest level is not changing very much, means that hail that these small hail ice crystals, embryos, they're often called, when they rise up into the storm, they aren't flung out everywhere by very strong changing winds in those lowest levels. So they're allowed to grow. We call that resident times. And that means that they can become very large. So there's your difference. Once those winds change quite a bit in the lowest levels, things can spin more readily and compact into tornadoes, but you don't see the hail threat as much in those cases. So once those switch over, that's why we've been talking about waiting for a while before things pop off tornadically.
All right. Great stuff from meteorologist Andy Hill there. We got an update from Brad. Let's listen to that too.
Hey Ryan, this is Brad. Just wanted to let you know we do have intense rotation now aloft with this storm. I'm going to zoom in so that way you can see it, but you'll be able to notice on the stream that it's going to be going, that you'll see the front clouds going to the right and the back clouds going to the left. So there's extreme rotation in this, and it's a very large area of rotation as well. So just keeping a very close eye on this. This could put a tornado down any minute.
All right, that's an update from Brad talking about the rotation there. Speaking of Brad and Caleb, they're in that same vicinity there, so they have, of course, snagged a photo together here in front of the storm. Brad Arnold, WX on Twitter, if you guys want to go follow Brad. Big time lightning with this storm as well. Like I'm seeing so many cloud ground strikes here, really close to where Caleb and Brad are. So the storm is certainly still intensifying quite rapidly. Brett Adair's on that same storm too. I swear it looks like it's the same feed. So we got three chasers on basically the same exact angle here. If you're just now tuning in, we're in the beginning stages of what will become a tornado outbreak, we believe, as these storms start interacting with the lower level jet increasing tonight. We have a high risk of severe weather in place, which is rare. The Storm Prediction Center doesn't do that unless they think we were going to have some big time storms. And also, and just in case you didn't hear about this earlier, Waffle houses are closing in certain portions of Oklahoma due to the high tornado threat. And if you didn't know, Waffle House is, it sounds silly, but they're one of the more prepared companies in the world for severe weather. Their goal is to stay open even during hurricanes and stuff. They have a huge group of meteorologists and engineers and safety officials and stuff that help them do that. They have a war room right now where there's a lot of people making these kind of decisions for Waffle House. But anyways, the fact that they have decided to close ahead of the storm system here should be indicative of, how serious of a situation it is. Sometimes it takes a pretty big hurricane to get them to do that, So this is the kind of storm system that we are experiencing today, a fairly dangerous one. As these supercells are just now getting their act together. We do have storms in Tennessee as well. I know that we had, a tornado warning over there earlier, and we probably had a lot of people pour in to the live stream from Tennessee. The good news is there's currently no tornado warnings currently in Tennessee. However, we do still have some severe thunderstorm warnings. Pleasant Hill and Midway and Spencer, you guys are getting ready to get in on some 60-mile-per-hour winds, okay? And you never want to disregard any storm, even if it's a severe thunderstorm with 60-mile-per-hour winds, or if it's a tornado possible, severe thunderstorm or something like that. You want to get indoors, away from windows, because this is going to be a strong storm, even for you guys all the way over there in Crossville and Crab Orchard in Tennessee. Another very strong storm, probably producing some decent-sized hail, at least up to the size of quarters, is getting ready to come down into Manchester, Midway, and Morrison. Okay, so we've got some strong storms out here in Tennessee, but thankfully the tornado threat is just not there right now. Also, we've got some strong storms in South Carolina. Get ready over there in Clinton and Whitmire and Union for some inch-in-diameter hail and some gusty winds. Other than that, most of our action right now is occurring in the plains, which is, of course, where we thought that it would occur. Strong storm moving through York, moving into Hebron, Nebraska. This is mostly just a damaging wind threat. However, if you go farther to the south, we've got some larger hail and some stronger winds getting ready to move into McPherson and Hutchinson. In fact, we're talking about maybe 2-inch in diameter hail, which is actually bigger than golf balls, moving up into Hutchinson here within the next 48 minutes. These storms are also rotating up here, so these have the ability to produce tornadoes. However, they're not quite as close as the storms maybe that we have down there in Oklahoma, which we're going to go look at next. Oklahoma. Andy, go ahead.
Thanks, Ryan. Got you right on time. Actually, I do want to see if Hunter is in one of our feeds, because that storm that he's on is the northern one, not tornado warned. It does have that hook echo that you're probably about to talk about. That's been wrapping up on the last couple of scans. Does look like an upper level mesocyclone exists in some capacity there as you go up in tilts. So I'm very curious to know what Hunter has or will say. Basically, looks pretty good. That was the storm that all of our chasers were on previously. And then I'll go ahead and cover the other ones right now. The southern one, I think, could receive a tornado warning here near Putnam, Burma, Oakwood, and Canton, Oklahoma. You'd be out ahead of that. That's to the south of Sealing. There, it does have a stronger mesocyclone or spinning part of the storm right in front of Ryan Shoal. It's fleeting in and out on radar scans, but I think that this one will maintain potential as we go on and get towards the sunset hours. So if we see a tornado warning with that one at any time, I'm not surprised. And I also just want to point out the orientation of what we're seeing here. This is these three supercells is kind of like what those earlier model runs were representing before it kind of turned them into that line of storms that you said was probably going to still be semi-discrete supercells. And look at this. It certainly looks exactly like where we have three dominant storms right now that may exist for hours and hours, if not until midnight or later, central U.S. time here. So I believe we'll be watching these storms for quite some time as they cycle and probably produce some tornadoes. If not within the next hour, probably in 2 hours, we'll start to see the peak intensity.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andy. Once again, we try to start the streams, at least a few hours before the main event starts, just to make sure that we have time to get everybody here, get everybody on the same page about what storms we're talking about. Sometimes we track these storms from the moment they're just little blips on the radar, right? And if you are somebody that gets hit from a storm and you've been watching it since it first popped up over 100 miles away from you, you're definitely going to be very prepared and very understanding of everything that's going to be possible with that, because you're going to see the storm chaser's view of it on its entire path. If it's produced damage in the path, you're going to in the past, you're going to know exactly what that storm's capable of. And we almost develop some sort of a relationship between the stream here and each individual storm as time goes on. And the more you understand, the more you kind of get in tune with each storm, especially if it's coming towards your area, the more likely it is you're going to be able to understand where to go, what you need to do whenever the warning actually comes through for your neighborhood. So we're here early. We do expect these to put down some big tornadoes, but so far, hail is our biggest problem, I think, in the past little bit. So you got to get ready for that too. Hail can cause some big time problems. We had a 2-inch hailstone back there in Woodward. We've had several large hailstones reported across Kansas, and we're going to continue to see that up here in Nebraska as well. In fact, we got a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust report from an emergency manager back here near Dewey in Kansas, or Nebraska. So those storms are going to continue to be quite intense as time goes on. And we're just really close to these storms trying to produce a tornado. Thankfully, nothing yet. Let me pull up the 3 view so you can see very clearly exactly what we're looking at from our storm chasers. Actually, let's do the full multi-view, because you can see Storm Chaser Hunter Hurley's feed down there as well. The storms are definitely looking a lot more impressive overall than they were earlier. Even though we don't see those as many low-hanging features, we see a much larger updraft base. We see much more mature looking storms. So this looks like a storm once again that is trying to produce a tornado here. Once again, if anybody is just now tuning in, I do want to remind you that these storms were forecast to be exactly pretty much in the situation that they're in right now. Okay, I just want to make sure we're constantly reiterating that everything is going exactly to forecast so far. Like everything is right on track. The storms were supposed to be somewhat unproductive or kind of unimpressive, I guess, up until the 5, 6, 7 p.m. time frame. So we're getting there. We're getting there. But to anybody who might think that things are less concerning because we haven't seen a tornado yet, please don't do that. We don't want you to get too carried away there. But we are hoping for the best here. The next places that need to be kind of watching out for maybe some of these storms trying to produce new tornadoes as they go farther to the east are places like Cleo Springs, Aline, Helena, Ringwood in Oklahoma. Also Canton and Hitchcock. You guys are in the path of an extremely dangerous looking supercell here. And then we're watching everybody out in front of these storms in Kansas as well. McPherson, Newton, Salina, Kansas, and then mostly a damaging wind threat is going to be the biggest problem over here in York and Hebron in Nebraska. This cell just looks really classic.
Hey Ryan, this is Brad. Do you have a copy?
Yeah, go ahead, Brad.
Hey Ryan, we're still in the same storm. I'm also watching that storm to the south. I'm pulling up some data, though, and up in this area, based upon the photographs, the shear is not incredible. And I think that's what the main thing is right now. We're really waiting on that low-level jet to kick in, and that's going to kick in within the next hour to an hour and a half, maybe even quicker than that. We're noticing down on the Oklahoma City sounding that the shear is much better down there right now. So I think we may drop south to that southern storm after this one passes, just because there's better shear over there with this one. But this one is continuing to rapidly rotate, but it's only rotating aloft, not low levels.
Thank you very much, Brad. And I prepared myself for this moment before we started the stream. I knew this would happen. If we didn't see a big tornado in the first couple of hours, people might start to say that, this isn't something that we should worry about. No, let me show you something here on the weather models that we've been looking at for quite some time. So one of the things that you can look at that it's not the best thing, but it's a decent composite parameter that shows you the ingredients that are in place for tornadoes, and it's called the significant tornado parameter. We can look at that on the HRRR. Let me show you this. Okay, I want y'all to look. So here is basically the last couple of hours, right? We've got these storms that are popping up along the dry line, right? And we've got decent significant tornado parameter values out there, mostly up in Kansas, okay? And that's where we've seen a few tornado warnings today. But notice how there's actually not a lot of SIGTOR parameters interacting with the convection in Oklahoma all the way up to 6 p.m. All right, so this is the nadir juice, okay? This is the tornado juice that's in place. It looks pretty impressive right here, right? Well, that's why we've got a bunch of rotating storms, wall clouds, funnel clouds, and all this stuff. But let's go into the future a little bit. Literally, an explosion of this parameter is about to take place that breaks the scale. It literally breaks the scale here between now and about 9 p.m. That is, and that's when we're going to see our best chance, I guess, of these storms actually producing tornadoes. So we never thought that these would be massive tornado producers at this moment. It's between now and a couple hours from now, during that explosion, that we expect things to really ramp up. Go ahead, Andy.
Yes, Ryan. So let's talk about why that happens. Why does this area in Oklahoma, Texas, and Kansas see this low-level jet that causes the explosion of the significant tornado parameter? One of the most important things for that significant tornado parameter is that 0 to 1 kilometer, 0 to 3,000 feet above the surface, that shear right in there. So why does that happen? The low-level jet is a response over these very flat plains to when the surface temperatures start to cool just a little bit after sunset. So once that sun's down, things start to cool off a little bit. It is going to stay well mixed, like I mentioned on our members-only pre-stream, but they will cool just a little bit. So right above the surface, now that we have a slightly more stable layer, there's not going to be as much friction with the surface. All that wind is going to smoothly glide over the surface where the temperatures are much cooler. There's a little bit more stable air right there, and it just provides a smooth surface for the wind to accelerate along instead of being interacting with the ground constantly and getting chopped up by all of the friction that's down there. So that's why we see that acceleration, particularly about a kilometer above the surface. And that is that's it. That's really it. It's a fairly simple parameter, even though it's got complex physics behind it.
A new tornado warning
Thank you
has
very
been
much,
issued.
Meteorologist Andy Hill. Just kind of giving us a little bit of more information about the ingredients that are going to be in place tonight for tornadoes. And once again, it's happening between right now and a couple of hours from now. We're seeing a rapid increase in a lot of those ingredients, including the low-level jet winds increasing. And that's why the National Weather Service just issued a new tornado warning for our storm that our storm chasers are on here, and it goes for the next hour. All right, so they're very confident that this storm is going to produce tornadoes or try to produce tornadoes for an extended period of time, and it's likely going to be quite successful at it at some point, especially once it starts interacting with those more significant tornado parameters. But here we are at Cleo Springs, Ringwood, Helena, Goltry, Lahoma, Carrier, Hillsdale, and Nash. In Oklahoma, all of you guys are now under a tornado warning, and you need to take shelter immediately. So yeah, I'm going to show you, just for anybody who's just now tuning in, one last time before we get completely back into the radar coverage here. Ryan Scholl's got a really good shot that I want to show you. But this is where we are now. And like, without getting too complicated, this is just nadir juice. Okay, this is what it takes. This is the energy in the atmosphere, or the ingredients in the atmosphere that are required to produce tornadoes. Right now, it's available, it's out there, but it's isolated. This is what it's going to look like later tonight. You see that massive expansion of pinks and whites there? That's literally breaking the scale. So, and this specific shot right here is at 10 p.m. And I do want to mention that, you see a lot of elevated numbers down here, far down into Texas. We're not expecting tornadoes down there. The convection storms have to interact with that significant tornado parameter in order for it to matter. So right along that line where, storms are going to be, and they're going to be interacting with, the greater wind shear and the convective available potential energy and stuff, that's where we expect the tornadoes. There's going to be a lot of ingredients in place for them way down south, but that doesn't mean that we're going to have them there. It's mostly along this area right here. So a massive explosion of favorable ingredients for tornadoes is occurring right now, and storms should start taking advantage of them shortly. That's why we have the high risk of severe weather tonight. The storms are actually just now starting to move into that high risk area right in time for them to kind of really get into a favorable position to interact with that lower level jet stream. So things are coming together quite perfectly, honestly, for a significant tornado situation here, unfortunately. I see a lot of people talking about their locations in chat. I say this every stream, and I'm sure the mods are reiterating this as well. I just want to make it very clear that I unfortunately won't be able to talk about every single location tonight. There's people asking about Illinois. There's people talking about Maryland. There's 100,000 people in here, and then it's just me and Andy on the other side. We've got to focus all of our resources on the places that are immediately in a situation that might, impact life and property in a significant way. So we're going to be focusing on a lot of these places that are under tornado warnings tonight. So it's a good thing if I don't talk about your town. Okay, just keep that in mind. If I'm not currently talking about your state or your town, I'm not ignoring you. It's not a bad thing. It's actually a really, really good thing. So every place that I talk about tonight is probably going to be in a very dangerous situation. Caleb Beecham is giving us a live view of our storm that's really coming together now. I think that at least on reflectivity, that storm looks really healthy. The hook here is starting to come around a little bit more. We'll see what happens with it as it goes farther into that tornado warning. Right now, it doesn't look like it's producing a tornado, but it certainly could in the future. That other supercell to the south there, where we have Ryan Scholl on that storm, it's a similar story, that it's a very robust supercell, but it's just not rotating enough yet to produce a tornado. So we're just waiting for that moment of increased rotation to kind of kick in. And real quick shout out to my wife, who has been a member for 39 months now. Says congrats on chasing your dream and doing the weather for 39 months. So proud of you. That's awesome. And anytime that we get an update from her membership upgrade, that tells us exactly how old the channel is. So we've been doing this now for 39 months. And I know a lot of you guys, including my wife, Stephanie, there, have been here since the very beginning. Thank you so much for allowing us to do this and putting trust in us and stuff. We take it very seriously. Wow, the storm on Caleb's feed looks quite ominous. Moving into Major County, Oklahoma. All right, I've been standing. I got to take a brief sit-down break real quick. Oops. I'll see you guys down there. I do apologize. You probably heard me
Ryan,
sniffle
it's
a couple
Brad.
times.
Let me know when you're free for just a second.
But honestly, talking so much and I think being here live has cleared up my sinuses a lot. So I appreciate y'all for that too. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, just want to let you know real quick, we are going to be dropping south. I have a gut instinct that storm that's northwest of Watonga, I think that may be the storm. This one's really, really struggling. We're going to go south on that storm, headed towards Watonga. Better back to winds down there as well.
All right, so that's an update from Storm Chaser Brad Arnold. Drink some water, Ryan. Yeah, I've been chugging it. Two liquid IVs down the hatch. We're good to go. We probably will eventually get into Red Bull territory here, but we're not quite there yet. By the way, it's been a while since I've shown this graphic. We do have a PDS tornado watch in effect as well for a lot of Oklahoma and a little bit of southern Kansas until 11 p.m. Central tonight. This is the most intense tornado watch that I think we've had since we started this channel. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Numerous strong tornadoes are expected Widespread hail up to softball size is likely. Scattered gusts up to 75 miles per hour. Population 3.4 million people in the path of this very dangerous storm. So if you know anybody of those 3.5 million people, or anybody to the east of that a little bit or to the north, you should please let them know that the weather's going to be bad today and that they might need to take shelter at some point. And of course, you can always share the stream as well. Riley's got something. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan. Well, we're just kind of showing stuff off, talking about how this threat is not over. I just sent the 21Z observed sounding from Norman, and I am absolutely weaning out. That does not look like an observed sounding, but it is. It looks like the kind of sounding that you would see posted on Twitter of people trying to be like, oh my God, look at how crazy this sounding is. But no, this is an observed sounding with an actual weather balloon, and this is the environment ahead of these storms.
Okay, thank you very much, Riley. This complicated conglomeration of squiggly lines here is basically just explaining to us a little bit of the environment above your heads there if you're in the Oklahoma City area. The red line here on the SKU-T plot shows us temperature as we go up with height. The green line shows us the dew point or moisture in the air as we go up with height. We've got a pretty moist area down here near the surface, so there's going to be plenty of moisture for storms to lift up into the atmosphere where they will become supercells and take advantage of this large space between the partial trace and the environmental temperature. We call that CAPE, convective available potential energy. 3,500 joules per kilogram currently, which is just really high. Hodograph is curved and also really long. A long and curved hodograph is never a good thing. We've got storm relative helicity values that are high enough here to certainly produce tornadoes, and we've got plenty of ventilation for those anvils to kind of like get way out in front of the storms and keep the supercells very discrete, at least seemingly for a decent period of time. And of course, we've got just a lot of things that are lining up almost perfectly to indicate that there's going to be some tornadoes here as these storms go farther east. This is not necessarily the environment that these storms are currently interacting with. So we know that as long as these storms survive and they keep going to the east, once they get more into this area, it'll be almost impossible for them to not produce tornadoes. Once they start interacting with that more impressive wind shear and thermodynamic profile. Look at this photograph. So somebody said that in chat, and I had to say it. I had to do it. Yeah, so that weather balloon specifically was launched from Norman, Oklahoma, south of Oklahoma City. We do have Caleb Beecham, Brad Arnold, Ryan Scholl, Brett Adair, and Hunter Hurley out there sharing their feeds with us on the ground. There's a lot of other storm chasers who are sharing their feeds with us as well. They are not currently in an area where we, necessarily can show their feeds because we have limited spots. But once again, I do think that as soon as there is a tornado anywhere, especially if it's in Oklahoma, we're going to be one of the first to know because we have an amazing storm surveillance system set up here with our network of storm chasers and our radar Omega cameras, and that it's hard to get them by us, especially when we've got Andy as well and everybody else involved here. So many people involved, watching every aspect of the storm as it gets its act together. There it is. You love to see it. That one comes from, I don't know, I think, Allie, did you make that or did you find that? It would make sense if you made it. Yeah, Allie. Allie edits a lot of the videos and makes the thumbnails and everything, so it makes sense. I like that. That'll be our next educational live stream thumbnail right there when we talk about photographs.
Hey, Ryan, when you have a second.
Go ahead, Caleb.
Just a quick update for me. I'm dropping south to more of these southern storms. Not that the northern storm is unlikely to produce or anything, just because this is going to put me more into a play if we start to see supercells move towards the Oklahoma City metro later on this evening. I want to be in a better position to that to keep people informed, as well as just the chaser convergence that we're experiencing to this northern cell right now. It's pretty much bumper-to-bumper traffic, so just trying to avoid some of that is currently key.
All right, that's an update from Caleb. And Hall Force 1 out there are very capable storm chasing truck with probably some of the best connectivity of any storm chasing vehicle, thanks to ISP Tech. ISP Tech is a company that has been very generous to us, and it's honestly helping us help you guys so much by giving us a bonded internet connection over Starlink, AT&T, Verizon, out in the field, and then all of those, and also fiber connection here at the Weather House. So we have a lot of failover options. If one feed goes down, we should stay on the air, while ISP Tech takes care of making sure that AT&T, Starlink, or Verizon, fills that gap. Bonded internet is probably the future of all home internet services, I think. And of course, mobile ones too, because like if you can run around the plains of Oklahoma in the middle of like thunderstorms and in the middle of nowhere and keep a 1080p or 720p, whatever kind of feed that you're trying to run, if you can keep it running as smoothly as this, it can do just about anything. Kerrigan says, any opinions on Wednesday? Yes, lots of opinions on Wednesday, but I'm going to withhold them, I think. I don't want to talk too much about Wednesday because that's going to kind of deter our focus, I think, too much from today. But I will briefly mention it. Okay, this is our high risk of severe weather today. We do have an enhanced risk tomorrow. Okay, we will probably be live again tomorrow talking about a more regional outbreak of severe weather and possibly some tornadoes in Ohio and Indiana. And then we will definitely be back on Wednesday with probably another very intense severe weather situation from northeast Texas all the way up through the Ohio River Valley near Cincinnati. So, yeah, that's what we're dealing with on Wednesday. I think we might even be here on Thursday. I don't know for sure yet, but I mean, this is just going to be a really powerful storm system that goes through a good chunk of the United States here. Yeah, so big time storms possible for a lot of people over the next couple of days. This is what we call a multi-day severe weather and potentially tornado outbreak. We just got that new considerable severe thunderstorm warning on our storm coming into Canton, Oklahoma now. This one's going to have some 2-inch in diameter hail on it, 60-mile-per-hour winds, tornado possible. Velocities do show rotation picking up. Rotation aloft is picking up a lot in this storm back here, too, north of Butler. Still not seeing much in the way of significant rotation near the surface on many of these storms. By the way, the 3 cameras that you can see right now, Ryan Scholl is on that big one that's coming into Canton right now. And then Chris and Brad both I think are driving towards that. But we do have Brett Adair, who is on that more northern storm near Helena. And then also I think Freddie McKinney, Nick Gorman, Bryce Shelton, they're also up there on that one. So, like, if something happens with that more northern storm up there near Helena, we'll be able to show you that as well. Thunderbird says bumper to bumper traffic. Most of Oklahoma City was told to go home at 6 p.m. A lot of early night closures. Yeah, the bumper to bumper traffic would not come from the residents of Oklahoma City. More than likely, it's from the gaggle of storm chasers that has infiltrated your area.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning in Kansas. Decent area of rotation here north of Miltonville, sorry. Moving up towards Clyde and Clifton. That's going to be for Clay and Washington counties and Cloud County in Kansas. I can't do it. I can't sit down. I don't know what it is, but if I sit down, my cold gets worse. It doesn't make any sense. I have to stand up. Immediate relief the moment I stood up. I don't understand. So yeah, now we've got a tornado warning in Kansas. We've also still got severe thunderstorm warnings coming out for portions of South Carolina, too. Yeah, it probably is pressure changes from the altitude. Yeah, you're probably right, Brad. We got a lot of medical doctors in the chat. I've seen that I might have a heart problem, pneumonia. I just got some sniffles, y'all. It's okay. If you are just now tuning in, this is not a medical diagnostic stream for me. We are covering severe weather here. We are just in the very beginning stages of it. We've got a team of very talented and capable, experienced storm chasers out there trying to find the tornado for us. Right now, we don't have any tornadoes on the ground. We do have a tornado warning for Alfalfa, Garfield, Grant, and major counties in Oklahoma. However, it is, in my opinion, not producing a tornado right now. It's trying to, but it hasn't been able to yet. This chat is worse than WebMD. Once these storms start to produce tornadoes, like we believe they will, the tornadoes are expected to be quite intense. We do have a very rare high risk of severe weather tonight, and we could see some storms that are capable of producing, strong to intense tornadoes, EF2, EF3 or higher damage, long track tornadoes as well. So, unfortunately, what we're seeing on radar right now is kind of a worst case scenario for what could happen later. We've got dominant supercells. We don't have a line of storms. There was a little bit of a chance, because some of the guidance was suggesting it, there was a little bit of a chance that these storms would have kind of turned into a big squall line at some point. Because there is so much convective available potential energy out there, it would be very easy for these storms to turn into a Boeing line segment and become a damaging wind threat, but that would, lower the tornado threat a lot. But that's not happened at all. These storms are very discreet still. And we are several hours past their initiation point. So now they've kind of altered the environment so much that they're probably going to stay discrete for quite some time. And as that low-level jet increases and all that kind of stuff, we're going to see these storms get much bigger. And also, the low-level jet's going to increase, obviously, and that's going to help the wind shear and make them rotate more. But there is a little bit of a cap in place, and that's going to continue to erode out in front of these storms. So the overall storms are going to be able to become bigger as well. So what we're seeing here on radar is just not a good sign for what's to come. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, trying to do my latest analysis on our northern supercell that is currently tornado warned. I think that it may be wrapping up at the moment, so we may start to hear some chaser break-ins. I know Nick Gorman is right in front of that. Bryce Shelton and Brett Adair are there. So this is currently tornado warned. I believe it'll continue to be that way as we've discussed. But the latest scan does look like there may be an attempt at a velocity couplet, and we'll have to wait for the next one since this isn't yet reflected in the mid levels. We may see a ground up sort of formation here.
Yeah, we definitely need to get Brett and probably Bryce and Nick. Brett, Bryce, and Nick in the top three positions there, I think, because this storm does look like it's coming together quite nicely, and we can see that quite well from Brett Adair's point of view right now. So hopefully we can get once again Brett, Nick, and Bryce all in the top three positions there as we cover this storm intensely, as it's one of the more likely storms, I think, to start to try to produce a tornado here soon. The storm to the south there that Ryan Scholl is on is also capable of producing a tornado here, but it looks to me like a lot of the favorable ingredients are going to be more up there towards Helena right now at this moment. We'll let them sort that out, and then we'll come back to the feeds once that's done. Huge shout out to Arkasha. Says thanks for what you do, always watching when I can. You and your group do amazing work. Thank you for your generosity. And also, once again, huge shout out to my wife, the weather wife, Stephanie, there with the super chat. She says, Echo says, my love you and my miss you. Oh my gosh, you guys are already getting ready for bedtime. My goodness, we've been streaming now for almost 3 hours. So and this went by pretty fast, so that's crazy. But good night, y'all. Thanks for watching. And good night, Echo. Good night, Otto. Try to give your voice some breaks tonight. I'm trying. But honestly, the more I talk, the more I stand up, the more I move around a little bit, the better I feel. So that's why you also see me kind of swaying back and forth here a little bit. Sorry if that's distracting, but it's helping. I've got a cold or something. Rotation definitely picking up here on this. Big time. And you can see that very clearly through Storm Chaser Brett Adair's feed. Bibble says, guys, please don't pre-rate Ryan's sickness. You're supposed to wait until after it's passed. Exactly. No pre-rating. So this storm looks like it's trying to produce a tornado right now. We're looking at Storm Chaser Brett Adair's feed, who is currently located just to the north of Ringwood, Oklahoma, just in case you guys need a location for him. I would put him near Ringwood, Oklahoma, and he's pointing us right towards the rotating part of the supercell that's moving up towards Goldtree. Brett Adair, Bryce Shelton, and Nick Gorman are all three on this storm. Yeah, that thing is definitely rotating. So I think that this storm's probably going to try to produce a tornado here very shortly. So that means if you are in the path of this thing, you've been under a tornado warning for a while. Okay, the National Weather Service made a major, awesome move by issuing that really long tornado warning. But just in case you didn't know about that, or maybe you thought it wasn't serious, now you definitely need to get to shelter if you haven't already, because we can see the tornado forming literally through Brett Adair's feed. Wow, he's got an amazing view of that. Right past these trees. Look at that. Yep. That is a forming tornado there. Likely. Trying its best. So this is going to come up towards Goldtree. All right. Brett Adair right now, he's on Highway 58 looking at this thing as he goes north. It's going to cross Highway 58 in front of him and go towards Goldtree, and then eventually Hillsdale, Oklahoma, as it continues to try to produce a tornado here. That's about as close as it can get right there. So yeah, he's going northbound on Highway 58 right now. And I believe Nick Gorman, if I'm not mistaken, he's got a view of that same feature, but from a much farther distance. So you can see the funnel there through Nick's feed, but it looks much smaller. Brett's literally right under it.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Okay, so we got a confirmed upgrade on that tornado warning there. Confirmed tornado warning now for Alfalfa, Garfield, Grant, and major counties in Oklahoma. We got a confirmed tornado. Riley, go ahead.
Hey, Ryan. So I did see that confirmed warning just came through. However, Blue Canton is basically underneath this thing, and there is no way in God's name it's on the ground right now, but it's very
Ryan,
close.
it's Brad. You copy?
Okay, thank you very much, Riley. We saw very clearly that there was a big funnel there. Let me read the text here. I wonder how they confirm this. Weather spotters confirmed a tornado. So Listen, this is probably going to produce a tornado very soon. So if we're downstream here, well, let's just go ahead and assume that it's down. But as far as what we can see right now, it doesn't look like it is, but it could be very soon. Let's also talk to Brad. Go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, Ryan, we're just east of Canton, Oklahoma. Watching this cell, it does have a wall cloud on it right here, pretty much right in the city of Canton. We are noticing that the rotation is really picking up on it. So we'll see what happens. But that low-level jet, with that confirmed tornado up north, that low-level jet is really starting to kick in now.
All right, so we're starting to see some more rotation associated with the storm down here near Canton. That storm also looks a lot more impressive now on radar. Get ready for a tornado warning probably at some point here for Southard, Carrollton, Darrow, Okeene, and Hitchcock in Oklahoma, as that storm looks more and more impressive with every scan. Same thing for the storm down there towards Putnam. That is definitely a concerning sign that we're seeing right now. All right, so we've seen the funnel cloud. We've seen the big-time rotation with our storm farther to the north here, south of Helena, moving towards Goldtree. We've got a confirmed tornado. Storm chasers have confirmed a tornado. However, we're not currently seeing it right now, so maybe it was down for a minute and it's lifted, but the storm is definitely capable of producing a tornado. You can see here on radar, it's got that classic hook. There's your hook. And it also has some rotation associated with it. And we can tell that by looking at the velocity couplet here, where the reds and the greens kind of meet up with each other. That shows us that there's some rotation right in there. But we've got a couple of team members literally right underneath where the tornado would be, and they're not in a tornado right now. So that's good news. I feel like we should see something through Brett's feed pretty soon if something's going to happen here. Also, I'm watching very closely our Brad and Caleb's feed, because something's about to go down with that storm as well. And do we have anybody on the Putnam storm? It doesn't look like it. Where's Ryan Scholl? Ryan Scholl. Okay, he's probably the closest. Excuse me, y'all. That storm down here near Putnam looks like it's rotating a lot higher up in the storm. We'll see if that translates down to the surface, and hopefully Ryan Scholl will be able to give us a view of that. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, a couple of things. We've seen our first cycle, I believe, of that tornado-warned storm. And now that this velocity couplet seems to have calmed down where our area of interest was, I think our next cycle will happen very rapidly, since the storm does look healthy. And you can see right in that forward flank an area of increased outbound winds that I think are actually could even be a part of the rear flank downdraft if it continues along the arc of the storm, essentially, and wraps down into the hook. So we'll have to watch the progression of that. But also, I think something else worth noting, because a lot of people's eyes are on weather radar now, is if you go back with the KV and X radar, which is what we're using to look at the tornado warned storms, I think it's 5 frames back. Or 4 frames back, if you zoom way out, I think it's 5, you'll see a bunch of lines coming out of the radar all the way down into southwest Oklahoma, into Texas. So you have to zoom way out for that. Yeah, there you go. So that is called bistatic coupling, and it's when that happens, two different radars are sampling the same storm at a similar height. The frequencies are interacting there, so that is a completely natural, artifact that comes out of radar. Nothing to worry about at all. I see a lot of people talking about that now and trying to use it to, say whatever, but that is actually we see that almost every single day, anytime we have any rain anywhere in the states, and multiple radars are sampling it. So nothing to worry about there. It's just one of the best examples I could find of it recently, and I feel like we should definitely talk about it since it happened right at the same time as this tornado that got confirmed by a National Weather Service employee here.
Awesome. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. And yeah, anytime, especially a lot of you guys are new, I think, to really analyzing the radar in this way. Which is awesome. But anytime you see something that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and it happens a lot, most of the time you're going to be able to attribute that to some sort of processing error with the radar, or something like Andy just said, and there's some sort of interference going on. We see it all the time, really close up with the storms when we zoom in and we try to look at the velocities and stuff. We see it sometimes whenever a storm is kind of oriented with a radar, and the radar's in front of a water tower or something, and like there's a million different things that can happen that with a radar that kind of look weird, but most of the time it's just some sort of funky thing that's happening with either the software, the computer that interprets the data that comes in to the radar, or the actual radars themselves. So yeah, the main thing that we're looking at when we're analyzing the radar are these big blobs of red and yellow, and we're trying to look for those hooks on the bottom. Okay, so if you see the hook down there, we check the velocities and we see if there's any rotating winds. Right here with this storm, like Andy said, it's in the middle of its recycling phase. We don't see a lot of rotating winds down there, but if you go down to this storm, the one that's coming up towards Okeene, Oklahoma, our hook's going to be right in this area. Now, if we switch over to velocity, we see a lot more of those changing winds and directions. So the green shows stuff going towards the radar. The red shows stuff going away from the radar. And whenever you get them really close to each other, that can indicate some counterclockwise rotation, especially when it's oriented in this way. And that could mean that there's a tornado trying to happen there. And we see a lot of that with these storms, but we're a little bit higher up off the ground when we're looking this far away from the radar center. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I think my highest concern is actually with the Putnam, Oklahoma storm back to the south and west. I'm looking at it from our test bed radars in Norman, Oklahoma, on the campus there, or near the campus, and I do see some pretty decent counterclockwise rotation that's come together, and I think that multiple different radars confirm that exact same thing here. So this is producing a lot of hail at the same time as this. So we're in that intermittent zone where hail and tornadoes are both very favorable from this storm. So I think we're about to see a warning from that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Andy has drawn our attention to this area right before the warning was issued. But once again, we can see the hook here. And then if we go on top of that with the velocity, you can see there's a lot of, indications of some rotation here. So those are the main things we're looking for on radar. Anything else, especially if it's something really big like what we saw earlier, is likely not even relevant to what we're looking for. So here's that new tornado warning. Oakwood, Parallel, Knobscot, Eagle City, and Carrollton, Carlton in Oklahoma, and Canton, you guys are under a tornado warning, and this is probably going to be the most intense one that we've seen so far. To me, anyways, this looks like a storm that's about to produce a big tornado. We've been waiting for it. We know that it's going to happen at some point, and this looks like it's going to be it. Okay, so I would really be battening down the hatches in Parallel and Oakwood right now in Oklahoma, because we do expect that this is going to be a pretty intense storm for you. Ryan Scholl is going to be in the viewable region of that very soon. We got to make sure that he's somewhere on our screen. I see him now. Okay. Yeah, just a really
hey, Ryan,
classic.
when you have a second.
Really classic look on radar there. That's Caleb. Go ahead, Caleb.
Hey Ryan, I'm definitely noticing this cell down towards Putnam, which I think I might start heading towards. However, this cell that myself and Brad Arnold are currently on is definitely starting to produce a pretty decent looking wall cloud and is also starting to come together as well here.
Okay, and the rotation is also very obviously getting a little bit more intense on this storm as well. The storm that Caleb and Brad are on is the one that's up here towards Southard and Carrollton, moving towards Okeene and Hitchcock. We'll probably see a new tornado warning for that at some point here. Ryan Scholl, by the way, he's looking at that storm that we are concerned about way down there near Putnam, and he's still a pretty good distance away from the actual base, and we're looking up through the forward flank a little bit here, but if his distance is exactly what I think it is based off of what I can see on the radar, that's a really big base to the storm there, and a wall cloud viewable from several miles away. So that storm is definitely coming together exactly like we thought it would based off of radar. And we've got that tornado warning now for Oakwood and Eagle City. Y'all got to take shelter. Yeah, I hear it's raining here. I got to check on our local area. Yeah, we got some storms moving into our area, and there is a pretty strong storm moving into Louisa, Kentucky. I just saw somebody chat about that. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, one thing I'm looking at, pattern recognition ahead of time. This does not necessarily mean that this is going to happen, but it's a possibility here. We have a shower to the southwest of our northern tornado warning with all our chasers on it. I think that may cause a bit of a nudger there as it intersects that hook of the storm. So just something I'm looking at. That shower is blown up in the last 10-15 minutes and is
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Supercell. So that could add a lot of mass to the area of interest here where the hook is, and it could cause tornado genesis as well out ahead of this new tornado warning for it. So just one thing that may accentuate the process here as we wait for our next cycle on this storm that looks quite likely to happen.
Thank you very much, Andy. Yeah, and they just issued a new tornado warning for that, probably anticipating the same thing, going all the way out to Hillsdale, Kremlin, Pond Creek, and Hunter now in Oklahoma. Dr. Cameron Nixon kind of popularized the term nudger here, as it is very common that storms like this that pop up and then kind of nudge into the rear flank downdraft or hook of the storm can actually, at least for a period of time, enhance the rotation and potentially be a sign of tornado genesis here. So we've already got a strong storm with a lot of inflow. We've got a storm that's tried to produce a couple of tornadoes already. Now we have that nudger that might be the last thing that it needs to kind of really get that process started. So once again, get ready in Goldtree, Hillsdale, Kremlin, Pond Creek, and Hunter for a potential tornado here, as we are under a tornado warning. It's currently 6:25 Central. Okay, so the low-level jet is really starting to increase now, and we're starting to see the impacts of that from these storms and how much they're rotating, especially a little bit higher off the ground. And that's slowly but surely going to kind of resonate down to the surface as time goes on. Storm chaser Caleb Beecham is giving us a really good view of the storm that's coming into Hitchcock and Okeene now. Let's go look at his feed. This is on top of Hall Force 1 with our pan, tilt, and zoom camera. I believe we're looking up to the west. Caleb's currently on Highway 8, looking in the general direction of Southard. So, this would be where the rotation would be occurring. But right now, not enough rotation to issue a tornado warning with this particular storm. In fact, they just came out with a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning that goes all the way out to Ames, Drummond, and Hennessey, Oklahoma. You can expect up to 1.5 inch diameter hail there as this comes towards you. So yeah, the supercells are continuing to look more and more robust. They're continuing to be quite, discrete, and they're also kind of slanted in this way, rather than being in a straight line along that, dry line that we, saw come through. This is a really, really interesting setup that we are watching here as. Everything is, once again, is still coming together to support the idea that these storms will remain supercellular for quite some time. A lot of times in situations like this, you expect that there is going to be some sort of squall line or, something very quickly after the supercells form. But man, today they are just maintaining their discreteness for quite some time. This is incredible, and unfortunately, going to be the thing that probably leads us to having a tornado outbreak here soon as the low-level jet continues to increase. RFM, wow, says you have twice saved our family. Once from the Mayfield tornado, and then we moved to Nebraska, and the Waverly tornado was 1/4 of a mile from my shop, and I locked everyone down because of you, and we were safe. Well, RFM, I'm glad I looked over and saw your comment. Thank you for submitting that. I'm glad that we could help. And that's seriously unfortunate that you just happened to be involved in both of those. I'm sorry that you had to go through that. Who was that? Brad? Let's talk to Brad. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, Ryan. Hey, we are dropping south to Watonga. We got to get fill up on some gas. Real quick, that cell that is tornado warned east of Putnam, that is the best structure I have seen so far from an actual wall cloud today. That thing looks like it's going to be meaning business pretty soon. That is a mean looking storm, Ryan.
Okay, so Brad, his comments there about the mean looking storm are referring to the storm that's currently tornado warned and moving in the general direction of Oakwood, Oklahoma. And I agree, it is a mean-looking storm. We've got somewhat of a view of it from Ryan Scholl's camera, but I'm not quite sure exactly what we're looking at here. I mean, I see a lot of movement on the right side of the screen. I believe that he is he's like kind of on the edge of the forward flank. So that's probably just some really, that's some wind and rain coming, maybe some hail coming out of the forward flank towards his location. But I don't think we have a clear view of the actual, mesocyclone from this vantage point. If I'm looking at this correctly, and I think I am. So hopefully he can move down the road a little bit, and we'll see a little bit more about that. So there's one of the supercells that we're looking at. Rotation continues to pick up. Here's another one. This is the one that Caleb Beecham's on. And then another one up here near Goldtree, moving towards Hillsdale and Kremlin, Oklahoma. This one is Honestly, it's closer to radar, so we know a lot more about it. But this one's very close to producing a tornado as well. And then we've got more storms forming way back here towards Elk City as well. If you're just now tuning in, I just want to give everybody another reminder that we don't need to be complacent today. Storms that have formed around 2 p.m. Have been quite, big. They're strong storms, but as far as the tornado aspect goes, they've been uneventful up till now. Now we're starting to see that rotation really start to ramp up, and we're going to continue to see that over the next few hours. The storms are just now starting to move into the juicy air, and the low-level jet is just now starting to increase. So don't get complacent. It's going to be, a very dangerous night here in central Oklahoma and southern Kansas. Unfortunately, most of these tornadoes are looking like they're probably going to occur at night, which makes them even more dangerous. Obviously, a big, nasty tornado on an Oklahoma tornado outbreak day, that's going to be dangerous no matter what time of day it occurs. But in the dark at night, it's even more, unfortunately, concerning. Andy, I've got to go get myself something else to drink here. Give me 5 minutes. Are you good? All right.
Yeah.
Here's Andy.
Hi, guys. I was just in the middle of making a tweet, so nothing important for me. And I do have some Mexican food sitting outside, so I gotta have some sustenance for the long run today, because again, we will be going all the way through midnight, 1 a.m. Central U.S. time for those of you who need the time there. And of course, if you're watching us now, just a quick shout out that the bottom left corner of the stream down there has the time. Make sure you're watching that to the minute. You can refresh the stream, and you'll have about a 20-second, 25-second latency to our stream in order to and we do that in order to have live captions for those who are hard of hearing. So that's what we're working with right now. Just want to make sure everyone's caught up to the broadcast whenever you hear this. Make sure you're always checking the time so that the latest info from us gets to you with utmost efficiency here. At the moment, I don't have anything too new to talk about. I'm watching the squall line that's a little bit disorganized coming into the Omaha region, probably in about 30 to 40, actually more like an hour from now, due to its progression very slight to the east. So that you'll get some thunderstorms in Omaha. I know there's a tornado watch over there, but we have not really had a tornado or anything that looked like it on radar yet with that squall line. But I have my eyes on it. It's one of the 9 radar sites I have open right now. So the latest on our Oklahoma storms. And also, well, 1 second before I do that, I'll look at Kansas real quick for you guys in Salina and along I-70 here. From the Topeka radar, which is the closest one to your guys' locations, I do see that we have a little bit of an acceleration here in the middle of this line near Asaria, and Gypsum, Kansas. This is where the line is starting to bow out a little bit, so the hardest winds, the hardest punching winds here are beginning to accelerate here. That's called the rear inflow jet. It'll cause a bow-like structure with this storm if it continues to push it forward faster than any other part of the storm. So that's coming right along I-70 into Junction City. You guys will probably see some damaging winds there from this line. I don't see anything imminently tornadic with it, though. Okay, so there you go. The most concerning Kansas and Nebraska storms covered. And for those who are still watching in Tennessee, looks like most of the storms over there are pretty much done as we enter past sundown in the Eastern time zone. What little instability there was for these storms over here that needed to make up for the lack of spin in the atmosphere is now starting to wane. So I don't see very much of concern in Tennessee. Okay, in Oklahoma, so much to cover today. Latest on our storm, I think that the beginning of our next cycle of the storm that is approaching Pond Creek and Kremlin in Oklahoma, our northern tornado warned storm, is starting here. I see a little bit of that appendage, that hook showing up on the radar again. That's going to have to punch out through some of the outflow that the storm has put out in front of it right now. And once it catches up with that, it does have the chance to produce a tornado again here. And all of our chasers, pretty much all of them, will let you know when that happens because we have a ton of them on that storm. Further south, the leading supercell that's going to impact areas near Lacey, Hennessey, and Bison, Wacomis. That one's tough. Along Highway 81 here in Oklahoma. That is not currently tornado warned. The rotation on that is rather broad, despite its a pretty menacing appearance here. I think it's being pushed forward by the supercell to the south and west of it. The forward flank is kind of getting pushed forward into that storm, so it's taking on a little bit of an odd, large hook shape there. But no tornado warning on that, and I don't see in particular a reason for that to be warned in the near term. I could understand if there is a preventative warning in place for it. And then back further south and west, we have several more storms that will likely remain supercellular for quite a bit of time or come together here, even as far southwest as Elk City. I think that these are cells that will get closer to the Oklahoma City metro area in 3 or 4 or 5 hours from now, anywhere in that time zone. Your stormiest hour will be well into the early nighttime. So make sure you're aware of that time frame. I'm sure a lot of outlets have told you about that time frame. So hopefully this is going to add to it. Let us be one more, and let us be one also live coverage of it so that you can get the most up-to-date information with solid scientific background. Right, Ryan?
Daggone it. Muted again. Listen, I am under the weather today. You've got to give me a little bit of a break, okay? I was getting so good. I was on such a streak. I didn't have that problem for a long time, but we're back. Unmuted now. I didn't say anything important anyways. We was just talking about Tennessee. No, I'm just joking. Tennessee is important. All right. But we've got some big storms out here, but they're dying out. They're dying off for the most part. But we do have Beersheba Springs and Gruelty Lager under a severe thunderstorm warning. And I was also kind of complaining about how, like, of all the places in Tennessee, like, it had to be these two places that I couldn't pronounce. But anyways, the severe weather is kind of dying off over here in Tennessee, and stuff's really picking up now in Oklahoma. We just got a new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And this one looks really mean as well. Look at this supercell. That is a classic looking supercell on radar there. And now we've got the rotation to back it up. We've got a decent couplet forming here. And this is moving in the general direction of Lacey, Cato, Bison, and Wacomis. Wacomis. I'm not muted anymore. Thank you for the help, though. I saw it. Like, whenever the chat goes crazy like that, like, I literally do see it, like, out of my peripheral. So, thanks for pointing it out. But this now looks like another storm that's going to be capable of producing a tornado here very soon. The storm down here moving into Oakwood now also looks like that. But now, because the forward flank of that storm is pushing into the hook of this storm, I think that this one's actually more capable of producing an imminent tornado. So I would be getting in my safe spot, preferably underground, in Parvin, Lacey, Cato, Bar, and Wakamas, Oklahoma. Take shelter now. Wakamas. One of those. You know what I'm talking about. Don't give me too much of a hard time. I'm trying my best here, y'all. So if you're just now tuning in, a little recap of the last 3 hours. We've been streaming for 3 hours now. We wanted to start early so we can get everybody in here. We've done a good job of that. We got about 100,000 of you gathered here for what will likely become quite a show later tonight, unfortunately. Hopefully having so many people here already is going to help us reach even more people whenever things start getting life-threatening and seriously dangerous later. So basically over the last 3 hours, the worst case scenario has continued to kind of unfold. Storms are initiating in far southwestern Oklahoma now, and they're going to continue to be highly discreet, and they're going to have incredible shear vectors capable of producing large damaging tornadoes, and they're going to go right into the central part of Oklahoma within the next several hours. The Oklahoma City area is under the gun for an incredibly dangerous night of large damaging tornadoes and destructive hail. Okay? One of the things that could have happened over the past 3 hours that would have been a little bit of a relieving sign is, we were hoping maybe, just maybe, by the grace of, Mother Nature, we would see these storms kind of become more multicellular or linear in nature, but they have maintained their discreteness for the most part. So now that the sun's going down and the low-level jet's going to start ramping up, they're going to continue to have the most favorable environment possible to produce large damaging tornadoes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got a new tornado warning in Kansas. Let's go check it out. Soon as it pops up. There it is. Abilene, Detroit, Buckeye, Kansas. You're now under a tornado warning. That's going to be associated with this line of storms that's coming in. Radar indicated rotation, not very convincing in my opinion on radar. However, definitely something going on here, some rotation that could be, a sign of tornado genesis moving up towards Abilene and Moonlight. Take shelter now. This storm right here has got to be producing a tornado soon, if it's not yet. Caleb Beecham is really close to it. I just don't know if he's going to be able to see the part. So this is Caleb's location. We're looking through the rain here. The tornado is going to be somewhere up in here. So the specific storm that I'm talking about is the one that's just past Okeene now and moving towards Hennessey and Wakamas, Oklahoma. The last velocity scan on that is quite concerning right in here. That's a sign of a tornado, I believe. Caleb should probably start heading east or north, or just some way to get closer to that circulation. And then also, if we've got anybody else on that, which we don't actually, Caleb is the hero of the day. He's going to be the one that gets us closest to that, I think. So watch Caleb Beecham's stream there. I think we have a tornado forming right now. I think it's happening right now with this storm here near Okeene, and it's moving up towards Lacey. Storm chaser Caleb Beecham is in the right next to me right here. He's going to try to give us a view of that within the next couple of moments here.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
We've got a confirmed tornado warning for Major, Garfield, Blaine, and Kingfisher counties in Oklahoma. I do believe that's going to be for this one. The one that we're looking at here. Yeah, there we go. So now we have a confirmed tornado on the ground here with this storm that's coming into Hennessey and Parvin. And unfortunately, from the looks of things, this one looks like it could be here for a while. So keep an eye on Caleb Beecham's feed. I don't know. I'm going to try to talk to him. Caleb, I don't know if you know this or not, but the storm to your north is producing a big tornado right now. So just keep us updated. Holler if you see anything.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm not 100% sure how it went observed. Currently, I can see the fully rotating meso directly above me, which is very clearly not on the ground. However, I'm not saying that there's anything further north into this storm inside some rain right now. It could be rain-wrapped, but there is a new rotating meso directly in front of me on stream coming to the ground right now.
Yeah, there's, I would say it's probably about 10 miles to your north and east, approximately, the area of rotation that's producing the tornado. You probably can't see it. It's behind the rear flank downdraft from your perspective. But it's definitely there. I don't know if it's there right now, but it's been there for the past couple of minutes. So I just wanted to let you know, and yeah, once again, if you see anything else, just holler at me.
Yeah, 10-4, we will keep you guys updated.
Okay, so we're currently contacting our storm chaser, really the only one that we have that's currently in a position to see this thing right now. Nick Smego is getting close. But I do want to dive a little bit into the meso here on this, just so we can give you a tiny bit better of an idea of where this tornado is, because we do have one down. Okeene, Oklahoma. Tornado currently is going to be somewhere between Okeene and Hennessey. And if I had to say exactly where, it's going to be near the Home Cook Cemetery or the Cimarron Valley Cemetery. So the tornado right now is somewhere near Highway 51. Okay, between Okeene and Lacey. It's moving fairly quickly, but not racehorse fast or anything. Like it's moving down the line. So I'm going to try to give some decent distance-based estimations on where this thing's going to be in the next little bit. If you know where, once again, the Jack Coat Avenue is, it's crossing that right now, moving in the general direction of the 132 Bible Church, up there towards Hope Cemetery. Okay, and then eventually somewhere between before it gets to Bison, it'll cross the Okonome Reservoir. All right, so Hope Cemetery, if you know where that is, that's about where the tornado is going to be within the next couple of minutes. Please prepare to take shelter. Or go ahead and take shelter if you're anywhere in near Lacey, Bison, Hennessey, or Wakamas. Wakamas. I'm sorry. I know that I've said that right, and now I've screwed it up again. But go ahead and take shelter, and hopefully this thing doesn't last too long. But as of right now, it does look like it's here for at least a little while. Once again, Storm Chaser Caleb Beecham is incredibly close to this thing.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got a new tornado warning now for areas near Watonga, Hitchcock, and Loyal. Y'all take shelter if you're in Watonga, Hitchcock, and Loyal. That's going to be for the supercell storm behind the one that we're watching so closely right now. It's also coming together incredibly quickly here, likely producing a tornado within the next couple of minutes between Eagle City and Watonga. Take shelter. Caleb Beecham continues to get closer and closer to the rotating part of our storm that seemingly is producing a tornado here to his north and east, somewhere near Lacey. But we don't. I don't see anything from him right now. Caleb. Yeah, so we're just going to keep waiting on his latest scans to come in. Ryan Scholl. Ryan Scholl is on the storm that just got that new tornado warning back there towards Watonga, so we can see his feed as well. Nick Smego, he is moving from the north to the south towards Wacomas and Bison to try to give us a view of the supercell that's coming up towards you guys. So we do have a couple different angles of this thing. I don't know if we... Okay, Caleb Beecham's... He's back now. I'm trying to see what road is he on. If he's going north... Okay, I'm going to leave him alone. I was going to try to tell him where to point his camera, but we're just going to let him do his thing and just kind of come back into his feed periodically here, because he is doing a really good job of catching up with the storm. So once he gets in front of that rear flank downdraft, we should have no problem at all seeing the base. If you're just now tuning in, we've got 5 tornado warnings, one confirmed in Blaine, Garfield, Kingfisher, and Major counties. And that's going to be for the storm that's approaching Lacey right now. Take shelter in Lacey and Hennessey and Bison. And then, what else do we got here? Brett Adair has a view of the storm a little bit farther to the north. The storm that's coming into Kremlin and Pond Creek right now is visible from Brett Adair's feed. And it also looks like it's starting to take a little bit more advantage of that lower level jet that is increasing as the sun is starting to set. So that storm's eventually going to go up towards Ponca City. So y'all get ready in a little over an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours, something like that. Get ready over there. Ryan Scholl is on the new tornado warning down here near Watonga. We can see his feed as well. Let me show you that. That's Brad Arnold. Hold on. Where's Ryan? There he is. He's on a dirt road here in Blaine County. He's trying to get in front of that circulation. Right now, we can't really see much of anything from his feed, but I'm sure we will here shortly. Caleb Beecham is kind of in the rear flank downdraft of the confirmed tornado warning now. So we'll see what happens here shortly with his. The most telling imagery that we have right now is from Brett Adair, because he's kind of staying still, and we can see that the storm is definitely getting much stronger up there as it approaches Pond Creek, Kremlin, and Hunter in Oklahoma. So something to observe here with our storm that's coming up to the south and east of Okeene. Notice the hook. Okay, watch what happens here as I push this forward. It's going northeast for the most part, right? And then watch those last couple of frames. You see how the rotating part of the storm moves almost directly east. Some of the storm chasers, you'll hear them call that a hard turn to the right or something. That could be, a sign that, once again, this is a storm that we are going to have to deal with for a long time. Once again, this is a big time developing tornado moving right towards Lacey, Cato, Hennessey, and Bison. This was on the ground moments ago. I don't know for sure if it still is at this moment, but if it isn't, it's about to be within the next couple of minutes. And this is going to be an extremely dangerous situation for the folks in Lacey and Cato. I'll continue to try to give you an idea as to where the tornado might be. But there's a pretty large area where it could be coming together now, somewhere between the Cimarron Valley Cemetery and the Turkey Golf Course along Highway 51 there. The Bison Cemetery needs to be getting ready. Let's see here, the Farmers Electric store needs to be getting ready. If you guys know where any of that stuff is, that's around where the tornado is going to be heading in the next little bit. Wow, what an incredibly impressive looking supercell. Now this is definitely, if it's not already doing it, this is about to plant a monster of a tornado here as it comes into Lacey and Cato. Everybody in Lacey, Cato, Hennessey, and Bison in Oklahoma needs to be getting underground if you haven't gotten there already. This is an extremely dangerous situation. Your life is probably in danger here as a very big tornado is coming together right now. Wow. Looks like storm chaser Caleb Beecham is still behind the storm. He's approaching it from behind, so we still can't see anything from his feed. But if he can figure out a way to get in front of it here, or at least closer, we might be able to see something there. Because, I mean, this is just incredible how well this is organized over the past little bit. Don Murray also is on this storm. Also can't really see much from his point of view here. But what I can see is some really impressive lightning. Look at the lightning uptick within the forward flank of the storm here. Also seeing some concerning signs with our storm farther to the south and west. Hitchcock, you guys need to get to your safe spot if you haven't gotten there already. Yeah, quite the insane presentation here on radar from our supercell that is definitely either about to or currently producing a big tornado. It's been a while since I've had a confirmation on that. The thing is definitely wrapped in rain. Downstream, if this continues to try to produce a tornado here, this is eventually going to affect Douglas, Covington, and Marshall. But the only people who are under a tornado warning right now associated with this storm directly is Hennessey, Lacey, Cato, Bison, and these places, okay? I'm hoping what we see here over the next little bit is a little bit of an occlusion and a recycle that could give us some more time before this, puts down another big tornado. But the velocity continues to show multiple areas where a tornado could form at any moment. And just a reminder to everybody that's watching, we've got a really impressive supercell here, a really impressive looking velocity signature on some of these storms. But even this is not even close to the potential that we have with our current environment that these storms are entering. So once again, it's important to remember that things are probably going to get a lot worse as time goes on. If you know anybody in the potential impact zone tonight, please let them know that things are just now starting to ramp up. Oklahoma City is going to be included in that. Okay, places like Norman, Edmond, Stillwater, Ponca City, Hominy, maybe all the way over there towards Tulsa. These storms are going to be at their strongest once they get to you. And they're already pretty strong. This is an observed tornado warning. So that means that we know that at least at some point here in the last little bit, this was on the ground. It could still be on the ground. In fact, it looks like it probably is somewhere near Lacey right now. You can see the velocity couplet there. And it's moving in the general direction of Cato and Bison. Some more landmarks here just in case. Not a lot. There's not a lot. This is kind of hanging out in the Cimarron Valley area, the Turkey Creek Golf Course. Cato is kind of the area here between West Bison Road and what is that, Drummond Road. If you know where Mustang Gas Products is, that's around where the tornado could be. And eventually it'll move up towards Highway 81, somewhere between Farmers Electric and WM Rankin gravesite. So keep that in mind. Storm Chaser Caleb Beecham continues to get closer and closer. He's right here. Caleb's right here. The tornado should be somewhere right in front of him here, and I don't see any... wait, do I see something? I don't think I see anything. But he's going to be very close to the rotating part of the storm here soon. So we'll see what we see. But at one point this definitely was on the ground. I don't know for sure if it is, just based off of radar right now. But we're about to get a much better idea from the Storm Chaser camera here.
Hey, Ryan, you got a copy?
Yeah, go ahead, Caleb.
I can definitely confirm that there was indeed a tornado on the ground here. We have large amounts of damage on the road right now. It looks like part of a barn has been ripped apart. Power poles are down. Trees are lying down in the road.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you can look here. Caleb's driving through some damage right now, and that makes sense. That's right around where the tornado would have passed, right where he is. So definitely something going on in there. But as you can see, oh, wow. If you look past the damage, all you see is rain. So if we do still have a tornado down here, and we very likely could, it's not going to be very visible. It's very much rain wrapped. Yeah, you're not going to see anything in that mess. Speaking of a mess, you know, this is a great view from Ryan Scholl of a mess that he's about to drive into. But you can see a little bit more of the structure of the storm here. This is kind of the forward flank of the tornado-warned storm that's coming into Hitchcock now and Loyal. But man, that is a powerful-looking storm there. We should definitely probably have Ryan Scholl in one of the top 3 spots. I know Freddie McKinney's going to be having a good view here, so maybe we do, we keep Caleb in 1, we put Ryan in 2, and keep Freddie in 3 for right now. Once again, we are at the beginning stages of what will likely become a big tornado outbreak. Things are really starting to ramp up now. We've got a bunch of people in here already. If you guys want to help us get life-saving information in front of people who may otherwise not be able to get it or not know where to get it, please share our stream on social media and hit the like button so that the YouTube algorithm puts us in front of people who will probably need some of the information that we're going to be sharing. Completely free and with no commercial breaks for the entirety of the evening until the most of the life-threatening storms are over. Yeah, the things are coming together here. It's kind of slow so far, but I mean, everything's going exactly to forecast. The storms continue to look very ominous on radar, and every scan they get more and more rotating and you know, more intense, which is unfortunate for the residents of the areas between Ponca City, Stillwater, Perry, Edmond, Oklahoma City, Moore, Norman, Lindsay, Chickasha, all the way down there towards Anadarko. Like some of these sales towards the south and west are going to you know, impact you all later this evening. Yeah, this thing right here, I believe it's still producing a tornado. We just saw some of the damage from that from Caleb Beecham's feed. I know a lot of you guys are probably watching in the Radar Omega app. But the tornado is just not visible at all. It's a huge rain-wrapped mess. Storm Chaser Freddie McKinney is going to be getting out of the forward flank here in just a moment, so we should see the base through his feed as well. Oh yeah. Once again, I do want to kind of remind people. A lot of times, whenever we start talking about damage, people that don't get hit by the tornadoes that are nearby hop in their car and they go damage sightseeing. There's a little bit of a tornado tourism going on there, and I've been asked several times in the past, and probably will be asked today, to tell all you guys to please don't do that. Pictures and videos of the damage will come in at some point, and we will show them to you. You don't have to go looking yourself. You're just going to get in the way, and you shouldn't. That's just a terrible thing to do.
A new tornado warning.
New tornado
has
warning
been
now
issued.
for Lamont, Deer Creek, and Blackwell, Oklahoma. This is our northernmost significant supercell in Oklahoma right now, the one that has been trying to produce a tornado for a long period of time. It still hasn't been able to. It's still capable of doing that, though, as we get close to, once again, Blackwell, Deer Creek, and Lamont. For the next 48 minutes, you guys should be in your safe spot if you're up there in any of those places. Definitely the most concerning or impressive looking signature on radar right now is coming from the storm that's going between Hennessey and Wakamas.
Hey, Ryan, when you have a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Obviously, I can't 100% confirm, but what I'm pretty confident my camera was just pointing towards, let me try and get back there, is the left edge or the rear edge of what might possibly be a tornado on the ground right now.
Okay. I believe I don't think I have Caleb's feed at this moment.
His feed's in 3. It's not working right now.
Okay. All right, we'll go look at that as soon as we can. But Freddie McKinney is now able to give us a little bit of a better view of the scope of the storm there from his feed, and you can also continue to see the uptick in lightning, which continues to be a theme here that kind of tells us that the storms are getting stronger, and that's going to continue to happen for quite some time. Really quick, I'm checking on the Kansas storm. Lots of people in Kansas are asking about their location. There's nothing really intense going on right now in Kansas other than there is a pretty strong severe storm heading towards Junction City, Wakefield, and eventually over there towards Cottage Hill. This is not tornadic. Honestly, Kansas right now everything's going pretty fine. Everything's A-okay in Kansas right now. And then up here in Nebraska, there's a pretty strong storm to the west of Omaha, to the north of Lincoln. But it's, once again, not tornadic, maybe some hail and some strong winds. We're, once again, mostly A-okay in Nebraska right now. Now, that could change as time goes on, but right now, things are looking fine. All right, I'll let you know if that changes. The vast majority of our storms in Tennessee, Kentucky, South Carolina, North Carolina, those have all died off as well. If you're hearing thunder or receiving rainfall right now, it's just a general garden variety storm that's going on over here. The severe weather has really calmed down in Kentucky, Tennessee, and those areas. The only places where things are actually on the up as far as intensity goes is over here in Oklahoma. All right, we've got a group of supercells that have been going for a while, and now they're really starting to ramp up, and they're producing tornadoes, especially this one, the one that's getting ready to cross or get close to Highway 81 north of Hennessey. Out of all the storms that are currently present, this one definitely the one that has the worst looking signature to it right now. Look at that. Major rotation. Once again, there's your velocity couplet. Very evident that we have a lot of rotation here. And then even more evident, you can't miss this one, the hook. We've got a big hook on this storm, showing where warm, moist air is sneaking into the storm and wrapping around a cool rear flank downdraft. So, it would be really surprising to me if there was not a tornado in there. But you're not going to be able to see it. This is a rain-wrapped tornado for sure. So yeah, that's what's going on with that. That's our most pressing issue. Now, we do have tornado warnings in other places. We've got a tornado warning for Deer Creek, Lamont, and Blackwell as well. The rotation with that honestly doesn't look that bad right now. So hopefully that trend continues. However, we've got another tornado warning for Loyal, Oklahoma. Same thing with this. This rotation isn't quite what we're seeing with the Hennessey storm. Elijah's got something for us, though, so we're going to talk to him. Go ahead. Elijah, did you have something?
Yes, sorry, Ryan.
You're good.
So we do have some damage now coming out of Lacey. We have several trees uprooted, a few power lines snapped, and there is a house that has sustained damage.
Okay, thank you very much, Elijah. We're going to probably be hearing from him a lot as time goes on, as his job is to kind of keep us up to date on what's happened with the storms. We're constantly talking about the future here, and we want to make sure we also keep you updated on what just happened in some of the towns that we've been talking about. So we are getting some reports now of damage, and the storm continues to look like it's getting more and more intense as it gets closer to the area between Hennessey and Waukemis, Oklahoma. So Caleb has a really impressive view now of the underside of this storm, and so does Freddie McKinney. There's Freddie's view. Here's Caleb's view. So inside of that rain shield, you see where it looks like it's almost glowing blue? You guys see that? Inside of that is an incredible amount of hail and wind and rain, and potentially a tornado as well. Just an incredible view there from both Caleb and Freddie McKinney. Let's put Caleb and Freddie in 1 and 2 so I can show them side by side. As soon as that loads up, we'll go right to that. Here's some of the latest parameters that we have in place right now according to the Storm Prediction Center's mesoanalysis page. Most of our convective available potential energy is going to be right in this corridor, which unfortunately is going to be directly available to our storms over the next couple of hours. 4,500 joules per kilogram of Cape, kind of nosing its way up into the Oklahoma City area. lower level Cape, low level instability are really high as well, right around that same area. Significant tornado parameters are very high out in front of these storms as well. Remember, we were looking at this the other night before the Sulphur, Oklahoma tornadoes, and it's not always the same. It doesn't always mean the same thing. But tonight, it unfortunately is probably right on the money here with, once these storms get into that more favorable environment, we're going to see the likelihood that they produce tornadoes really, really kind of pop off. And here's our incredible view of our supercell from both Freddie and Caleb now in Kingfisher County. This is the tornado warned storm. The warning includes Hennessey, but the main part of the storm is going to go to the north of Hennessey. But the rotating part of the storm
has been issued.
Is going to go to the north of Hennessey over Highway 81 near Bison within the next couple of minutes. That's what we're kind of looking into right now through Freddie's feed. And that newest warning includes Walcamus. It includes Fairmont and Douglas. Take shelter if you're in any of those places. And just what an incredibly mean storm. Wow. You can tell that one is not playing around. Unbelievable. And once again, remember this powerful storm that you're looking at here, inside of that blue glowing hail and rain shield, there is likely a tornado. And as powerful as the storm is, it's not even in the most favorable areas yet for powerful storms. So it's going to get more and more intense as time goes on. This storm is eventually going to be moving up towards Douglas and Covington and Garber, maybe even all the way down there towards Perry, Oklahoma. So you guys got to be watching it very closely. What a crazy look to that, man. With the blue there. Wow. What a lightning strike. Let's ask Caleb if that's as prevalent in real life. Caleb, we're just blown away by the storm that you've got there. And we've got to ask, is the blue glow to the hail core as prevalent in real life as it seems to be on camera? It looks like the thing is out of the movie Frozen or something. So yeah, once again, this is the big time supercell with a likely embedded circulation that is either trying to or is currently producing a tornado near Bison, Oklahoma.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm not going to lie. I'm actually going to say that it's probably more prevalent in person than it is on camera. This is probably one of the most blue supercells I've ever seen. So, pretty crazy.
I'm sorry. I thought of Frozen for some reason. I mean, it's blue, you know. I was waiting for chat's reaction to that. Once again, want to remind everybody, just in case we've forgotten, obviously we've got some big storms going on right now. We've had a couple tornadoes already. Here's where we are right now. Okay, this is our significant tornado parameter. Lots of it. Lots of nadir juice out there, right? Let's go into the future. Boom. We haven't seen anything yet. This is the 10 p.m. tonight. Things are going to be off the charts. It's going to be unbelievable how likely it is that we see a big-time tornado. So I just want everybody to remember we're still at the very beginning stages of this. Don't get complacent. Wow. Freddie's got an amazing view of that now. You can see the whole thing. It looks like an Independence Day giant mothership alien spaceship, kind of. The thing's big. He's pointing it out the driver's side window and the passenger side window, and you can see the whole thing. Like you can see you can see half of it through the driver's side window and the other half through the passenger side. That is a large storm. This is what's coming for you. If you are in Douglas, Oklahoma, or if you are in Covington, Callahan, Fairmont, you are under a tornado warning, but you're also under a severe thunderstorm warning. We do expect that at least some golf ball size hail is going to be possible, maybe even a little bit bigger than that, closer to 2-inch in diameter hail as this comes into your neck of the woods. The velocity signatures here on radar are just a little bit wonky, but it's still quite for sure showing us an area of extreme rotation. It's just hard to work out the fine details when you've got some of the interference and side lobing going on like we do. But man, I'm telling you, there's a huge rotating storm there. It's likely causing some major problems. But if there is a big tornado, you're not going to see it. Nick Gorman has a view of this as well. There's that blue supercell. I'm going to ask Nick about it too. Nick, is the supercell as blue in real life as it looks on the camera? Ignored. I'm ignored. That's just so cool. All right, let's go back to the two of you.
Hey, Ron, it's Brad. You copy?
Yeah, go ahead, Brad.
Hey, Ryan, do you copy?
Yeah, Nick, go ahead.
Hey, we are going to target that southern cell that is southwest of Watonga. That's the big cell that the models were hitting on earlier today that really travels on I-40. The El Reno, Oklahoma City tornado right there, possible tornado right there. That's what models were really picking up on. So there's no reason that would not be able to produce a significant tornado in the future. So we're going to head down to Watonga and then drop south to 40 to be able to get a good view of it.
Yeah, I had my Zilla muted for a second. Sorry about that. But yes, it is definitely as green and blue in person, and it is rotating a lot.
You're good. You're good. I had to ask everybody. But yeah, just keep us updated. Yeah, Freddie McKinney is 100% a top-notch chaser. Got a little bit of a donut hole here on radar. We've been seeing some of these recently, haven't we? This is an indication that we have a very strong updraft here, clearing out the center of the base of the storm. It's also a sign that we've got some serious rotation there, and potentially even a tornado happening near Bison. So that's what we're seeing. This is a supercell with a lot of rotation. It's not very often that you see that signature. It's crazy to say that because we've been seeing it a lot here recently. But yeah, that is a sign of a very significant storm if I've ever seen one. We do have a new tornado watch way up north into Iowa, Des Moines, Centerville, Storm Lake, Fort Dodge. A couple tornadoes possible. Ping pong ball sized hail and scattered wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour. Speaking of Fort Dodge, by the way,
tornado watch has been issued.
Just in case you guys didn't know, if you haven't heard yet, the Y'all Squad, our 501c3 nonprofit organization dedicated to helping people hit by severe weather, just recently got an 8,000 square foot facility in Fort Dodge, Iowa, to house some of our disaster relief supplies and trailers and stuff like that, so we can reach people faster that get hit by tornadoes in that general area. And we plan on getting similar facilities in other places as well. So I just wanted to say thank you guys for allowing us to do that. 8,000 square feet, 30-foot tall ceilings. We're going to be able to fit a lot of chainsaws and tarps and life-saving and life-sustaining disaster relief supplies in there and be able to get them to people very quickly. Thank you. So we're starting to see some more features here on Freddie McKinney's feed. Man, he's always got like a really good shot. Part of what I think we're seeing here is the inflow tail. You see the dark kind of cloud near the horizon there moving into the storm. I think that's probably the inflow tail. And then also, I see a little bit of what might be the rear flank, kind of shelf cloud, kind of on the main left side of your screen. So everything that I'm seeing so far is really supportive of the idea that this thing is still rotating like a top, and there's likely either a developing or a soon-to-be tornado inside of all of that mess that you see over there. But it's still very much rain-wrapped, and we're not able to see it at all, really. One of the reasons, these storms are exploding. right now. But now I think there's two main focuses because of the way that they are exploding. The two cells here in the middle have kind of lost their uniqueness, their individuality, I guess you could say. And now we've got a leading supercell at the main front here and a tail end Charlie. I think that those in the near future are going to be the main problems as far as, you know, what's going to produce a tornado and what's not in the near future.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Got a new tornado warning in Oklahoma for our tail end Charlie that we were just talking about. Would you look at that? This is going to include Custer City and Arapahoe, I think. Indianapolis, Oklahoma. Dead
A
women
new tornado
crossing.
warning has been issued.
And those places in Oklahoma, Blaine and Custer counties, take shelter now. We've also got another new tornado warning. This one's up here in Kansas to the north and west of Topeka. Decent area of rotation here just to the west of Manhattan, Kansas. We've got a radar-indicated precautionary tornado warning for Manhattan, Rocky Ford, Living Water Ranch, and Flush. Y'all need to take shelter if you haven't already. No sign of a tornado imminent here, I don't think. But definitely some concern with this area of rotation right here. It's crazy how the sun hasn't completely set yet, but we're still seeing such flashing from all of our storm chasers. A lot of times it's deeper into the evening before we see such prolific lightning visible from the storm chaser feeds. So these are big time electrical storms. Just a couple of reminders here for anybody that's just now tuning in. I know we've got a lot of people here. What we're doing right now is wall-to-wall severe weather coverage on a tornado outbreak. Most of the action right now is in Oklahoma. We got one tornado warning in Kansas. We're checking on it. We've got storms in Nebraska and Iowa as well. They're not really causing much in the way of problems right now. We also have storms over here in Tennessee. There's one severe thunderstorm warning right now just south of Knoxville, Tennessee. There's one in South Carolina. These are all capable of producing some small hail and some gusty winds. The storms in Oklahoma right now are literally capable of taking people's lives. So that's why we're kind of hyper-focused on this area. We don't want to make anybody feel like they're left out or we don't care about them or whatever. But it's important that we focus a lot of our resources on the extremely dangerous situation that is unfolding now in Oklahoma. But I am going to try to jump around as much as I possibly can here to some of these other storms as well. But unfortunately, we've got the beginning stages of a tornado outbreak ongoing here in Oklahoma, and we're just kind of monitoring these storms very closely as they continue to look more and more impressive with each passing moment. This is also, for anybody that hasn't seen it yet, this is our map. This is our SPC map. The reason why everybody's so on high alert today for storms is because we have a rare high risk of severe weather. It's not very often that we see this. In fact, it's so uncommon that the Storm Prediction Center actually, in order for them to come out with this outlook, in order for them to actually issue a high risk of severe weather, they have to believe that the worst storms will be storms that an area may only experience once or twice in a lifetime. So that's kind of what we're expecting tonight from some of the stronger storms that goes through the high risk area. We've got high confidence that an outbreak of tornadoes, damaging winds, and hail is going to happen here. We're going to have numerous severe thunderstorms. The epicenter of activity is unfortunately going to be right around the Oklahoma City area, maybe a little bit north of that. So, you know, we've got a high population center under the gun for significant severe weather here over the next several hours. We're going to be here until the early morning hours tomorrow. I think peak tornado time is probably going to be between right now, honestly, and the next 4 hours or so, at 10 p.m., 11 p.m. That's going to be where things really are at their heightened point, I think. But we're going to deal with this all the way into the early morning hours once again. Also bear with me a little bit because I do have a little bit of some allergies, some cold. So I know that some of you guys can tell. I don't feel bad or anything. It's just kind of annoying.
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. You got a copy?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Hey, I know you're watching it, but that storm southwest of Thomas, that's your tail end Charlie kind of scenario down there. That could be a big-time tornado heading into a pretty populated area pretty soon. It's ramping up really quick. We're getting to Watonga and dropping south on I-40, and we're going to try to get on the south side of it to be able to view it, hopefully with a little bit of sunlight.
All right. So there you heard it from Brad. We're watching the storm now coming north of Weatherford. Man, we got to go back to Freddie's feed. He just continues to provide incredible shots of this big storm now coming into Marshall and Covington, Oklahoma. Tornado warning for you guys, or actually tornado warning for Douglas. There might be a new tornado warning that's issued here soon for Covington as this storm gets closer to y'all. The storm that Brad was just talking about that looks really concerning is this one. And it's the tail end Charlie right now, which means that it's got, you know, kind of the best access to warm, moist air and that nadir juice out of all of these storms. So that one might be our big tornado maker here over the next little bit. We're watching it closely. And you should be too, if you live in the area especially. A couple more points before we get into some absolute chaos here as these storms continue to blow up and start rotating more and more. A lot of people won't see storms today. We're only expecting, a couple of these storms to be the really, really big, intense ones. So if you do see a storm on the way and you live in the risk area tonight, just assume it's going to be a really bad one. The potential for tornadoes is going to increase after dark, so don't let your guard down. Wind shear is going to become much more favorable after the sun goes down. This is very important. The cap is also eroding. So storms are going to be able to, evolve more efficiently here over the next little bit as well. So remember, a lot of places in the risk area might not see a storm at all. But if you do, then you've got to assume that it's going to be one of the worst ones you've seen. Shoal Runner, thank you so much for the incredibly generous super chat. It's your third one. Thank you. It says, thanks, Ryan, and all the chasers for what y'all do. Well, thank you for the support. Really do appreciate it. Also, want to remind everybody that there is a PDS tornado watch until 11 p.m. Central. That includes Oklahoma City, Chickasha, Lawton, all the way up there towards Enid, Bartlesville, areas just east of Wichita. Numerous strong tornadoes expected. No, Kansas is not done with storms for tonight. Kansas is just really lucking out. There's not a lot happening in the southern part of Kansas that has the really favorable ingredients for tornadoes right now. So that's a good thing. I don't know if that's going to continue to be the case. I don't know if we're eventually going to, have an uptick in activity here to the south and east of Wichita. It does look like that's probable as of this moment. We've got new cells that are popping up right here. So I definitely wouldn't let my guard down in Kansas, especially if I'm in Fredonia or Howard or all the way up there towards Humboldt and Yates Center. Also, we've currently got a tornado warning right now north and west of Topeka near Manhattan. This is a precautionary radar-indicated tornado warning. We don't think a tornado is necessarily imminent here, but it's possible, so we want you in your safe spot in Flush, Kansas. Tornadoes are possible, but not likely. Also, way up here into Nebraska and Iowa. Currently, no storm is showing signs of immediately producing a tornado in the near future. So we're watching that. If that changes, we will tell you.
A new tornado warning has been
issued.
issued.
Dixon County, Kansas got a new tornado warning just now. Let's check that out. Look at here. Oh yeah, that's a very that little hook was hiding from me. Could barely see it there. Zoomed out. There it is. Acme, Enterprise, Abilene, Detroit, take shelter. This is the real deal. This is not just a precautionary warning. This looks like it could actually produce a tornado here soon. So take shelter in Abilene and Detroit, Kansas. That is a very serious situation developing there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Additionally, we've got a warning now in Iowa and South Dakota. We just talked about some of these places. This one, a little bit more in the precautionary realm, a little bit of rotation here, likely capable of producing a tornado. But just in case, let's get to our safe spot in Canton, South Dakota, and Larchwood, Iowa. Okay, just get to your safe spot, bring me with you. We'll tell you when it's time to come out, okay? Storm down here near Weatherford, Oklahoma continues to look more and more intense. We've got a tornado warning for Custer City. Take shelter. Our big-time supercell with the massive rotating thing on it continues to get more massive, and it continues to rotate more. However, that rotation is very broad, and it's not currently looking as, I guess, immediately concerning as it was. Now, it looks quite a bit more concerning just in terms of a severe thunderstorm, but the tornado threat, there needs to be a little bit more of a tighter rotation, I think, here before the tornado threat is as high as it was not too long ago. But it's still there. The supercell's still there. It's still twisting, but it might be going through a little bit of a merger here. We'll see how it handles that whenever that completes. We really got to watch the prefrontal cells that are trying to pop up here ahead of that boundary. If these get very strong, they're going to be capable of producing tornadoes as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Garfield and Noble counties are now under tornado warnings. We're up to 7 tornado warnings at this moment. I'll show you where that is just as soon as that polygon starts flashing here for us. But yeah, we've got 7 warnings. The vast majority of those are going to be in Oklahoma. We got a couple in Kansas and Iowa as well. So yeah, there's your new tornado warning. This concludes the I-35 corridor near Perry, Oklahoma. Okay, So this thing is rotating like crazy. I mean, I don't know what's going on in there. Nobody really does. This is what it looks like, though. Deep inside of that monster, there could be a tornado right now. Nobody knows for sure. You can't see what's going on in there. But on radar, it looks like there might be enough rotation to support it. So Covington, Hayward, Lucian, Gansel, all the way up there towards places like, Perry, places just west of Perry, Oklahoma. Take shelter now. Go ahead, Andy. Or Elijah, sorry.
Hey, Ryan. So I just talked with Andy a moment ago, and he was eating at the moment, so he could not catch it. But there was a tornado that most likely just passed about 2 miles south of Kansas State University up near Manhattan. If you go back a few frames, there was a CC drop there. So that was an unwarned tornado. Or no, it was warned with a TOR originally, but it passed probably roughly 2 miles away from Kansas State University.
Muted.
Daggone it. I gotta do something about that. Okay, I'm back. You can hear me now. I'm sorry about that. But basically what I was saying is we've got, a tornado that may have went near Manhattan. There is a warning for that now. However, the rotation has let up a little bit. So we could have another tornado that tries to form with this as it goes up towards Flush and eventually maybe even Westmoreland, Kansas, unfortunately, okay? So yeah, sorry about the whole mute thing. I am having to toggle mute on and off more often than usual so I can go sniffle and cough. Trying to hide as many of them from you as possible because I know that's got to be annoying to listen to. But yeah, I've got to get. I think I might have missed the button there whenever I came back. I'm sorry. It's YouTube. Okay, we're doing the best we can over here. Somebody in the chat just said, talk about Omaha, please. Yeah, there's some storms moving towards Omaha right now. They're just severe. They're not tornadic, really. You're under a tornado watch. However, I wouldn't be too concerned about that. We will let you know if there's any change. Yeah, the rotation over here near Canton, South Dakota, and moving towards Larchwood, Iowa, is also picking up a little bit. You can see here on radar, we've got a little bit of a punch out there on reflectivity. That could be a sign of a quick spin-up tornado trying to happen near Canton, South Dakota. Y'all take shelter up there south and east of Sioux Falls. That looks like a pretty strong storm right now. A couple tornado warnings still ongoing in Kansas. The one near Manhattan has a history of producing a tornado. The one back here near Abilene looks more convincing on radar. However, it's still not completely convincing, I guess I should say. All right, so our big storm over here near Covington is likely about to produce another tornado if it isn't currently. I really hope that everybody in Covington, Callahan, Hayward, Lucian, Gansel, and all of these places are in their safe spots because this is a nasty storm. It's likely producing a tornado, and you can't really see it, right? And also, on top of that, we're going to have golf ball size hail and 60 to 70 mile per hour winds in here, okay? This is a kind of storm where the rotating mesocyclone is so big, we could have a couple tornadoes going on at the same time. So everybody in that warning polygon needs to be taking the warning seriously and getting into their safe spot if they haven't already gotten there.
Hey, Ryan, this is Brad. Do you have a copy?
Yeah, go ahead, Brad.
Hey, if you don't mind, switch over to the Long radar, the FDR radar, and take a look at that storm that is southwest of Watonga. That's probably the best looking storm on radar right now, which is far away from it, and you're not going to get the best view from the northern radar. That would be the one that would track in a big time populated area. So you'll want to look at that from the long
New
radar.
information. This tornado warning
All right,
has been
so
upgraded.
we're looking at this supercell here. That's the one that Brad's after. This is likely going to produce a big tornado here soon. Also, we've got a big tornado seemingly on the ground now with our Garfield County and Noble County tornado. So, yeah, we've got an observed tornado warning here. Get to shelter. Once again, in Hayward, Lucian, Callahan, this is an extremely dangerous situation, okay? Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, that observed warning near Covington came out because the News 9 helicopter did confirm that the tornado is on the ground. So that is most certainly a bad situation, and we have to be in our safe spots.
All right, thank you very much, Riley. Take shelter once again if you are in that area. Now, we do have a couple of storm chasers that are in that general vicinity here. Let me try to see what we've got. Hunter Hurley. My goodness, Hunter Hurley's in a really close position. Bryce Shelton as well. Hold on. Bryce Shelton's going to be really close to that as well. And then Freddie McKinney, Nick Gorman. Like, we've got a lot of storm chasers on this, but nobody's inside of it. But Hunter is actually pretty close. So if there's a big tornado in here, hopefully we're talking to Hunter and we're letting him know just how close he is to potentially being in a dangerous situation in there, if that's his accurate location right now. But yeah, we've got a big tornado down out here between Marshall and Covington, and it's wrapped in rain. You can't see anything with it. Our last frame that we got from Hunter Hurley, who is honestly inside of like the really dangerous part of the storm, you can see what's going on in there. Like, there's heavy rain. There could be a tornado, literally just a football field in front of them, and you'd never know because the visibility is so low. So that's the same kind of unfortunate situation that we're going to be in here for our residents that are going to be experiencing a tornado, likely farther to the east between Covington and Lucian. So once again, please take shelter in Hayward, Lucian, Gansel, and the I-35 corridor there, south of the intersection with Highway 64. Yeah, so Hunter's location here, and hopefully we can get Hunter in one of the top 3 spots. I know it's spotty, but we've got to get like a I'm sorry, what am I saying? We've got to get a view of that. Hunter's somewhere up in here. Tornado is going to be somewhere right in here. There's currently a confirmed tornado located near Covington. The storm has produced tornadoes off and on for over an hour. If you're in Hayward or Lucian, take shelter now. It looks like Freddie McKinney is also inside of the rear flank downdraft here. And all of these headlights you see going by, I believe these are all storm chasers. We're not in a very highly trafficked part of Oklahoma right now. Just to kind of give you an idea of what's going on with the traffic out there. Very dangerous situation to have, packed roads around a heavily rain-wrapped, possibly strong tornado. But that's the situation that we're in right now. So this is just one of a couple of different storms that we're watching very closely right now. We've got an observed tornado up here now to the east of Covington, moving in the general direction of Lucien and Perry. Hopefully everybody over there is in their safe spots. Supercell on the southwestern side of this complex is also coming together here near Custer City, moving towards Greenfield, Geary, and those places in Oklahoma. We're going to be talking about you guys a lot tonight, unfortunately. What do we got going on here on Hunter's feed? Oops. I don't know what we're looking at here, but Hunter was stopped. Got headlights in front of him here. I don't know exactly what's going on there, but obviously we've got some intermittent connection issues because they are literally in the middle of a tornado. Understandably, might lose cell service in that situation. But right here where Hunter Hurley's locator dot is popping up, we've got a report of a tornado from an emergency manager relayed via NWS chat at the intersection of State Highway 74 and Flynn Road, which is exactly where Hunter is right now. So he might have encountered some damage here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Got a new tornado warning way up in Nebraska now. This is for South Bend, Melia, and those places in Nebraska. We've got Cass and Sarpy County in Nebraska under a tornado warning. Take shelter immediately if you haven't already. This is a pretty strong indication of rotation that's capable of producing a tornado. Here's an updated look at Hunter Hurley's feed. Once again, he's right in the middle of this storm that's producing a big tornado down here in Oklahoma. I believe
a new tornado warning.
I believe he's in an all right spot. The odds of him hearing me are low, but should I try to reach out to him? Have you been talking to him, Riley?
Yeah, I believe he's pulled up on the same sort of situation where Brandon Kopic is. I don't know what's going on for sure, but there are some reports that it may have been a chaser hit by the tornado. As far as I know, everyone is okay. There's no reports of injuries in the car. Luckily, just ended up in the ditch.
Okay, if you hear anything else, just let us know. I don't want to call Hunter directly because it's probably pretty loud, and if there is something really bad going on, we might hear like an unfiltered, kind of version of that, and we want to make sure that we we filter it a little bit, just in case there are some details that we might not want to share on the air. But this is, obviously a powerful storm here, and there obviously I think was a tornado that crossed the road right here where Hunter Hurley is. Not too long ago. So we do believe that tornado is probably still down somewhere here between Lucien, Gansel, and Perry. Okay, so Perry, Oklahoma, and everywhere west of there needs to be in their safe spots right now. It's a very dangerous situation. So once again, things are just now starting to really ramp up as far as the tornado outbreak goes. We do expect things to continue to look more and more concerning as we go later into the night. I think probably between right now and maybe midnight, we're going to see a lot of the same. We're going to see some of our multicellular cluster here of embedded supercells continue to try to produce tornadoes and probably successfully produce big tornadoes as they cross the I-35 corridor. Around probably about 3 hours from now, some additional storms are going to pop up even farther to the southwest that will kind of even be in a better sort of spot to try to produce tornadoes. So I think that down here, it'll probably be much later tonight that we have to worry about that. But unfortunately, the significant tornado parameters are still looking like they're going to be quite off the charts when those new storms start to form later tonight. Yeah, and as far as what's going on Hunter Hurley's feed, there's some storm chasers that are in a ditch, and they're just kind of stuck right now. Everybody's okay. Four minutes ago, we got this update from the Storm Prediction Center for northeastern Oklahoma and southeastern Kansas. The tornado threat will increase through this evening. A local watch extension may be needed, with a new watch eventually expected farther downstream. So they're kind of they're looking at these supercells that are forming here out in front of that main line, and that's a pretty concerning situation because they're going to be in a quite favorable environment for tornadic production. And yeah, if they remain discreet, then that's exactly what we'll be dealing with, unfortunately. So two of the places that we're watching the hardest, I guess you could say, right now, as far as the potential for a near-term tornado. We believe that we might still have a tornado down somewhere over here west of Perry, but if we don't, it's very likely that a new one's going to form here soon. So we're watching this storm as it approaches Perry and Red Rock and Morrison, Oklahoma. We're also pretty concerned about the storms up here in Kansas, specifically the one now up to, to the west of Wichita, to the west of Topeka, and also the one up there to the north and west of Topeka. This one has a history of producing a tornado already, and it could very well do so again as it goes up towards Wheaton and Onaga. And then, this storm over here has a more classic supercellular look to it and a lot of rotation. So Moonlight and Chapman, Kansas, get ready for that. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, just an update from the SPC. The high risk was maintained, and it's actually been extended a bit further off to the east. So Tulsa, Oklahoma, that's a major population area, and it is now included in that high risk of tornadoes.
Okay, thank you very much, Riley. Yeah, we did get an update from the Storm Prediction Center. We still have a high risk. They've just shaved a little bit off of all of our risk areas in the west here because as the storms move east tonight, everybody behind them, you're going to lose your ability to have new storms. But they also pushed it a little bit farther to the east. So once again, Tulsa now in the higher probabilities for tornadoes. Bartlesville, Oklahoma City, Norman, you guys are still in there. So unfortunately, no signs that anything's going to, trend in the downward direction as far as the intensity of this event goes. So Storm Prediction Center continues to promote a high risk, a rare high risk for the rest of tonight. Moonlight, Upland, and Milford, you're now under a tornado warning. Okay, we were just talking about that. Really impressive looking supercell here. Lots of rotation. I would be surprised if it didn't produce a tornado as it goes towards Moonlight, Kansas. Take shelter now. Back down into Oklahoma we go. Our storm approaching Perry is such a monster storm that it's hard to tell what the heck's going on out there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Thankfully, it doesn't look as organized as it once did. So hopefully we'll have some time before we have to worry about that again. Let's go to the Lawton, Oklahoma radar and observe our storm, our tail end Charlie that Brad Arnold is currently going after. This storm is rotating a lot. It's got a supercellular structure. So far, not seeing anything imminently like, oh my gosh, this is about to do it. But, you know, that could change very quickly. Definitely be in your safe spots up here in Kansas, up here towards Onaga and Wheaton. And then, of course, in Moonlight and Upland. Those are honestly some of the more impressive looking storms with just in terms of how they're actually interacting with the low-level jet. That newer tornado warning up here in Iowa, South Dakota, and now Minnesota. It's going to go for the next 33 minutes. We do have some rotation here near Rowena. This is moving towards Valley Springs, South Dakota. Eventually, this will make it up there towards Jasper, Minnesota. So get ready up there. This is a pretty strong storm, capable of producing a tornado all the way up there in Minnesota. So we're watching storms now in Minnesota, Nebraska, Kansas, and Oklahoma during this widespread event. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. I think to the north and west of our current Nebraska tornado warning near Wan or Wan, west of Gretna, this is going just to the northeast. So it's going to approach some previously impacted areas close to Skyline and Boys Town here into Douglas County, western Douglas County in Nebraska. So I think this may receive a warning as well, given how close or how fast it's come together on this last scan.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill, drawing our attention to this little area of rotation here. New tornado warning could be issued at some point here for, unfortunately, some places that we were just recently talking about during one of our more recent outbreaks, Elkhorn, Waterloo, Skyline, maybe all the way up there towards Bennington. This doesn't look like a repeat of what we saw the other day or anything like that, but certainly a dangerous situation as a strong storm capable of maybe producing a tornado is coming up towards you, so y'all watch out. Continue to be impressed by our storm near Moonlight, Kansas as well. Hopefully people up here near Milford Lake are aware of the approaching supercell. And yeah. One second. This is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center as far as those tornado probabilities go. Just want to show you this again. So we still have that high risk in place. Hey, Ryan, do you mind checking out Verona, Kentucky? I don't know where that is, but I will look briefly at the state of Kentucky, and there's not anything going on in Kentucky right now. Nothing of any sort of genuine concern. Some strong storms over there in East Tennessee, a couple lingering storms in South Carolina, but nothing. This is just regular springtime stuff for y'all. AEW, thank you so much for that. Still don't think we are at the peak of this event yet. Storm relative helicity values are just now starting to peak over the 200 and 300 mark against some of our storms here in Oklahoma City, which is, Oklahoma, which is a lot and certainly conducive of tornadoes. However, we are expecting those numbers to be a little bit higher the later we go into the evening. We are starting to see a little bit more of an overlap between our lower level instability and some of the vorticity that's out there. That would draw my attention more towards this cluster of storms. Also, up here in Kansas, we're seeing a lot of that as well. So something else to watch out for there. As far as just general surface-based Cape goes, there's still a lot of it down here in southwestern Oklahoma. I think a lot of that's actually going to kind of stick around and kind of fuel some of the storms that will form later tonight. I think closer to 11 p.m. Or midnight, we're going to see a rapid explosion of even more storms way down here in south central or southwestern Oklahoma, and it's going to take advantage of that more unstable atmosphere. But we've got 3,000 to 4,000 joules per kilogram of Cape all out in front of these storms in Oklahoma right now. Significant tornado parameter is very high across a lot of Oklahoma right now as well, all the way up into Kansas. So that would explain why we had such a reaction from this supercell that kind of started interacting with that environment. But now this is it's hardly a supercell. It's kind of taken on a little bit of an outflow dominant looking presentation, which is bad news in terms of damaging winds and also the threat for embedded tornadoes in there. But we'll see what happens if it kind of balances itself back out here. The tail end Charlie also continues to struggle a little bit, but there is some more rotation, a little bit more inflow evident here on some of the latest scans here near Greenfield, Oklahoma. Brett says explain relative helicity or whatever in 10 seconds. Just the amount of spin, that we have in the atmosphere. Just a very quick rudimentary version. What's crazy is we have a ton of spin right now. I mean, 300 is a lot. On that scale, we have a ton of spin. It's increasing, and we have a lot of instability. But I've yet to see a storm properly take advantage of the parameters that are in place, which is a good sign. But I don't know if we're going to continue to have that blessing here. You know what I mean? Storm up here in Kansas. This is one of the more impressive looking views on reflectivity I've seen all day. It's a tiny little storm, but this is a classic supercell with a very obvious hook. See the hook echo there? The rotating part of the storm visible on radar. We also can see the velocity couplet as well. So this one is a candidate for a storm that's very capable of producing a tornado here soon. If it isn't already, get ready up there near Milford Lake. Also continuing to watch the storm north of Wamego and St. Mary's now near Onega and Havensville. This storm is capable of producing a tornado. It's had a history of producing one near Manhattan. It could do it again there as it goes up towards Onega, New Chadle, and Havensville and Corning. That's all in Kansas. Justin says, hi, Ryan. I know it's hard to predict, but what about Joplin, Missouri later tonight? We're expecting to have a line of storms. So Joplin, you guys are under an enhanced risk of severe weather tonight. The biggest threat's going to be hail and wind. However, there's definitely a tornado, somewhat of a tornado probability over towards Joplin later tonight as well, but it's not going to be nearly as high as what we're going to see over the next couple of hours. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, little small QLCS circulation to the north and west of our South Dakota tri-state area. A tornado warning there. Since they did warn something very similar to that, they may warn this one as well. I think it might be in the ending stages of what it possibly could have produced. It was very small before, so we'll see if this continues to broaden out and if they warn it or not. Especially since they warned that further to the north and west as well. I didn't even see that one. Wow. There's so many QLCS circulations here oriented along that northwestern, southeastern boundary there.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like they did just now put out a warning for that. We saw the flashing polygon there. This includes Brookings, Volga, and Bruce way up here in South Dakota. Decent area of rotation here. We could have a tornado and a strong storm moving up towards the I-29 corridor between Medary and Brookings and a little bit towards North Grove Edition. This also could impact places like Bushnell and Aurora, South Dakota. Take shelter now. Additionally, we still have a tornado warning for Jasper, Minnesota. You guys should be in your safe spots. New tornado warning also down here south of Nebraska City. This is not popping up on our overlay, I don't think. Maybe we need to get another refresh on that. I don't know. But we just got a new warning down here for Auburn, Brock, and Julian in Nebraska. That's got some pretty serious looking rotation associated with it as well. Take shelter there in Auburn, Brock, and Julian, Nebraska. Wow. Lots of warnings now coming out across our northern extent of our coverage tonight. Okay, we saw that warning come through, so hopefully we're back on track now. Upland, Kansas, take shelter. You've got a hook echo and a half coming over you. Velocity looks less impressive, but certainly a rotating storm there. All rotating storms need to be watched extremely carefully today. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, just an update on the area I mentioned about 7 minutes ago near Gretna and Skyline, Nebraska. Looks like that circulation's mostly fallen apart rather. I wanted to talk about it again just as an update since it's a slightly sensitive area given the recent damage there over a week ago. So watching for more circulations along the line to the south that would come into northern parts of Sarpy County and then into Douglas County in the Omaha Metro. We'll keep an eye on that. It's going to be a bunch of miniature QLCS spin-up tornadoes if they do occur. And QLCS stands for quasi-linear convective system for those wondering. So that is the situation entering the Omaha Metro at the moment.
Okay, thank you, Andy. I'm going to try to sit for a couple minutes here. We've been streaming for 5 hours now. We've been going for 5 hours. And it's currently 9:25 local, 8:25 central. And we've still got quite a few hours in front of us, I believe. Quite a few. Continuing to watch these cells that are popping up out in front of our big kind of line, honestly, now of storms that extends from Perry, Oklahoma, down towards Weatherford, Oklahoma. We do have some prefrontals that are trying to get going here west of Tulsa. It is taking them a little while, though. So, it'll be interesting to see if they are able to mature quickly enough to maybe take advantage of the ever-growing low-level jet. Before this kind of line gets to them. By the way, the tornadic circulation that prompted our tornado warning back here near Covington has moved past the polygon, and honestly, that warning's probably going to be allowed to expire here soon. There might be a moment here not too long from now where we may have no tornado warnings in Oklahoma. We've got the biggest concentration of warnings now in Kansas, Nebraska, South Dakota, and Minnesota, of all places. There's your circulation still visible there on radar, moving up towards Brookings, South Dakota. There's still a little bit of something there moving up towards Airlie as well, and Pipestone in Minnesota. The rotation moving up towards Jasper is quite less impressive now. A little bit to the south of Omaha, still got a decent area of rotation moving up towards Brock and Julian, west of Auburn. And we are still watching the Onega storm as well, but the rotation continues to look a little bit less impressive with that. I'm still just mostly impressed with our little supercell over here near Milford. Hopefully you guys are still in your safe spots. Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm watching a couple of interesting spots here. There's some supercells out in front of this complex in north central Oklahoma. One that are not warned at the moment near Burbank and Shidler and Foraker. That one is difficult to say without sounding a little sus. But that definitely has some rotation with it from the Topeka radar is what I'm looking at there. But I think you can switch between both of them. Maybe even the Tulsa radar would show that one. So right in between the three radars there is where that supercell's popped up. And yeah, it's been steady state for a while, but I think it's definitely gotten more rotation. The mesocyclone's broadened out a bit, so we can see it better on radar in the most recent scans. So that's what I've got my eye on now, and watching to see if that turns harder to the right to get more helicity with it.
All right, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We're starting to see that our storms that are popping up out in front of the main line are starting to get a little bit more organized. You can see some areas of rotation here on velocity, so we're watching that very closely. Also, our storm that's moved through Perry now, our old tornado warned storm is probably producing some really strong winds moving into Morrison, Red Rock, Sooner Lake. This will eventually move towards Pawnee, Blackburn, and Fairfax. Get ready. That's going to be a big-time storm there as that bowls through. Sophia says 1 inch hail in Bristol, Virginia. Do you see anything bad heading our way? No, over there in Virginia, that's probably as bad as it's going to get. Hold on, I'm just soaking in some information here. Thank you guys so much for sending in so many pictures and tagging us and so much stuff over on Twitter. It's honestly really helpful. The storm up here in Kansas that we've been kind of looking at so much on reflectivity because it has that little hook is about to move through Milford right now. Still radar indicated. It'll be interesting to see if they issue another tornado warning for this. If they do, it'll probably include Riley, Kansas. So you guys get ready for that. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, gonna jump ahead of the curve here and say that Papillion, Nebraska, La Vista, and Ralston in the Omaha Metro should be getting in their safe spots right now. No tornado warning there, but a quick spin up is possible there, especially on the last scan, has come together very quickly. So I do expect that to get warned if it continues to look like that, and hopefully we can get advanced heads up before that heads right into Omaha. That might be worth looking at some of the mesoscale to look at that exact storm path since it's so densely populated, and even a quick spin up tornado could cause some damage here. So that will cross over I-80 east of the I-680 and 80 junction, right through the Ralston, La Vista area in Omaha.
All right, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Once again, no tornado warning with this area of concern that he just called out. However, a tornado could be forming here somewhere around the Walnut Creek Recreation Area. All right, and if it goes, this one would be moving pretty fast. Okay, then if it goes in the general direction of what we've been seeing on radar so far, it's very quickly going to go up past the AF Academy, past Portal Road there, near the Walmart that's right next to, what is that? The Terra Hills Golf Course. So if this thing is going to produce a tornado, that's around where it is, where it's going to be in the next little bit. Beyond that, we can see it go plumb all the way up there towards Karen Western, Mockingbird Hills West, and South Omaha Drive. If you guys know where Hanscom Park is, that's also going to kind of be in the path here. If this thing produces a tornado. This kind of signature has been warned a couple of times tonight, and it would be, it would be likely that happens again if that continues to show up. So get ready if you are in the southern Omaha area, not under a warning, just y'all watch out. If you're watching this right now, you want to be extra weather aware, and that's what we're trying to do for you. Okay, so it's official. At this moment, 134Z, 834 Central. We have no tornado warnings in Oklahoma at the moment. However, we have a monster amount of severe thunderstorm warnings from Weatherford all the way up to the Kansas border.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And here's our new tornado warning in Minnesota. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. The latest on the Scheidler and Foraker, Oklahoma storm definitely looks like it's going to get a warning and quickly squash that no warnings in Oklahoma thing. So that'll be northwestern Osage or Osage. Yeah, Osage
a new
County
tornado
here.
warning has been issued.
Yep.
And then the latest scan on our Omaha Metro storm, just give you the most up-to-date info. Does look like that didn't come together very quick, or did not come together in a strong way. I hope it stays that way and does not produce a spin-up tornado, but that was a very rapid organization, so I wanted to make sure to say it ahead of time. And if you did take shelter as a result of that out ahead of this, then it's great because you got some really much-needed practice of getting in your safe spots.
A
and
new
so forth,
PDS
as we were
severe
able to
thunderstorm
call
warning has been issued.
A line out ahead of this where it could form. So these things happen so fast, I wanted to make sure, just in case it did, that we were ahead of the game.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, always ahead of the game. Once again, bringing us down here to this newest tornado warning in Oklahoma that lasted a whole maybe minute and a half where we didn't have tornado warnings in Oklahoma. But yeah, now we've got a tornado warning for Foraker, Blackland. You guys in Oklahoma need to be taking shelter. This looks pretty serious here. Also, supercell just north of that near Cedar Vale is kind of picking up a little bit on with rotation, so you guys need to be watching out as well. I'm going to go through all of these again. They did issue a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Riley and Leonardville, Kansas, as a replacement for the tornado warning. So it doesn't look like they're going to issue a new tornado warning maybe for the storm that's going through Milford right now. However, they are doing a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Leonardville and Riley. That's potentially going to bring about some softball-sized hail. 4-inch in diameter, maybe even larger for, once again, Riley, Bala, Leonardville, and Wallsburg. I would just treat that as if it's a tornado warning and get to shelter. Softball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds is not something that you want to play around with at all. Get indoors, get away from windows, and honestly, get in your tornado shelter. We've got a bunch of tornado warnings up here in South Dakota and Minnesota as well. These little areas of rotation are looking more and more intense, so keep that in mind. In Trotsky, Hatfield, Woodstock, Minnesota, take shelter. Airlie, Minnesota, y'all take shelter too. Brookings, Bruce, and White in South Dakota, you've got a strong storm capable of producing a tornado coming towards you. Lightning is becoming more and more prevalent in our storm chaser feeds here. You can see Freddie's camera just going off. You can see Caleb's and Brad's as well. It looks to me like Freddie McKinney is going towards that more southern storm, the one that Brad is on right now, and Ryan Scholl. He's close to Okarsh. Caleb Beecham is also on his way there as well. So Caleb, Brad, and Freddie are pretty much on the same storm here. So back to our newest tornado warning here near Foraker. It continues to look more and more organized. I'm interested to see if we're going to see a similar situation happen with this storm just to the west of Tulsa, because it's going to be entering that same environment. Is it Okarchi? Okay. All right. I see a 3-inch hail report. I don't know if we got a 4-inch hail report with that storm. But man, 4-inch hail, that's big. Get ready in Riley and Leonardville, Kansas for that. My gosh. Real quick before we dive even deeper into our radar analysis here, I do think it's important that we shout out Fisherman's Corner, who just now gifted 50 Ryan Hall Y'all memberships. That's a big deal. That's the most they will allow you to gift. So thank you, Fisherman's, and congratulations to all of the new members. Thank you very much. Oh, he did it twice. He's done 100. Holy smokes. Wow. Once again, thank you very much. That's huge. And once again, congratulations to all the members. Now we've done a really good job. We're doing it before every live stream. We're doing it either a 30-minute to a 1-hour pre-stream where we go over some educational stuff and just kind of talk and do some Q&A. So you guys get access to that now. Andy, go ahead.
Hey Ryan, in southeastern Kansas near Howard and Moline, I know this is an area that I saw a few of those PDS warnings, the 10 days ago when we had that event going through. That looks like it's consolidating quite well in rotation there. I would expect that if it continues to look like this for another frame, another radar scan, or just this scan, that Wichita would issue a tornado warning for Elk County in Kansas, and that would probably go up to the northeast right through Howard in Kansas. So let's make sure y'all watch out here and are taking shelter ahead of time in Howard, Kansas.
All right, thank you, Andy. You can see the area of rotation right here near Howard. So we're watching that very closely. That would move in the general direction of Fiat, Severy, Cave Springs. Get ready. Y'all watch out.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
We did just get a new tornado watch in Missouri until 4 a.m. Joplin's included in that. Sedalia, Moberly, Kirksville, Kansas City. A few tornadoes possible. Ping pong sized hail, 75 mile per hour winds until 4 a.m.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Man, the storms are getting wild in their appearance here. I don't know what storm chaser Caleb Beecham is running up on, but you can see the massive supercell out in front of him here. That's the Kingfisher storm. And, okay, yeah, he's just going past some police officers on the side there. But, my goodness, look at the lightning activity. Just an incredibly electric storm here. I can feel what that must feel like to be out there just from watching this feed. You can just tell how electric the atmosphere is. I'm going back up.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, if you look down towards the right headlight of Caleb's car, you can see some mild-sized hail falling.
Oh, okay. I did not even notice that. So this is a live look from around Okarche, Oklahoma, looking towards Greenfield and Watonga and Kingfisher, that general vicinity there. We've got a big storm. And Caleb's right on the outskirts of it, showing us the incredible lightning show and even some hail falling that far away from the storm. So interesting stuff for sure. Velocity on our storm over here, exiting northern Oklahoma and moving into southern Kansas, continues to look really impressive. Hewens might be one of the places next in line here for a potential tornado warning. Also, I still see a lot of that in the storm near Howard and Fiat as well in Kansas. The other storms that did have tornado warnings associated with them in Kansas have been allowed to expire. We still got that softball size hail producer though moving into Riley and Leonardville in Kansas right now, and Walsburg. Y'all get ready for that. And then we got this group of tornado warnings up here in Minnesota that's continuing to look quite impressive on radar, but not. These don't look like big-time violent tornadoes or anything. They look like spin-ups that could cause damage. So everybody in those polygons needs to take this seriously. The storms are looking really impressive through the chaser feeds there. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning now for Kay and Noble counties in Oklahoma. Mary and Ryan, thank you for becoming members. Once again, I'm just reading some information. Lots of information floating around out there. Shout out to Union Fire in Kentucky. Currently, the Oklahoma City area is not, there's no storm seemingly coming right for the Oklahoma City area right now. However, I still believe that we're going to see new storms forming down here at some point. It might not be even soon.
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. You copy?
So the latest HRRR doesn't show those storms really starting to pop up until 1 a.m. actually. Yeah, Brad. Let's talk to Brad. Yeah, go ahead, Brad.
Hey, we are down on I-40 right now, about to be looking north into there are really two embedded supercells, one almost due east of Watonga and one to the south of Watonga. Both of those would be tailwind Charlie type storms. So as of right now, that's what I see as the most, possibility of maybe a significant tornado in the near future.
I would agree with Brad here. We've got these two areas of rotation here with embedded supercells on the tail end of this blob now of storms that stretches between Kingfisher and Perry, Oklahoma. We need supercells in this environment really to kind of do what we expect them to do. And the only things that we have that resemble supercells right now are these two structures right here. This one's actually pretty intense looking. This one's a little bit more embedded in that line, but still there's an inflow notch. There's the ability for inflow to come into that storm. Okay. Outside of that, our only other supercellular structures that we have right now are kind of over here. So we're watching those closely as well. Andy's got something for us. Go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan, just a quick question for you. Did Brad say that he was only looking at that from whatever radar was to the north?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Okay, that was just what you were looking at it from.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. So you can see the hook on the Oklahoma City radar now. So that's where I would look at it. That definitely has showed up in the last scan. And I think that it does have a legitimate rotation attached to it
Ryan,
as well.
It's Brad again.
Looking at it from the Tesla radar as well.
Okay, thank you very much, Andy. Brad's got something.
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad again. Sorry to interrupt, but incredible lightning show up on the subgraph. You can see it all the way up through the column.
Yeah, Brad's got an incredible view here. Wow. So Brad is to the south of the storm that we're now seeing that hook on near Greenfield, Oklahoma. And you can see the lightning. I don't know if he has the ability to tilt the camera up at all, but man, you can see the lightning all the way up the column there. And just honestly, a very visible supercell as well from even out in front of it there. So, yeah, that's Brad Arnold's point of view of the probably most concerning looking supercell that we have right now in the near future. We'll probably see a tornado warning associated with this soon. Greenfield, Calumet, Geary, you guys get ready. What a lightning display. Debbie Moore. Everybody say thank you to Debbie Moore once again.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Contribution, generosity there. Keep up the good work. I know it's hard when you are sick. So here's some comic relief. What do mermaids wash their fins in? Tide. I love that. That was great. That was good stuff. Thank you, Debbie.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. We just got a new tornado warning in Mills and Pottawatomie counties in Iowa. It's another one of these little spin-ups. This one looks a little impressive. To be honest, it looks, definitely warranting of the warning is warranted up here. Silver City, Macedonia, Carson, Oakland, in Iowa. You guys should take shelter immediately. And then we also got a new warning just recently here in Minnesota.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Minnesota might be sort of in the lead today as far as tornado warnings go so far. But anyways, Edgerton, Lake Wilson, and Woodstock, you guys need to take shelter. These are for precautionary little areas of rotation that could lead to spin-up tornadoes that cause damage, okay? We're not looking at violent, long track tornadoes up here, but we're definitely looking at stuff that you should take shelter for, all right? And this is happening now in southwestern Minnesota. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan. I think the latest scan on this storm that is west of Tulsa, the supercell that you pointed out, that might prompt a tornado warning. It's looked like that a couple of times, but it's been in a little bit of a disorganized side-lobed area where we're not really sampling the storm at the main lobe of the radar. So I think now we kind of are, and I wouldn't be surprised with a tornado warning that is in eastern Pawnee County, southeastern Pawnee County, and into eastern and southeastern parts of Osage County here for Hominy and Cleveland and Peru in Oklahoma. So I think that might be the next warning we see.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. Yeah, this looks like it's coming together quite quickly here near Jennings. This is west of Tulsa. Here's Tulsa. This is the supercell in question here. So we're going to watch that continue to try to develop as it moves off to the north. The other cell that we were watching there just prompted a new tornado warning as well for parts of Kansas. Sedan, Grafton, Moline, Elk Falls, Longton, Oak Valley. All you guys are under a tornado warning now. Take shelter immediately. And my goodness, the lightning is just... It's honestly a little distracting here, but I want to make sure we keep our Storm Chaser feeds up because especially down here towards the south on these two embedded supercells.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We're probably going to see a tornado here at some point. I think we just got a new tornado warning for Canadian and Kingfisher and Blaine counties. I think that's going to be for the more southern storm down here. Yep, there it is. So there's your new polygon. And this is likely going to be our next storm that probably produces a tornado here. So Brad's going to give us a view of the base of that, and Caleb here soon. I think that... who else? Oh, my goodness. Of course, Freddie McKinney is also on that storm. He's been in all the right places so many times today. So, yeah, Freddie McKinney's there, Caleb and Brad. We're going to see this thing really start to come together, I think, over the next couple of scans and tell us the full story of what's going on here. So take shelter. If you are all, even over there towards Okarche, Oklahoma, you are under that tornado warning. We are up to 8 tornado warnings, which I think might be the highest of today. But remember, a lot of that is coming from these circulations up here in Minnesota, where there's a couple of overlapping warnings. But still, lots of activity right now, that's for sure. We want you in your safe spot in Oakland and Carson, Iowa, just in case anybody missed that. And then also in Sedan and Longton, Kansas.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
New PDS severe thunderstorm warning for Pottawatomie counties and what was that, Sedan in Kansas. So now our softball sized hail producing storm, they've downgraded that now to just baseball size, but still baseball size hail is possible over the next little bit in Oldsburg, Randolph, and maybe even over there towards Fostoria. So get ready for that. That's something that you should probably take shelter for. Get away from windows, get indoors. Baseball size hail flying around at 60 miles per hour, that's dangerous.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, that latest tornado warning is for the storm we were talking about for Pawnee and Osage counties. Now there's a storm to the north of that in southeastern Kansas and northwestern Chautauqua County, headed towards Moline, Kansas. It's within a tornado warning, but for the storm to the south of it, and it's much more intense looking. I am not sure if this is like an embedded supercell or what, but it's come together on the last couple of scans here. So I definitely think it. If they're gonna include it in this warning, then we won't get a new warning for this area. But if they issue
a new tornado warning has been issued
for this storm, then this is gonna, whatever. You're gonna get another tornado warning in Elk County. This is the one we're talking about for Elk County, Kansas, and northwestern Chautauqua County. I think this one might produce a tornado. It looks really intense, and it will be wrapped in rain as it heads up to Moline, Kansas. Here, it's on a direct course to that. So hopefully this doesn't last until the town. But if it does, this is your heads up that there's another storm within a current tornado warning heading towards you.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy. He's talking about this area of rotation, if it'll load. Right here. It looks much more intense from what I can tell than what is currently warned. So just get ready for maybe a new warning there. Get ready to take shelter. Also, we got a warning for the storm west of Tulsa that we were talking about earlier. This is going to be for Hominy, Barnsdall, Avant, Oklahoma. Take shelter now. We also got a new warning in Minnesota, of course. This one's going to include Tyler, Minnesota. Decent area of rotation still evident on radar here, bringing our total tornado warnings currently to 10, and we've got 20 severe thunderstorm warnings. So it's extremely active out there right now. As we head towards the peak of this event, I still don't think we're at the top, but things are definitely ramping up right now as everything starts to come into place for our significant severe weather outbreak. Brad Arnold's right on the base of this thing, down here near Greenfield, Oklahoma. This is our biggest and baddest supercell in the favorable tornadic environment, I think, in Oklahoma right now. So if a big tornado is about to happen, it's going to happen with this storm, I think, in the near future. Maryland, thank you so much for that. You guys are being super supportive. I'm trying to watch everything and read everything in the chat, but obviously I missed some of it. But Maryland, thank you so much for that. National Weather Service in Norman tweeted out that the tornado potential is increasing in Greenfield, Geary, and Okarche. And also Survive a Storm. Shout out to Survive a Storm Storm Shelters for gifting 20 memberships. Survive a Storm Storm Shelters is the brand of storm shelters that we use here at the Weather House. I highly recommend looking up their website if you are interested. in getting a storm shelter for yourself. So yeah,
a new tornado warning
the
has
storm
been
down
issued.
here in the tail end Charlie, if you will, that we are kind of locked in on, continues to look, more and more impressive with each scan. It looks like it has wide open inflow. It's the low level jet is really starting to ramp up. Everything is coming in line here. So like this storm's got everything going for it. So unfortunately, this might be one that we have to watch for quite some time here. That newest tornado warning is going to be for a small area of rotation north of Call City, up here in Oklahoma. Y'all get ready for that. East of Newkirk, up there towards Hardy, Oklahoma. My goodness. And thanks to everybody who's doing the gifted memberships, and congratulations to all of the new members. Thanks for your support. And also thanks for helping us get the word out. There's a lot of you here. I think we're about to have to use that group voice to really get the word out here, because this storm right here, if it's not this storm, then it'll be a storm that pops up right behind it a little bit later, or somewhere around here. There's going to be a storm or two that is really going to put us in a position where we have to alert people as to what's going on in a pretty serious way, and I think we have a good platform to be able to do that now because we have so many people here. Justin Peter now with the 20 gifted. My gosh, that's huge. Everybody say thank you to Justin as well. Elijah has something for us. Go ahead.
Hey, Ryan. So from the National Weather Center in Norman, Oklahoma, we could actually see some of the lightning that was from that Kingfisher storm. But I wanted to mention that we've currently got 9 tornado reports currently. One of those is in Kansas, and most of those are coming from Oklahoma. However, we also do have a tornado that was confirmed in South Dakota, and surprisingly, up in Nebraska, we had a tornado early this morning, and it got rated 4 hours later. So,
okay, all right, thank you, Elijah, for the update there. We've got, a lot of information probably starting to pour in from some of these more recent storms. But so far, no devastating news, which is good. We obviously, we're a big fan of that here. But, if things start to, if some news comes in about damage or anything like that, we're going to hear that from Elijah. So let me take you on a tour here of everything that we're watching as we, continue to see our tornado situation develop here. All the lightning and spooky scenery that you see at the bottom of your screen from our storm chasers is coming from this storm way down here near Calumet and Okarche, Oklahoma. Okay, we are calling this the tail end Charlie because it's at the tail end of our line of storms. And it has the greatest access to tornado ingredients because it's all by itself down here. It is rotating, and it's got a tornado warning on it. That's all we know right now. Our storm chasers are trying to get closer to inspect it to see if there's anything else that we need to tell you. Take shelter, though, if you're in Okarche or Altona, Oklahoma. This big line of storms here is producing maybe up to 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. That's moving into Stillwater here soon. We got a tornado warning west of Tulsa for Hominy and Barnsdall. This storm continues to look more and more concerning. The rotation is definitely there. Osage, get to your safe spot. Hominy, Barnsdall. That one is probably one of the more concerning looking supercells that we have right now as well. Big time wind getting ready to come through Scheidler and Pawhuska, Fairfax, as we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for that area that goes all the way out to Bartlesville. We also have a tornado warning way up here for Sedan and Moline and Longton in Kansas. Rotation down here, a little bit of rotation up here coming up towards Moline as well. I'd actually be more concerned with that one. But both of these areas and everybody in between needs to be in their safe spot because you are also under a tornado warning. Severe thunderstorm warning for Toronto and Quincy in Kansas. Everything kind of breaks up around Topeka and Kansas City right now. We're not seeing any sort of severe weather in that general area at the moment. That may change later tonight. Baseball-size hail is possible within the next 24 minutes in Oldsburg, for Astoria and Blaine, Kansas. We still have a tornado warning just to the east of Omaha here. This includes Oakland and Carson in Iowa. Rotation has calmed down a lot with that. 3 ongoing tornado warnings also up here in Minnesota. The rotation has calmed down with these quite a bit as well. We're going to see the 2 of these tornado warnings likely expire within the next 5 minutes. Couple severe thunderstorm warnings out east. In fact, there's one in North Carolina right now. Inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible in Mocksville and Harmony, North Carolina. Nothing too out of the ordinary over there. So yeah, that's what we're doing. That's what's going on right now. Okay, we're watching the storms as they continue to try to engage with this really favorable environment for tornadoes. I mean, it just keeps getting more and more favorable. As you can see here, we've got a 12 on the significant tornado parameter, output here down here in southern, south central Oklahoma. We've got, what else do we got here? Yeah, I mean, like, things are just there. Things are definitely in place for tornadoes. But thankfully, so far, a storm really hasn't been able to fully take advantage of the very favorable ingredients that are in place. I don't think that we're going to keep that luck, but, as of right now, that's what's happening, so we'll take it. Yeah, the lightning with these storms it just continues to be more and more impressive. By the way, for anybody that's watching that is interested, all of these storm chaser feeds that you're seeing, or at least most of them, like Brad Arnold and Caleb and all these guys, you can look at those cameras in your own Radar Omega app. If I'm not showing it big enough for you, you can full screen it. You can put it up on your own app on iOS or Android, whatever you want to do. Highly recommend the Radar Omega app. It's the app that I use to guide millions of people across the U.S. through some of the worst storms that happen in the U.S. And it costs $9. You can't really beat that. So always try to shout them out as much as possible. Tail end Charlie storm continues to look more and more impressive. I mean, that last scan there, if that's not a hook echo, I don't know what is. That is a really impressive looking storm right there. And Caleb Beecham is right in front of it. You can see his marker here on the Radar Omega app right now. Joe Thomas, thank you. Billu, thank you. Love all the work that you do, Ryan. Might need to grab a Red Bull soon. I don't think so. I think I'm good. I would like to have an immediate cure to my allergies or whatever I've got going on here, my little funk. But for the most part, I'm ready to rock and roll for the rest of this outbreak. We've been going now for close to 6 hours. We will continue to go for quite some time.
Hey, Ryan, this is Brad. Got a copy?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, Ryan. So we're having to go all the way back up to Watonga. There are no routes unless you go all the way down on I-40 across the Canadian River. The only other routes were dirt and gravel, or mainly dirt roads. We tried to test one out. We started to sink, so we're going to have to stay on the highway. Going up to Watonga, headed east. And once the storm looks like it's producing a tornado, we will come at it. More than likely come at it from the north end from Kingfisher. And then soon enough, Guthrie down the road as well. But we've got to go to Watonga to get east.
All right, that's Storm Chaser Brad Arnold, who is currently over here. He's not able to find a good route directly towards the storm, so he's going to have to go like this on his approach to that storm. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, I just spoke with Luke, and if you take a look at GR2, you can see that he is quite literally in the info notch of the storm. And he said that there's a very rapidly rotating wall cloud with this, and it looks like it's starting to get its act together here, and it may produce within the next few minutes.
Okay, Riley, thank you so much. Luke Hatton, also out there storm chasing today. Another Ryan Hall, y'all team member here, edits a lot of our stuff as well. Also storm chasing, wears many hats. Okay, Luke now telling us that the storm is getting its act together. We can see that obviously through the reports that are coming in from our storm chasers, and also just from the radar. You can see very clearly now that this is organizing quite a bit.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Hey, Ryan, when you have a second.
Go ahead, Caleb.
I know Riley just mentioned kind of from Luke's perspective, and I actually just passed Luke. I'm moving north towards the storm right now, and as the lightning kind of flashes, you can actually see that very well-developed wall cloud here on the right side of my screen, which looks like it might be producing a small funnel right now.
Okay, so this is a live look from Caleb Beecham's point of view, who, once again, is really close to that rotating part of the storm near the hook echo there. If you pay close attention, when the lightning strikes, you can kind of see some of the lowering and the concerning area that we are talking about there. Yeah, on the right. Definitely saw a little bit of a lowering there for sure. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I've been waiting until something with a visible debris signature on radar happens with this storm that's northwest of Tulsa now. No debris signature on that yet. Definitely not a verifiable one. Anything you've seen, if you've been following along in chat, has been in the clear air region of that, so that's non-meteorological. But I do see a couplet here on velocity, so if there is a debris signature soon, then we might as well have a confirmation of why that would be ahead of time as it heads into hopefully more rural parts of Osage County east of Hominy here. So hopefully that's not going to impact very many people here, but it does look like this is at its point that it would be most likely to produce a tornado here. Not a confirmed warning still, radar indicated warning, and has been for a while. I've just been eyeing it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
The newest on it if it does produce a tornado.
All right, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. This supercell continues to look really impressive on radar, and you can see that very visible hook, and now the rotation that's also very visible here. So everybody between Hominy and Barnsdall up here in Osage County needs to be taking shelter. We just got a new warning for Osage County as well for this little area of rotation south and east of Foraker, moving up towards Elgin and Bollinger Landing. So y'all can take shelter up there. This storm down here, though, the one directly to the north and west of Tulsa, has a look to it on radar that means that or it could mean that, it's a storm that's capable of producing a pretty big tornado. So hopefully it doesn't, and this line kind of knocks it out of balance here soon. But if it does, it's going to happen somewhere between Hominy and Barnsdall. So y'all go ahead and get in your safe spots. Back down to our rotating storm down here, south and west of Kingfisher, north of Calumet, Oklahoma. Storm chasers continue to give us an impressive view of that. Caleb Beecham's got a really good view of it. This is kind of with our night vision camera on top of the not night vision, but you can see a little bit better here from the top camera. That's a huge lowering there. Caleb's current location is along Highway, the 192nd Street North. Okay, and he's looking north towards the Highway 3 area between Watonga and Kingfisher. And I think what we're seeing there is a developing tornado. Go ahead, Andy.
Okay, now, Ryan, I'm glad I was talking about this Hominy storm, because now it looks quite significant. Again, no debris yet, but I'm looking about 3,100 feet above the surface here, which is just about a kilometer, so it takes a little bit of time for that, if there is any debris from an ongoing tornado, to reach that height. But I just about bet with a signature like that we are going to see something going on here. And so if a confirmed warning comes through for Barnsdall and Avant in Oklahoma here, that would be the reason why, and we'll have to do a mesoscale on that. So watch that one really closely with each new scan, Ryan.
All right, thank you so much. And production, keep an eye on Nick Smego. He's going to be pretty close to that storm soon, up here to the north and west of Tulsa. This is an incredibly concerning look to this storm here near Hominy. We've got a big time hook, and now the velocity signatures are just off the wall here. We've got a
new
confirmed tornado
this
warning
tornado
now associated
warning
with
has
this.
Been upgraded.
So it's official. This storm is putting down a tornado. It's on the ground right now near Hominy.
Hey, Ryan, that tornado is going to be on the ground to my left here.
And it sounds like we are also getting ready to get that tornado on the ground as well, down there where Caleb Beecham is currently with the Canadian County storm. So all of the lightning flashes, all of that stuff that you see on the bottom of your screen, that's down there towards Calumet in Canadian County, Oklahoma. However, we've got a pretty serious situation unfolding up here between Hominy and Morgan's Corner to the north and west of Tulsa, as well as I think a strong tornado is coming together right now. Go ahead, Andy.
So sorry, Ryan, but there's a big debris ball east of Minden, Iowa. I'm being serious here. Minden, Iowa, QLCS tornado unfortunately just touched down. I think east of the town, far enough to hopefully where previously affected areas were not affected, but thankfully that warning was out for that area. Small QLCS tornado that just did some damage there. Hopefully nobody got impacted, but Shelby, Iowa is very, very close to that. And then again, Harlan down the line from that. So hopefully it doesn't last that long, but that is confirmed doing damage, will be upgraded. And then after you relay that, then take a look at the debris ball on our Osage County storm.
Okay, so yeah, it does look like we had a tornado at least close to Minden, Iowa not too long ago. Get ready in Shelby and Tennant and Harlan. Wow, unbelievable. This is the very familiar corridor to us. Get ready for that as this storm is going to continue to move off to the north and east. Hopefully Minden was spared, or was missed there for the most part, but now we've got to be concerned about the Shelby and Magill areas and Tennant in Iowa. Let's go back down to our storm to the north and west of Tulsa near Hominy. We also have a strong storm here. This is producing a debris ball as well. This is a tornado currently doing significant damage just east of Hominy. I think that right now it's already crossed over Highway 20. It's already crossed over the lake there, the Shattuck Lake. The Skiatook Lake, sorry. Some of the next places in line here, I think, for potentially receiving some impacts from this storm is going to be places like the Drummond Ranch. Okay, if you know where that is, the Lone Spring School Historic
New information.
Site.
This tornado
and now that's going to
warning
be a
has been
PDS
upgraded.
tornado warning. A PDS tornado warning is issued whenever we have a
new information.
Wow.
This tornado warning
so that
has been
confirmed
upgraded.
warning right there is coming through for specifically for the storm in Iowa that we were just talking about up there near Minden, Iowa. But right now we have a PDS tornado warning for areas between Hominy and Morgan's Corner in Oklahoma. We have a large damaging tornado on the ground right now, okay? And it is, once again, just to the east of Hominy, somewhere near the Drummond Ranch. All right? Near the Drummond Ranch. If you know where Cotton Gin Road is, all right, the road that connects Hominy over there towards the Bull Creek Peninsula Recreation Area and the Brannon School Historic Site. That's about where the tornado is now. It's going to continue to move up towards the general Birch Lake area. Okay, Barnsdall, you guys are in the path of this thing. Gilland and Nichols as well. We have a particularly dangerous situation where we have a big tornado on the ground right now, north and west of Tulsa, moving towards Birch Lake and Barnsdall over here. Please take shelter immediately. You got to get into the most interior room of a well-built structure. You got to get into hopefully underground in a basement or in a storm cellar or something like that. If you can't do that, then get into that interior closet or bathroom. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Cover your head and make sure you bring me with you, a charged tablet, a charged phone. Have some way of getting a hold of people after this thing goes by. Unfortunately, you're also going to want to think about potentially bringing some shoes because you might have to walk over some debris if you have to evacuate your home in the event that you take on some damage. All right. So once again, PDS tornado warning right now for Osage County, Oklahoma, specifically for the areas between Hominy and Gilland. Tornado currently at this very moment is crossing over Highway 2130. Just to the east of Big Elk Cemetery and the Sunset School Historic Site. It's pretty rural, the exact area that it's in right now, but Lone Spring Historic Site, you're next in line. And when this gets closer to Birch Lake, there's all kinds of potential residential areas, and of course the city of Barnsdall that's going to be in the direct path of this thing. So Barnsdall, take shelter now. All right, so that's our PDS tornado warning there in Barnsdall, Oklahoma. That's just to the north and west of Tulsa. Let's go back over here to where all of our storm chasers are. Currently, no confirmation on a tornado here just yet. However, I mean, you can see the lowering just keeps getting lower. We've got an ominous storm coming together here. A tornado is imminent, I think, for Okarche, Oklahoma. Hopefully, you guys are in your safe spots already. Tornado warning continues for Longton, Moline, and Sedan in Kansas. And then we've got that observed tornado warning for Harlan, Iowa. We saw a tornado go through or near, unfortunately, Minden, Iowa, not too long ago. Now that's moving very quickly between Tennant and Harlan. Hopefully you guys are in your safe spot. And that's pretty much what we've got going on right now. Our main focus, because that Minden storm, for the most part, has let up a little bit, our main focus has to be this extremely destructive and life-threatening tornado that continues to barrel through portions of Oklahoma between Hominy and Barnsdall right now. Look at that debris ball on radar. Wow. The good news is maybe, just maybe, this line of storms here is going to, at some point, crash into this cell, and that might, kill it. However, it's got some time before that happens, and I don't think it's going to happen before it gets to Barnsdall. Once again, debris is visible on radar here, and also our velocity couplet. It continues to be extremely concerning. The blue area here represents where we probably are seeing some debris being lofted up into the air as a result of the tornado. But the easiest way to kind of differentiate exactly what's going on with this storm, just based off of the radar, is by looking at that hook echo and the debris ball that's associated with it. Nick Smego is in Pawnee County, Oklahoma. He's close, but he's not quite there where the tornado is. So we don't currently have a storm chaser right on this storm just yet. But yeah, there's your debris ball or tornado debris signature once again here between Hominy and Barnsdall. That's definitely a sign that we've got a strong tornado here. If you're new here and you don't know exactly what we're looking at, what you are seeing here is a debris signature. The radar can tell us how intense the precipitation is in a specific storm. It can tell us the wind speed and direction inside of a storm. It can also tell us the size of the things that are in the storm. So, if you got a bunch of hydrometeors up there, like raindrops, they're all about the same size, so it paints them all about the same color. But if you start throwing shingles or tree limbs or tree leaves or something inside of an area of raindrops, those are different sizes, right? So it drops the correlation coefficient and paints us a blue dot like this. And if that lines up with velocity couplet, which it does, that's a very telltale sign that we've got a tornado here, likely a strong one, that's moving up once again in the general direction of Barnsdall. Incredible stuff there from the Tulsa radar. Last update here was 10:22, so we've got about a 5-minute-old scan. I'm waiting to see that latest scan to see what else we can kind of analyze from it here. But hopefully we get an occlusion, and then while the storm is recycling, it gets hit by that line. Yeah, go ahead, Brad.
Hey, I know we're focusing on that storm that's north of Tulsa right now, and we've also got a tornado warning on this one, but I did want to bring your attention to the storm that it's going to be a late night. We got supercells that are popping up south of Webb City as well, so that's in a completely untapped environment. And as far as
a new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Increase in strength, that would take it right out of Oklahoma City Metro.
All right, so that's Brad Arnold kind of telling us about what he's seeing back here. There are more storms that are popping up farther back into southwestern Oklahoma. We've been talking about how this was possible. Tons of instability down here. These are going to blow up fast, and unfortunately, they're also going to be in a very, very primed environment for tornadoes. So especially as they first pop up and they have their discrete nature to them, they're going to be capable of producing tornadoes all the way up until they go into, once again, the Oklahoma City area. Right now, the strongest storms are kind of occurring north of Oklahoma City. But if these storms down here continue to grow, and there's no reason why they wouldn't, they're going to, kind of become a big-time situation for Oklahoma City. So, yeah, there's a blip. Every storm starts out as a blip. Never underestimate a blip. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I think we got easily identifiable mesocyclone handoff on our PDS tornado warning here. The new circulation is happening to the south and east of the ongoing tornado as it occludes back into the storm. I don't know if it's properly occluding yet, but I already see the new handoff occurring here, and that would mean that the new tornado, if it were to occur with this area here, would go in between, or not even in between Barnsdall and Event. I think it would have a better chance at actually reaching the town of Barnsdall. So hopefully that this handoff does not complete, but this is a common occurrence here where the original tornado occludes and is steered back to the north and west, or to the north with the low-level wind field, which are winds out of the south and east, so it makes sense that it's going north. And this new one is where the storm is organizing here, so we have an advanced look ahead of time, and you can see that, especially on the Tulsa terminal radar. So if there is another tornado with this that forms as that previous one goes off to the north, this is the reason why we're seeing it in progress right now.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. This is the original area of circulation occluding into the storm. This is our new area of circulation starting to get its act together here to the south and west of Barnsdall. Once again, incredibly impressive looking supercell here. Hopefully this process, this handoff, takes a little while longer, and hopefully we get some sort of interaction between this line and this supercell that kind of disrupts the tornado genesis here. But if that does not happen, then a very unfortunate situation is unfolding here for the citizens of Barnsdall, Oklahoma, Gilland, Nichols, Wolco, even over there towards Avant and everywhere in between. You guys need to be getting in your safe spot if you have not gotten there already. So that's definitely probably the most intense storm that we've seen today. We had that PDS tornado warning. It's still got a PDS tornado warning on it. The occluding tornado is still down, more than likely, and it's about to cross 2240 there, and that's going to be happening here very soon. But that one's probably going to go away very soon, and then we've got a new tornado trying to form once again just to the south and west of Barnsdall. This is going to happen right over the lake, right over Birch Lake. And then, we'll see what happens from there. But if it comes into town, it'll approach from the south. Okay, it'll come across where First Baptist Church is down there to the south of town. If it comes up, it's going to come that way. It's going to parallel Bird Creek right up into the Barnsdall area, or the area between Barnsdall and, of course, Avant. There's a couple of places here that stick out to me. Barnsdall meat processors. Okay. Also the Lake Waxahoma. Okay. If you know where those places are, then you know around about where this tornado is probably trying to go towards here soon. All right. But the whole city of Barnsdall needs to be getting to shelter right now. Eric Rains, I see that. Thank you so much. Latest information from the debris signature that we were getting from this, looks like preliminarily a 2D slice shows that debris was potentially slung up to 24,000 feet in the air with this storm here. So that doesn't happen with a weak tornado usually. Still got a tornado down right here, I think. So this is a PDS tornado warning, y'all. It's getting ready to come over the lake right now. It's really close to the lake, actually. If you know anybody near Birch Creek that goes into Birch Lake, this is around where the tornado is at this moment. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm going to do my best to analyze this situation as it happens. The most recent scan shifts the tornado a lot more to the east and keeps it maintained into the inflow, actually. So this handoff is not occurring, but what's happening is the line of storms here just to the west of it is close enough now to start to influence it. I think it's pushing it slightly east, which is giving it a track more closer to Barnsdall. So I'm very concerned about that shift to the east as it actually holds on. This original circulation looks like it's holding on. So I don't know what's going to happen next, but I really hope that stops before it gets to Barnsdall, because with that slight east shift, it's on a direct path to the town. We really need everybody underground or in the interior-most room of their house on the first floor with their shoes and a helmet.
Absolutely. Andy, thank you for that. Guys, if this comes into Barnsdall, it's going to be coming from Birch Lake over Highway 2409, 2471. It'll come up on the south side of town. Once again, if you know where the First Baptist Church of Barnsdall is down here in Oklahoma, and you know where Bird Creek is, that's right down there is where it'll come up into town. Hopefully, this thing's gonna lift or get absolved by this line of storms, or maybe it gets pushed even farther east past Barnsdall. But if that doesn't happen, once again, it's gonna come right into town here near the First Baptist Church. Some other places that need to be really watching out here are areas past Highway 11 near the Ethel Reese Memorial Cemetery, the Barnsdall Cemetery, all the way up there towards Jevine Cemetery, the East Choctaw Creek, Magellan Midstream Partners, David's Performance Horses. If you guys know where that is, up there, way up there on Highway 123, these are all places that could be next in line for this big-time tornado. And we just got a reissuance of that PDS tornado warning. That last scan there on reflectivity is just not what you want to see. Kind of a reorganization of our debris ball, our hook echo. This looks like a really healthy tornado now coming right into Barnsdall. Current location of the tornado is right over Birch Lake. If you're from Barnsdall, you know what I'm talking about. Birch Lake here. We got a big tornado coming over the lake right now. It's coming towards you in town. It's going to come from the side where First Baptist Church is on the south side of town on Highway 2409, 8th Street. You know what I'm talking about here. Really doesn't matter what side of town it's coming in on. This is a small town, all right? So everybody needs to be in their safe spots. We've got the Barnsdall Elementary School here. There's a Dollar General, a nursing home, the meat processor plant here. This town is unfortunately in the direct path of what seems to be a violent or at least an intense tornado. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. Locations in the path include Dewey, Okessa, Talent, Bartlesville, Barnsdall. Take shelter now. Yeah, so this goes all the way up to Bartlesville now. Bartlesville, Oklahoma needs to be getting ready just in case. This thing has done a really good job of surviving the impending line of storms, which should at some point get rid of this thing, but it's not happening anytime soon, unfortunately. I think this is going to go right through Barnsdall. Maybe it might even make it up there to Bartlesville. The tornado is now currently, at this very moment, doing damage in Barnsdall. Once again, the tornado is right now doing potentially significant damage in Barnsdall. All we can do at this moment is hope that we got the word out there and people are sheltered in Barnsdall. And of course, we're going to be listening to all of the different channels and we're going to let you guys know what happened in Barnsdall. But yeah, I do believe there's a large tornado causing significant damage right now in Barnsdall. The next places that this is going to impact, it's going to go. So it's going to exit Barnsdall up there on the side of town where the Dollar General is. Okay, and then it's going to go past Bird Creek. All right. Yeah, the debris signature is. I mean, it just everything about this is just not. It's not good, guys. It's not good. So there's people out in front of this thing. Okay, so it's going to go past Bird Creek. It's going to parallel East Choctaw Creek as it goes up towards Javine Cemetery. It's going to kind of parallel Highway 123 here. Between Highway 11 and 123, tornado is going to be somewhere in there as it goes up towards Marcus Point, Davis Performance Horses. Okay, eventually this could make it up there towards Woolarock. And then, of course, we do have to consider the very real possibility that this will make it all the way up there towards Bartlesville. If it does, I mean, it's too far away right now to tell you exactly, what street it's going to cross and all that kind of stuff as it comes in. But if it does come up towards Bartlesville, it'll come in likely near somewhere between the landfill. If you guys know where the landfill is down there on the southwestern side of town. And the casino. So imagine in your mind, if you're from Bartlesville, you know where the casino is on the west side of town. You know where the landfill is on the southwest side of town. Upgraded. That's where the tornado would come in. And now we've got ourselves a tornado emergency. Tornado emergency includes Bartlesville. Tornado emergency is the highest level tornado warning that can be issued from the National Weather Service. It's only issued whenever we have a potentially catastrophic tornado on the ground right now. So a likely, once again, catastrophic tornado is working through Barnsdall and going up towards Woolorock, Matoka, Torpedo, Fight, Okessa, Hogshooter, Dewey, Bartlesville, Copan. All of you guys in Oklahoma need to be getting underground. We've got a little bit of time here. Once this storm is out of Barnsdall, we've got a little bit of time here where this is going to be over some rural areas. So I want to make sure I go over what it means to take shelter in a tornado emergency. This is not the kind of storm that you're going to accidentally survive. You have to try. Okay, so if you are in the path of this thing and you've been under tornado warnings before and you think you're going to be fine for this one on the front porch or in the living room or something, you need to just understand that that's not the case here. This is likely a big tornado doing significant damage that will, if you get hit by it, completely destroy a home. All right, so you've got to get underground or at least into the most interior room with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. If you can, bring a helmet with you into your safe spot. If the kids have bicycle helmets, if you've got a football helmet from high school or something, like whatever you've got, take it with you. If you don't have any of that stuff, bring pillows and blankets, maybe a mattress. Put it above your head to protect your head, as this is likely going to do significant damage to whatever it hits. Also, put on a pair of shoes. If you have to evacuate your home, in the event of a tornado hitting your home, you might have to walk over splintered wood. You might have to walk over nails, glass, who knows what, but you're going to want to have shoes on. Bring me with you a charge phone, charge tablet, have some way of getting a hold of people after this thing goes by. And then, also it's going to be raining. After this tornado hits, and I'm hoping that this thing goes away before it reaches the end of the tornado emergency box there. But if it doesn't, and this goes through Woolorock, Torpedo, Bartlesville, these places, if we got neighborhoods and houses here that are taking on significant damage from tornadoes, we're going to have a lot of people that need help and are trying to get out of that situation right as another severe thunderstorm moves in on top of them. They're right after the tornado hits, there's going to be probably a 30 to 45, maybe an hour-long window where you're experiencing, quarter-size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds and torrential rain. So, it's going to be a pretty, unfortunate situation where we have damage to structures and then a severe thunderstorm that lasts for a while after that, right on top of those areas. So keep that in mind. Hopefully this thing goes away and we don't have to worry about it. But if this does hit your house, you got to be prepared for potentially evacuating in a torrential downpour, whatever that means for you. Bring a rain jacket, make sure you got your pets in the right spot, like do whatever it is you've got to do to protect your family and your life and your property, as you do have a little bit of a heads up here, thanks to, the amazing technology that we have, the National Weather Service and the early warning and all that stuff. You've got time to prepare. Go ahead and take shelter as fast as you can here as the storm continues to race up towards Bartlesville, Oklahoma. Quite the look, once again, on radar. You can clearly see what's going on here. Our saving grace might be this line of storms that's racing in. We're going to hope that hits the supercell and throws everything out of balance and kind of disrupts the process that is ongoing to create this tornado. However, it might take, a little while for that to happen. So there is still a possibility that this makes it up there towards, once again, Bartlesville before that happens. Woolorock more immediately, I think, is under the gun here for, the potential damage associated from this tornado. Yeah, so there is currently a tornado emergency for Osage and Washington counties in Oklahoma. Currently, the tornado just moved past Barnsdall, Oklahoma. I think we don't know for sure. We don't have any sort of updates on exactly what happened in Barnsdall, but I do think the town probably took on some damage there. We can see the debris signature here on radar continuing to move up now towards Woolrock. So right now the tornado, I believe, is somewhere between Marcus Point and the Woolrock Museum. It's going to parallel that Highway 123 corridor right past the Wigger Spring Reservoir and the Woolrock Ranch Road. And then it's going to continue to go up in that general direction right towards Torpedo. Okay, and then once it gets to Torpedo, that's when, if it's still down, that's when we're going to be right on the cusp of this thing making it into the greater Bartlesville area. Right now, it's too early for me to tell you exactly what part of town it would hit, or if it's going to hit town at all. There's a lot of things that are going to happen here over the next little bit that will change the course of the direction that the storm is taking and everything. Yeah, if it comes in, it'll probably be over there towards the casino on the west side of town. Go ahead, Andy.
Hi, Ryan. Behind this with remnant vorticity from the strong tornado here, there may be a spin up right with that line as it approaches Barnsdall, and I would want everybody to not come out of their shelters, unfortunately, in Barnsdall, just in case there is a spin up behind it. I don't know exactly if it's going to plant a spin up tornado here. It would only be brief, but it's an especially vulnerable area here with a possible velocity couplet there. So just in case, please be careful. I don't know what else to say in this town.
All right. Thank you, Andy. So yeah, we've got another area of concern now moving back into Barnsdall, as now that the really strong storm that I was just talking about, the severe storm with maybe up to 70 mile per hour winds and embedded tornadoes, is moving into the damaged zones that we just saw from this tornado. Tornado's still on the ground, by the way. Okay, Barnsdall, I really hope that we've got people listening right now in Barnsdall. I hope that you're okay. I hope that, I don't know what just happened in Barnsdall. We're going to learn that over the next little bit. But unfortunately, if you're listening to me right now and, you've got debris, or I don't know what's going on, but you've got to stay in your safe spots. You've got to push it out for a little while longer, because another big storm is getting ready to move into town right now. Now, if you're up here to the north of Barnsdall, near Bartlesville, this is going to continue to be a problem. Unfortunately, the rotation, this is just so intense here. It's going to take a while for it to go away, even though we are seeing the supercell kind of be overtaken by the line of storms that's coming in. It's not just going to completely eradicate all of that spin that you see there. It's going to take a little while, though. Now what we've got to hope for is that at least we see a major shift in the path that the storm has taken before it gets to Bartlesville. All right, go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, as chat is talking, Brandon does have very, very significant damage on his feed. Unfortunately, we can't show that, but I have reached out to Brandon, and if they need help, we're going to do what we can to get chasers there in order to help. Brandon's just on the edge of that path, and it looks really, really, really bad.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Riley. So, unfortunately, guys, I think we're going to, based off what we saw on radar, if the town of Barnsdall did take a direct hit, I think we're going to hear some really unfortunate stuff over the next couple of hours as information starts to filter in. But yeah, it looks like we've got some pretty significant damage now from the Barnsdall area. I am going to, any kind of imagery that we see from that, I am going to, share that, on Twitter as well. But of course, if you've got the Radar Omega app, you can pull up Brandon's feed right here in Barnsdall, and you can see what's going on right there through him. We want to, we want to protect the copyright of the storm chasers and stuff. So and we don't have the direct his permission to show that. So it's all right. Trust me. You don't have to see it. It's bad. All right. It's going to be a big time deal over here in Barnsdall. And now, unfortunately, we've got that big severe storm moving in that's going to make the search and rescue situation a nightmare. So I know that we've probably got a bunch of emergency management people and fire departments, police offices and stuff watching this right now. I'm telling y'all right now, what you're getting ready to get into in Barnsdall is a really unfortunate situation where, once again, I think we've got significant damage, and now we've got at least 30 minutes of severe winds, hail, and rain moving into town right now. Now, looking into the future, our supercell is still producing a tornado here to the west of Ochelata, now moving in the general direction of Torpedo and Matoka. Still hoping that something happens here and we lose some of the tornadic feature as this moves into Bartlesville. You can see that line of storms has overtaken their rotation, but I still think we have a tornado down right now with that. I don't know how much longer it's going to last. Unfortunately, it could last long enough to go into Bartlesville, so we have to just kind of make sure everybody knows in Bartlesville what's going on. There's a chance that this thing is not going to go through Bartlesville, but there's also a chance that it is. So hopefully everybody in the town of Bartlesville is underground. Some of the damage imagery that we're starting to see coming through on social media is pretty bad, and that's going to be possible in Bartlesville now as well as the storm comes towards you. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. Police in Bartlesville, according to the scanner, are reporting that the tornado is 1.5 miles wide.
Okay. Thank you, Elijah. Unfortunately, now we've got the Bartlesville police office is still able to see this thing, and it's reportedly a mile and a half wide. So once again, there's a chance that this thing gets overtaken by this line, and it's not a problem by the time it gets into Bartlesville, but we've just got to go ahead and assume right now that it is going to be a problem. And hopefully everybody in the path here was in their safe spots, because my goodness, if today, if we couldn't have been any more transparent today about the possibility of what was, what could happen, I just really hope people were in their safe spots. Now we're continuing to watch Bartlesville. Our last scan came in at 10:47, so we're about 5 minutes out here. We've got a new update coming in soon, and I'm really interested to see what that's going to look like here. All right, yeah, so here our latest scan now shows the storm really close to Bartlesville. So let me tell you the mesoscale. Hopefully we've got 120,000 people in here. Hopefully some of you are from Bartlesville. We're going to try to guide you through this. If you know anybody in this area, please share this link with them. The tornado right now, I believe, is somewhere to the west of Hughes Ranch and Jesse Creek Cemetery. It's still a big tornado. It's still doing damage. It's still capable of doing complete destruction, once again, to any surface that it comes into contact with. It'll cross Highway 123 here at some point and potentially come into Bartlesville on the west side of town, maybe over there towards the Housing Authority, Scale, the Dungeon, Top Notch Baseball. Phillips 66 Research Center, United Supermarkets. This is where the storm's going to be coming into Bartlesville, guys. And this is a much bigger town. Unfortunately, this could, come right up there past the CNC Auto Repair. We've got a West Side pub over here. Murphy's Original Steakhouse is in the path of this thing. Action Communications, a little bit bait and tackle. We've got lots of little shops and O'Reilly's Auto Parts on the west side of town, Family Dollar. All of these places are in the direct path of a potentially damaging tornado. There's still a very slight chance that this thing lifts right before it gets into Bartlesville, thanks to the line that's overtaken it. But I mean, my gosh, you can't rely on that with that kind of velocity signature. We've just got to assume that Bartlesville is going to take a direct hit from a major tornado here within the next few moments. We've got debris being lofted up into the air above 30,000 feet now. So, yeah, and there's your debris signature. And you can already see, too, something really interesting on radar here. You can see the debris field that takes the shape of the supercell. So currently in Copan, or Copan, Oklahoma, pretty soon in Caney and Coffeyville, Kansas, it will start raining pieces of Barnsdall. Several miles away, as there's currently debris in the air up here that will start falling from the sky soon. When we went to Rolling Fork, Mississippi, after the big Rolling Fork tornado, we had a similar situation to this. On our approach into the city, we saw sheet metal 50, 60, 70 miles away, just lying in cornfields and stuff from Rolling Fork. So once again, keep that in mind. We've got a lot of stuff going on here, but the debris field is a sign that this is not a regular tornado. This is a big one. This is going to be an upper echelon, rated tornado. And Bartlesville, it's coming into town now. I mean, the timing is so weird here. Like the line is eventually going to get rid of that tornadic circulation. It's going to. Is it going to happen the moment it enters Bartlesville? Is it going to happen after Bartlesville? I don't know. All I know is that it looks to me like the tornado's entering town now. And once again, all we can do is just hope that everybody in the town of Bartlesville, Oklahoma, is deep underground and bracing for impact. If you are anywhere near Bartlesville, you got to take shelter. Dewey, Oklahoma, you guys are also in the path of this thing, so you got to take shelter now. Tornado once again somewhere coming into Bartlesville now on the west side of town. I think that this thing's probably pretty close to the casino if it's still down, and we talked about the casino forever ago. But somewhere between the United Supermarkets and the Osage Casino. Also, the Bartlesville Municipal Airport is, technically in the path of this thing. So once again, we've got a potentially mile-wide tornado working into the town of Bartlesville right now. We're holding on to hope that at some point here this thing's going to die out thanks to the line that's coming through. But if it doesn't, right now significant damage is likely happening in Bartlesville, Oklahoma. Down the line, we've got Dewey, and potentially the Washington County SPCA in line to receive the impacts from this. So at some point here, once again, we are going to lose our tornado. I'm just hoping that has already happened. But we do still have that PDS tornado warning for Washington and Osage counties in Oklahoma. There's a good chance that line's going to eat it soon. So let's just keep hoping for that. If you're just now tuning in, we just watched a really unfortunate series of events where a large, damaging tornado just moved through the town of Barnsdall, Oklahoma. Now it's likely moving through Bartlesville and Dewey. And we've been hooting and hollering about all these places in Bartlesville and Dewey for the past 30 minutes. I mean, all we can do is hope that somebody is listening and everybody's taking shelter out here. I mean, there's literally nothing else that we can do at the moment. We're waiting to hear some more news about Barnsdall as well. But of course, the first thing you do after a town is significantly damaged by a tornado is not immediately go to Twitter and talk about it. We're trying to listen in on emergency management communications and stuff to figure out what happened here. There's actually a picture. There's a view of the tornado right now on my Twitter. I don't know if can I share that, or is that not shareable? I don't know. If I can't, just go to Twitter if you want to see that. There's also some other information I'm about to share over there, kind of talking about some of the damage that we're hearing about. Some of the stuff that we're hearing from the local police departments here is that it does look like they're going to try to shut down Highway 75 near Bartlesville. And then also a person, we are hearing that a person is trapped under a house in Barnsdall. So we'll hear more about that as we compile that information. But right now, we still believe that we have a tornado going through Bartlesville right now. So we've just got to hope that those people are okay. And then once again, we've got Dewey next in line. Dewey, Oklahoma, take shelter immediately. If you haven't already. Hopefully you've been in your safe spot for a while at this point. Once again, the fallout. The tornado debris fallout is huge here. This is a good indicator of how strong this tornado likely was. All of this stuff that you see here is tornado debris fallout. Just tons of debris getting chucked up into the clouds. I mean, that is not good. And now that the tornado debris signature is moving past Bartlesville, it's actually becoming a deeper blue, which is unfortunately probably pretty indicative of the fact that it picked up new debris over Bartlesville. So we can pretty safely say now that Bartlesville, Oklahoma was likely just hit, by a similarly strong tornado. So once again, if you're just now tuning in, we're experiencing a really unfortunate situation where a town or multiple towns were just hit by a destructive tornado. And we're just waiting to hear maybe some of the information that's happening with in association with that. Sorry. Yeah, so we do have another seemingly vortex hole here, which is
hey Ryan, this is Brad. You copy?
Unfortunately, a common thing now with storms, apparently. But yeah, so if you're just now tuning in, we've had a big tornado go through Barnsdall and Bartlesville, Oklahoma. We do have some indication that it might be trying to let up a little bit, but it's still down. It's probably about to do damage in Dewey, and it's going to continue to go up towards Copan, but it's going to be in a pretty rural area for a little bit after it goes by Dewey. So I want to take a moment to talk to our storm chasers and assess the situation over here to the west as we compile more information about the Bartlesville storm. Okay, so let's hear from Brad. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, I know obviously the tension is up in the Bartlesville storm. Once it starts to dissipate, we're really going to need to watch this storm down here that is southeast of Newport. This is a scary environment that it's headed into. We've been waiting on a storm to pop out here all day. Just so happens it starts at 10 o'clock. It's already developing a mezzo on it. It should track all the way into that typical historic path. We're gonna intercept it. It's gonna take us about 20 minutes to get there, but we really need to watch that if that Bartlesville storm starts to weaken a little bit.
All right, so that's Brad Arnold. So everything that we've been talking about here recently has been up here in northeastern Oklahoma. The Barnsdall and Bartlesville storm has been occurring in northeastern Oklahoma. We are unfortunately watching new storms form in southwestern Oklahoma that look pretty intense, that are going to be moving towards the Oklahoma City region. Everybody in Oklahoma City needs to be hyper weather aware tonight. This does not look good. We've got supercells forming, entering a very favorable environment for tornadoes coming right towards Oklahoma City. So Brad Arnold and the rest of our storm chasers probably will be giving us a view of that as they move on to the east. Speaking of favorable environments, I mean, there's a lot of there's a lot of favorability in the environment down here. Look at this. We've got tons of convective available potential energy. Significant tornado parameter is kind of off the charts, and this isn't modeled, right? This is real. This is what's actually happening right now. The atmosphere, the environment that these storms are entering are much more conducive for tornadoes than even the environment that we just saw the PDS tornado and tornado emergency happen in. Okay. Also, we still got a lot of low-level instability out here. I mean, it's just looking like a potentially worst-case scenario is developing now for this part of Oklahoma. Velocity on our storm up here near Bartlesville is finally starting to look a little bit less intense. We knew that that would happen. The line was going to overtake it. I was hoping it happened before Bartlesville, but I do think that at least part of the town of Bartlesville was damaged. So I do think that tornado is gone for the most part. You still need to be in your safe spot if you're in Copan or Cotton Valley, Oklahoma, but the damaging supercell, the tornado emergency, that's all done. Wow. What a very quick uptick in just activity here. That this has been nuts the past hour or so. I think that things are honestly going to get even more intense here over the next little bit as our supercells form down here in southwest Oklahoma. Man, seriously, like these storms are entering an environment that is way more favorable for tornadoes than what we just saw up there. So I don't know what's going to happen with these, but it's not looking good. I've got to go get myself yet another liquid IV. So give me just a moment. I'll be right back. Here's a reminder, by the way. I hope we're still updating it. I don't know if it's been updated, but obviously with significant damage in Barnsdall, Oklahoma, we probably will be doing something with the Y'all Squad as far as helping people through our nonprofit organization. If you want to donate to that would be great. You don't have to. but go to the y'allsquad.org. And of course, we've already got people there. We've already got storm chasers in the area. We'll be there as soon as tomorrow or a couple days from now, immediately helping people out. So give me just a moment. I will be right back. And anybody on the team that wants the mic, you can have it. But I'll be right back.
All right, well, I guess no one else is taking it, so I'll go ahead and take it. Just more updates from the town of Barnsdall. It has been confirmed that the damage there is very, very significant, and I've already talked to a few individuals, and a couple of our chasers are headed that way to hopefully help out with that. The local police are reporting that they're very, very overwhelmed, and they actually only have a couple of police in that town, as well as a couple of volunteer firefighters. So they're really, really short of help right now, but it sounds like help is on the way. There's a good amount of people who have made the good decision to call the chase and be like, hey, let's go help out here. But that being said, this event is not over. And as Ryan was saying, these storms down in southern Oklahoma are an even better of an environment, these storms up near Barnsdall. So we can't focus everything on what's happened, and we have to be paying attention to what's to come, because what's to come could very well be worse than what we've already seen. Elijah, I know you've been monitoring the feeds a bit. Do you have anything to bring up damage wise, anything new?
Yes, I have a little bit of information. There's a lot of structures that have been destroyed or damaged. We don't have any specifics because it is really dark still, and we're still trying to get information about that, and police are still trying to get there for search and rescue. There are multiple people that are reportedly trapped as well in Barnsdall, so I will have more information on that a little later.
Oh, I actually unmuted myself this time. Thank you, Riley and Elijah. Obviously, we've got a lot going on. Yeah, we've got a lot going on right now, so things are a little messy as far as what we know and where the information is coming from. I do think that both Barnsdall and Bartlesville are probably pretty chaotic places to be right now. So it might be a while before we have a true understanding of exactly what went down out there. But yeah, we've got more storms forming, so we have to continue to look into the future and then kind of touch base with what's just happened in the past as we go forward here. The tornado warning up here in Copan and Wan and Cotton Valley in Oklahoma continues, but the big nasty tornado that sparked the tornado emergency and the PDS tornado warning and all that stuff, it's gone now. Okay, thankfully, as we predicted, the line of storms kind of swept through and kind of knocked that out of balance. All right, unfortunately now, our focus is probably going to go back towards these storms a little bit farther to the west, okay? We've got some storms popping up over here near New Cordell, Hobart, down towards Tipton, Oklahoma. These storms are going to be capable of producing tornadoes too, and they are all coming up towards the Oklahoma City area. Yep, there's Barnsdall and Bartlesville. Both of those places are in the same general vicinity here. Unfortunately, another thing that we have to really keep an eye on here is what we just saw happen was a supercell that kind of popped up. It was discreet and it was out in front of the main line there, and it very quickly turned into a tornado producer. We've got more supercells also popping up out in front of the line. So we have to watch these as well, as they are going to go up into a pretty favorable environment once again for tornadoes here soon. So if you're just now tuning in, we just witnessed a very damaging storm go through Barnsdall and Bartlesville, Oklahoma, and now we're waiting on news and information about that. We've got a severe thunderstorm capable of producing 70-mile-per-hour winds on the way to Tulsa right now, Tulsa, Oklahoma. You guys are about to get in on some really strong winds. Tornado threat at the moment doesn't look very high for Tulsa, but that could change. Oklahoma City, you're fine for probably a little while. All the storms are going off to your north, but those storms that we're watching off to your south and west are growing, and they're moving right towards you. There is a chance. There is a chance that these storms back here go linear, maybe a little faster than some of these other storms did. That would be good news. But right now, they're still discreet enough to cause big-time problems. Yeah, if anybody sees any sort of reports or imagery out of the Barnsdall area, make sure to tag me in that on Twitter or Bartlesville, either one. We would like to see that damage just so we can kind of paint a picture as to how significant it is. Obviously, and also something that we would like to do is kind of show something on the air here that gives people an idea of how bad the damage is. So far, we haven't had anything like that. We haven't had anything we have permission to show. So it does seem like Barnsdall is pretty bad, though, as far as the damage goes. And wow, literally in maybe 10 minutes now, we've already generated close to $10,000 on the y'allsquad.org. Thank you. Once again, we do have our field director, Caleb Beecham, out there. He's going to be on top of this. And we're, if people need help in Barnsdall and Bartlesville, we are going to do everything we can to help them. Real quick before we get back into the coverage here, because I do think we're going to have to cover these storms very intensely. I think that it's important to point out that as far as the Y'all Squad goes, we haven't done a video yet on our response to the Omaha or the Omaha, Lincoln, and Sulphur tornadoes, the ones from 10, 14 days ago, however long ago it was. But we have been working really hard, and we've already distributed around $100,000 in financial assistance and free food and supplies to people who were impacted by those tornadoes. So you'll see the video about that soon. And unfortunately, it looks like we're probably going to do another mission in video for the Oklahoma storms tonight. So if you're just now tuning in, we've got severe storms moving across Guthrie, Langston, and Perkins. Inch in diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Another thing that we got to really think about here with the training thunderstorms is the flooding. Significant flash flooding is going to be very possible here north of Oklahoma City over the next little bit. Yeah, the tornado that went through Barnsdall and Bartlesville, everything that I'm hearing about it just continues to make it seem like it's worse. So it's not good, not good. Taylor, thank you for that. Lily Rose, thank you. So the storms over here that are popping up now east of Tulsa, they do look like they're curving a little bit on radar, but as far as velocity goes, we're not seeing much in the way of
hey Ryan,
rotation on those
I'm
yet.
not watching your stream. I wanted to let you know you were talking about the flooding. We were trying to get through Kingfisher, and we couldn't even get east on Kingfisher. The town roads were so flooded. Every single road that we tried to take was flooded, so we had to end up going south on that. So there's definitely flooding that's going on in that area.
All right, thank you, Brad. This is something that we have to watch. Got a little bit of something going on here. If that's inflow that's coming into the storm there, that might be something that we have to watch for a potential tornado. However, velocity doesn't look incredibly convincing right now, but we're definitely watching that on the north of Edmond. That could just be some, additional storm that's kind of popped out in front of the main convection there. But we're watching that closely. I've saw that. We're also obviously continuing to watch our storms farther back to the west. Storms are growing quickly. Back here between Altus, Frederick, Hobart, Anadarko. And remember, these are moving into a very favorable tornadic environment. Wow, is that real? The area of rotation is a little bit displaced from the hook, so I'm not sure exactly what it is I'm looking at here. But man, strong storm or some rotation. Maybe it's time to watch out if we're down here in Meridian, Lakeview, and these places in Oklahoma, north of Oklahoma City. That looks like a pretty strong storm. And remember, the flash flooding is also going to be a big problem here. There are currently no tornado warnings anywhere except for one tornado warning in Iowa. This is to the west of Carroll, near Breda. And that's going to be allowed to expire here in the next couple of minutes. So it looks like we do have, at least some embedded supercellular structures here in our flash flooding training situation that's going on. Um, 63 Angel, thank you for the very generous super chat. Says, I live in St. George, Utah, where there's no tornadoes, but I have friends and family where tornadoes happen. Well, thank you for that, and I'm glad you're watching and spreading the word. Elijah, go ahead.
Hey, Ryan. So we have a lot of damage in Barnesville and Bartlesville that is coming in. There are several structures that have been entirely destroyed. I can say at this time there are 2 reported fatalities in Barnsdall right now. We also do have reports of several people trapped And according to the police scanners a moment ago, the command post was just established at the Barnsdall Police Department for search and rescue operations, which are ongoing currently. So I will have more information if I get any.
All right. Thank you, Elijah, bringing us the unfortunate news that things are as bad as it looked like they might have been. From the radar scans there, 2 fatalities, reported already, and structures completely destroyed, and this sounds like once again a very unfortunate situation where we're going to continue to hear stories like that as the night goes on. That was a powerful tornado, and it was obvious through radar. So yeah, we're not done tonight. We might be in a little bit of a lull period, but we've got to be on our toes here, watching these storms that are popping up to the south and west of Oklahoma City. But yeah, unfortunately, we do have to start thinking about what we're going to do in Barnsdall and Bartlesville, Oklahoma, since we know now for sure that we've got lots of damage and people in trouble out there. Katarina PDJ, thank you for that, says, everyone donate if you can, and even if it's 99 cents or $1, that'll add up. That's right. We've got 120,000 people watching right now. We've already raised $15,000 for the y'allsquad.org. If everybody did $1 right now over on the y'allsquad.org, we would get, right back up there to the $130,000, $140,000 mark, which is, we've learned, it makes a huge dent and it can help a lot of people with what we're doing. Once again, we've got it down now. We know how to do it. We know what to do. We know who to contact. So if you are feeling generous, of course you don't have to go to the y'allsquad.org. It's a tax deductible official 501c3 donation. But of course it's not required of you or anything. What we've done over the years here, like I've been doing this now for 40 months. And we've been live for a lot of really bad tornadoes. We were live for Mayfield. We were live for, even bad hurricanes too. Hurricane Ian. We've been live for a lot of bad stuff, and we've always got this large group of people that are watching when bad stuff happens, and that energy, that focus, that attention, it's just there to kind of funnel into this, charity idea. So it's like, okay, we just had 120,000 people go through this event with us. That all these people understand the severity of what just happened in this town. Now, if we can, all come together and pitch together just a little bit, we might be able to make a situation just slightly less bad for some of the people out there that are right now homeless and in a really bad situation because of a storm that hit them. They didn't ask for that. They didn't deserve that. But a bunch of random people on the internet. A lot of you are probably neighbors. You probably live close. But some of you I know live plumb across the world in different states and in different countries. But we can all come together to try to, help as many people as possible. I think it's a really cool thing.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we've been able to do some cool stuff with it in the past. So, yeah, once again, that's over at the y'allsquad.org, official nonprofit organization. Tax-deductible donation. All right. Now we've got more tornado warnings coming out up here in Iowa. Rockwell City, Callender, Churton, Lake City. All you guys are now under a tornado warning. Take shelter now. So, both of the tornado warnings that we have right now are up there in Iowa. And wow, look at this explosion of convective activity over the past little bit from our storms in Oklahoma and Kansas. And now you can see those newer storms just now getting together down here. Unbelievable stuff. Also, if you're just now tuning in, it's important to know that this event is not over. This event is not over. We've got new storms trying to rotate now to the south and west of Oklahoma City, and they're going to try to make it into town and produce new tornadoes here soon. And I'm sorry I'm coughing. I feel like it's getting worse as the evening goes on, but I'm going to try to remember to mute the mic and turn away whenever I do that. I'm sorry. And yeah, we've got a lot going on here. I've got more information that I'm going over on Twitter. And I'm also just continuing to analyze the environment out in front of the new storms that we're seeing build up here. I do want to show you guys this one more time. I've already shown you a couple of times, but remember, this is the maxed out significant tornado parameter here that kind of overlays the Oklahoma City metro. These are our new storms that are forming. So these are going to move into that extremely favorable environment for tornadoes over the next little bit, and they will be very capable of producing big tornadoes. The only thing that would stop that from happening at this point, I think, is if these storms very quickly merge together into a linear line. But so far, we've got some pretty, discrete looking supercells. So all eyes now are on the storms moving into Oklahoma City. Just waiting on some of that,
Hey, Ryan, this is Brad.
Information
Copy.
for him. That's Storm Chaser Brad Arnold reaching out to us. Let's hear from him. Yeah, go ahead, Brad.
Something I've never seen before. This is actually blowing my mind right now. Go to the SBC Mesoanalysis page and go check on the violent tornado parameter. It is maxed out. It cannot go any higher for Oklahoma City. It's a large area where these supercells that are formed are tracking. This is a very, very scary setup for this area.
Yeah. So once again, that's Brad taking us back to the Storm Prediction Center's mesoanalysis. And yeah, there's a huge area here right over the Oklahoma City metro, pretty much, where the favorability for tornadic production could not be any higher. Once again, the only thing that is going to stop that from happening is if these storms, for whatever reason, stop growing, or if they become more linear. and outflow dominant. So far, they're growing just fine, and the leading storm is, starting to show more of a sign of developing a mesocyclone, a rotating base. So we're just going to have to watch and see what happens here. There is a video of a distant camera from a TV station at KTUL in Tulsa, and the camera caught several power flashes from the Bartlesville area as the tornado was going by. We've got more information now from Elijah. Go ahead. You're muted, I think.
Hey Ryan, sorry, I have the scanner in my ear, so it's hard to hear. But I did just see reports from the scanner, as well as some of the chasers that are coming upon the damage right now. There was a trailer park and a mobile home park area that was hit directly. So there is major destruction.
Okay, thank you, Elijah. Riley, did you have something too, or did the lights just do something weird there?
The lights did something weird.
Okay, all right. So yeah, if you're just now tuning in, we do have a lot going on here. We're monitoring the situation where we're hearing about some of the damage from a destructive tornado that just went through Bartlesville and Barnsdall, Oklahoma. Oh man, do we have? Oh my gosh, we got to get Brandon Clement up. We got to get Brandon Clement up. He's in Barnsdall, Oklahoma. I think he's been there for a while, and he's got a visual on some of the damage there. And put him in one. Put him in the number one position. Anyways, if you just now tuned in, we got significant damage coming in from the Barnsdall area. This is a live look right now from on the ground in Barnsdall, Oklahoma. I don't know exactly what we're looking at there, but you can definitely tell, that there's significant damage going on there. And we're still experiencing a strong thunderstorm, just as we, talked about before the tornado even hit. So search and rescue and those efforts are going to be much harder to deal with here as, the storm continues to cause even more problems with that. And then we might have a flash flooding problem develop on top of the general severe weather. So we're monitoring this situation. There's some significant damage here. We're trying to figure out what's going on there. We've also got other storms that we're trying to keep an eye on to make sure that we get ahead of any sort of storm that might try to do this again. And on a night like tonight, that's very possible that happens. So we've got some storms over here to the east of Tulsa now that are trying to curl up a little bit. However, they're not quite there yet. They're still in their infancy stages, but these could cause some problems up here towards Pryor Creek, Adair, and Langley in Oklahoma. Additionally, we've got some really, concerning-looking storms happening now to the south and west of Oklahoma City. And we're going to continue to, monitor those. To the north of Oklahoma City, we've got a lot of storms going by. Some of these are rotating, and we've got to watch them closely. But for the most part, the biggest problem up here, I think, is going to be flooding from Guthrie to Langston to Perkins and Cushing. A significant flash flooding is underway. Clay, Cartall. I know I've missed a bunch of these, and I'm sorry. Obviously, we've been focused on some other stuff. And Manhattan, thank you guys for the extreme generosity. If it wasn't for you guys, I couldn't do what we do here. Once again, we're on our 7th hour consecutive here of providing free, commercial-free, wall-to-wall severe weather coverage for anybody that's interested in it. And we plan on continuing to go for quite some time as we monitor the storms coming into Oklahoma City, and also as we, continue to try to learn more about what just happened in Barnsdall, Oklahoma, and Bartlesville with the significant damage up there. So far, thanks to you guys, we've raised almost $40,000 already. Just tonight, in the past hour, probably. Maybe even less than that. I don't know when we started talking about it, but just in the past hour together, we have raised $40,000. And once again, y'allsquad.org if you want to help. You don't got to, but every dollar counts. We're already, I'm sure, working on getting into contact with emergency managers and officials in the area to figure out what they need. So that's what we're doing. Let's go ahead and put Caleb in 3, just so I can pull up the 3 view here, and it looks like we've got some stuff. And then I'm going to go through all of the severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings that we have right now. From north to south, how about that? Way up here in Fort Dodge, we've got ourselves a severe thunderstorm warning. 70-mile-per-hour winds on their way right now to Fort Dodge. There's also a tornado warning just to the south of that. I don't know why that's not on our overlay, but we'll fix that, or we'll get that fixed. The next tornado warning should be on there. Looks like Andy's got something for us. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, actually surprised that this is not warned right now, tornado warned, north and west of Kansas City. Look at it from the terminal radar. That's well on the north side, very much to the north of the metro. You can see a significant circulation here near Waldron, just across the state line. It's actually been going for quite some time. I've only been watching it from the WSRAD, and that's kind of why I didn't see it as well, because the orientation of the radar beam to the rotation of the storm where it's most intense is not efficient. We're not picking up the actual velocities here very well. So this, I bet the National Weather Service might be doing the same thing. They don't realize how strong this circulation is right here. For the past few scans, it definitely would have warranted a tornado warning as it crossed the state line especially, but it looks like it's still going quite a bit here. So if that does get warned, that would be the reason why we look at it from the terminal radar as well, to get even more data.
Okay, thank you very much, Andy. big time storm here, potentially a tornado situation developing maybe north and west of Kansas City. So these storms all have the tornado possible tag on them with their severe thunderstorm warnings for that reason. So you got to, take shelter if you are in the path of these things, and understand that a tornado warning could come out at any moment. And that goes for all up and down this line too. We've got a tornado possible, a severe thunderstorm working into Aubrey, Fort Scott, even all the way down here a little bit farther to the south. These storms are approaching the Joplin area. I know we had some people concerned about Joplin earlier. Now it looks like maybe just an hour or so from now, you guys will be experiencing some severe weather associated with this line of storms that's coming in. The supercells out in front of the line here are not as concerning looking, I guess, as some of the earlier ones that we were dealing with. Of course, the big severe tornado that went through Barnsdall. I don't see anything that looks like that just yet with these storms, but they're continuing to grow, and they are prefrontal supercells, so we have to watch those extremely closely as that line approaches. Back to the south and west of Oklahoma City, we've got this huge supercell here that's coming together as it moves towards the city. So far, it's just incredibly, it's just not looking very tornadic at the moment. Velocity does not show a whole lot of rotation, but we're still in the very beginning stages of the storm, so hopefully this continues and we don't see a tornado from it, but unfortunately it's entering an extremely favorable environment for tornadoes as it gets closer and closer to Oklahoma City. Okay, so we're gonna try to go back through these again. Once again, 70-mile-per-hour winds, getting ready to move into the Fort Dodge area. Get ready for that. Some small hail too. And speaking of Fort Dodge and the Y'all Squad, which we're up to $43,000 now, thanks to you guys. We just recently got an 8,000 square foot facility up here in Fort Dodge to house some of our supplies, and we're probably going to try to get something similar to that down here in the South Central Plains as well. So just a quick shout out just to let you guys know what's happening with that. We'll end up having a Radar Omega camera on that location as well. So in the future, if we got storms coming towards Fort Dodge like this, we'll be able to see them through the Radar Omega app. I'm going to have to stand up again. Please bear with me as I fight through seasonal allergies or a cold, whatever it is I'm going through here. So a little bit south of that, we do have a strong storm also moving into the Des Moines area. This also has one of those tornado possible tags associated with it. Not as much rotation currently with this one, but certainly some strong winds, maybe up to 70 miles per hour, moving into the greater Des Moines area. Get ready. North and west of Kansas City, that's where Andy was just talking about. We had a decent area of rotation that went pretty much between Kickapoo and Platte City there. Currently, that's not as impressive, but it's still there, and we could see a tornado warning associated with this cluster of storms near Kansas City at some point. But right now, we've got that tornado possible tag. And to me, if you're watching this stream, you want to be ahead of the game anyways. So if I'm in Kansas City, I'm taking shelter. And getting indoors, away from windows and all that stuff as this severe storm comes through. Same thing for you guys in Harrisonville, Fort Scott, Pittsburgh, Columbus, all these places in Kansas. Pretty strong storm, capable of producing quarter-size hail, moving up towards Vinita and Grove, Oklahoma as well. And then we've just got quite the flash flooding situation unfolding here north of Oklahoma City. And then a severe thunderstorm is about to move through Tulsa, Oklahoma, I think. And actually that flooding situation is probably going to, kind of occur over Tulsa as well. We'll see what happens there. But an extended period of heavy rain and Strong thunderstorms is expected over Tulsa here soon. The storm approaching Oklahoma City still is not rotating very intensely yet. So we're going to hope that that continues to be the case. But it is starting to rotate a little bit more higher up. So that'll probably try to work its way down more towards the surface as time goes on. What the heck is Brad Arnold doing? You guys seeing this? Oh, is he helping a snake across the road? Is that Brad?
Yeah, that's a snake.
Or was that that was Marcus, his driver, right? How nice.
Hey, Ryan, when you have a second.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to give you an update from my location right now. So I'm moving west and south towards that storm that's approaching the Oklahoma City metro. And I just wanted to note still how humid and how much moisture is in the atmosphere right now. Just standing outside of the truck, you can really feel it. We still have dews of about 71. So obviously this atmosphere is still very well primed to be able to produce tornadoes.
Absolutely. So, the atmosphere, you don't have to tell me about the atmosphere. We've been, we've been hooting and hollering about the atmosphere out here for a while. I'm actually surprised that the storms that we're looking at here moving into Oklahoma City aren't already more mature than what they are. I'm thankful about that. But, just look, this thing is now it's smack dab in the middle of, once again, some of the highest parameter spaces that we've seen for tornadoes. So, we've got a lot going on here. We've got plenty of surface-based CAPE. Storm relative helicity over 300. Significant tornado parameter value over 12. So, the environment's there for the taking. These storms right now, so far, are not taking it, thankfully. That could change very quickly, though, as we see there is a little bit of, some circulation trying to happen here near Gracemont as the storm gets closer and closer to Oklahoma City. And we are now over $50,000 raised for the Y'all Squad. Thank you so much. It sounds like maybe the Barnsdall nursing home might have gotten hit. I remember we talked extensively about that being one of the locations in the path of the storm. So hopefully, once again, people heard the warning. Yeah, still seeing a lot of new images coming out of the Barnsdall area as well. I'm not seeing or hearing nearly as much out of Bartlesville. Most of all the really significant stuff that I've heard about is from Barnsdall. So I don't know what's going on there. Hopefully, okay, Elijah's got something for us. Go ahead.
Hey Ryan, so the nursing home did take a direct hit. I I heard that roughly about half an hour ago, but as of half an hour ago, there was no injuries reported at that nursing home. However, a lot of the police on the scanners have been talking about injuries, like several injuries. They're requesting ambulances all over the place. So there are chances that people were injured at the nursing home. Besides those two fatalities, I have not heard of any other fatalities. But Brandon Kopic, about 2 minutes ago, posted on Twitter that the whole east side of Barnsdall is gone. And that appears to be probably where the tornado had the most effect. Probably the central path of the tornado hit the eastern part of Barnsdall.
Sorry, I was muted. I'm unmuted now. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm retweeting some of the imagery that I'm seeing coming out of the Barnsdall area and Bartlesville. And this is all going on Twitter. We want to protect the copyright of the original content creators here, so I'm not going to share it without permission on the stream. But, you know, just to give you guys an idea of what happened up there on Twitter, if you want to go to X or Twitter, you can follow over there and you can see everything that I'm sharing. It looks pretty bad. And we did just now get a considerable severe thunderstorm warning that includes the Oklahoma City metro. It includes Minco, Tuttle, Yukon, a little bit of El Reno. And that's going to be for 70-mile-per-hour winds and potentially up to quarter-sized hail. Also, continuing to watch these little embedded supercells in our train of storms north and east of Oklahoma City that's causing all the flash flooding. This one looks pretty intense as well. It looks like there's a little bit of a hook coming out here and a velocity
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So this might get a new tornado warning here at some point, maybe for Kendrick and Stroud. We did just get a new tornado warning in Missouri. North of Kansas City. That's the exact, spot or storm essentially that Andy was talking about not too long ago. Now we've got ourselves a tornado warning here for Plattsburgh and Lathrop in Missouri. Take shelter immediately.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Wow. Once again, just now seeing some of the crazy imagery coming out of Barnsdall. New tornado warning, too, down here, exactly for that storm that we were just talking about, north of Oklahoma City. We've got a tornado warning now for Stroud and Chandler in Oklahoma. Take shelter now. That's Lincoln County. I-44 is in the path here. This looks pretty convincing. I would say that this might be actually trying to produce a tornado here very soon. Go ahead, Andy, and I'm going to be away from the mic for probably a whole 1 minute, so just go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Ryan. Yeah, I'll talk about this warning for a second here for Chandler and Davenport here in Oklahoma. I had my eyes on that for a while. There are plenty of people following along asking why, I never talked about this, or the National Weather Service never warned this back near Cashin and Meridian and Passover I-35. It was because there was a very large outflow boundary to the south of this storm that to the north of it, where all the storm was and where the tornado would form, temperatures were cooler about 15 degrees Fahrenheit. However, to the south, that all that warm air is not able to get into the storm. Now that it's warned, National Weather Service Norman has held off on warning that until it has reached ahead of that cold outflow that it's put down, and it has some clean inflow, and in fact might have a small debris signature as well with it. So it's possible that this is a small tornado doing some damage here to the north and west of Chandler, Oklahoma. And that was the reason why we didn't talk about it in depth, or I didn't break into tell Ryan, what that was essentially, because it did look concerning a couple times. But now we think that it is caught up to the warmer air just enough. Part of the storm has accelerated forward, and now it has access to some of that warmer air, and we see the tornado warning as a result. In addition, there are a few posts about the profile that was just taken an hour ago from the Norman, Oklahoma area that is very supportive for tornadoes, even at the hour of 10 p.m. Central U.S. time. So these storms that are entering the metro from the west in the next 30 minutes or so will need to be watched very heavily. People will need to probably be told about this. It's a good idea to go ahead and let them know ahead of time that, again, their stormiest hours coming up. We talked about this 4 hours ago. I said 3, 4, or 5 hours. We would have a few storms for the Oklahoma City metro area, and now we have these semi-embedded supercells here, and a few more storms also that may cross to the south. So we'll be watching those very intently here as we continue our coverage. The debris signature with our new tornado warning in what county is this? Can't tell. Where Kearney and Chandler, Oklahoma are, that has now lightened up. I think that was a brief tornado, and the velocity on that is kind of falling apart here. So hopefully this does not continue to do damage, but please stay in your safe spots in Chandler and Davenport and Oklahoma, all the way out to Stroud along I-44.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. Just thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. And let's talk about these storms now from south to north. All right, we're going to hit everything. Frederick, down here near Frederick, Oklahoma, we are having a new situation where a new storm is forming here. This one is likely going to become severe thunderstorm warned at some point, especially as it approaches Lawton, Oklahoma. We also have a storm down here near Apache. The strongest storm out of all of the storms that are forming here to the south and west of Oklahoma City is the one that's about to come into Oklahoma City now. It's a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning capable of producing a quarter-size hail situation and also a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust or two. And then, we really are watching this storm to potentially try to wrap up and produce a tornado here at some point because it's in such a favorable environment for tornadoes. One of the more favorable environments that you'll ever see, honestly. So we will continue to watch that, and everybody in the Oklahoma City metro needs to be paying very close attention to that as we go forward. The tornado warning here for Davenport, Stroud, Kendrick, and Chandler, Oklahoma, is continuing to be in effect, and it'll be that way for 40 minutes. The signature doesn't look as convincing as it did not too long ago, but it's still there, and we need to be in our safe spots in Chandler and Stroud in Lincoln County in Oklahoma. Up here to the north of Kansas City, we've got ourselves another tornado warning for Plattsburgh. This actually looks pretty intense. There's definitely a strong storm. Spin-up tornado. It's already happened with this storm, and it could happen again here between Trimble and Plattsburgh, so take shelter now. And then, of course, we've got that one tornado warning up here in Iowa. That'll be allowed to expire in 5 minutes. Fort Dodge, though, get ready for some really strong winds as the storm's coming through within the next little bit. I don't know what it's going to take to get me to remember to unmute. Hey Ryan, what does it look like in north central Illinois over the next 24 hours? That's actually a good question. As soon as we get a moment here, I'll try to do that. I'll try to go over that here briefly. Anybody that's on the team here, feel free to interrupt me if we need to go back to what we're talking about down here. But just as we wait for new data to come in from our storms down here that are approaching Oklahoma City, I do want to let everybody know that this is a multi-day severe weather outbreak. We're going to be here tomorrow because it does look like there's going to be another chance of tornadoes tomorrow. Much less of a favorable kind of environment than what we have today, but still tornadoes possible in the Ohio Valley. 10% hatched risk of tornadoes. That's the criteria. Indiana and Ohio, you guys are in on that. And then the 5% goes all the way out over the rest of Indiana, a little bit of Illinois, all of Kentucky almost. So we'll be here tomorrow for that. And then Wednesday looks like another really big, widespread severe weather day from northeast Texas all the way up through Cincinnati. This Wednesday looks like it could be, once again, a really serious severe weather situation. So that'll probably be another major severe weather day. And then it's possible that we will even be here on Thursday talking about the East Coast. And then the good news is I think we might have a break. I think we might take a whole week where we don't have any significant severe weather. But of course it's May, so it'll come back. Let me show you the simulated radar. Illinois, it looks like there's going to be some storms as early as 7 a.m. tomorrow. Anything severe, though, would pop up on the eastern side of the state closer to 3 or 4 p.m. This is definitely mostly an Indiana and Ohio threat as far as the severe weather goes tomorrow. And then Wednesday, the threat is a little bit more widespread. But it's really too early right now to say anything definitive about that. We will assess that tomorrow, I believe, a little bit more in depth. The Eagle soars. Huge shout out to you for the 20 gifted. So far, the most significant damage of all the storms tonight has come from the northeastern side of Oklahoma between Bartlesville and Barnsdall. We've got, still significant damage reports coming out of there. So far, it's, everything else, like we've got hail and wind, we've had some reports here and there, but everything else is pretty tame compared to what it could be, given the environment that we have. So hopefully that continues to be the case, and these storms that are forming back here south and west of Oklahoma City don't do what they could do, but we've got to be, extra hyper weather aware here as they get closer and closer to the city. Oh my gosh. Here is I believe that this is an amateur photo from Eric Bates of the tornado as it came into Barnsdall, and you can see the horizontal vortices around it there. That is quite the image. Quite the scary image there of what that tornado looked like as it came into town. 18,000 people now without power in Oklahoma. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I'm watching this area that is to the west of Joplin, Missouri, along the line here in southeast Kansas, not passed over into Missouri yet. But a couple scans ago from the Springfield radar, this had a strong couplet on it, and I mean strong couplet. Thankfully, it looks like it's let up since then, and we are looking about 4,500 feet above the surface for a spin-up tornado that's pretty high. So I'm not 100% sure on the legitimacy of that couplet. However, I do think this circulation is strong, is not currently tornado warned. And I could see a warning with this as it passes. Probably this area of interest would probably pass to the north of Joplin, a good clip, so closer to Waco, Carl Junction, and Asbury in Missouri. They're right on the state line north of Joplin. This looks like a concerning area. Not currently tornado warned, so y'all watch out.
All right, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Drawing our attention over here towards Joplin, we do have. This is that velocity signature that we're talking about here. It's quite strong. Looks quite strong again near neutral, Quaker, Oatmeal, crest line. That might warrant a tornado warning here if the National Weather Service deems it necessary, but y'all watch out, all the way up there towards Waco and Ashbury. The tornado warning in Chandler, Davenport, and Stroud, Oklahoma continues, but it's not looking as tornado-y as it once was, thankfully. Still a strong storm. The storm coming into Oklahoma City is continuing to try to rotate, but it's not quite there yet, thankfully. But yeah, Oklahoma City, get ready.
A new tornado warning.
Big storm
has been
coming
issued.
in here soon, within the next 15 minutes or so. Cherokee, Kansas, Jasper County, Missouri, now under a tornado warning. That's the storm that Andy was just talking about. So get ready in neutral. Asbury and Waco. Y'all are under a tornado warning. That's Cherokee County, Kansas, Jasper County, Missouri. Jethro says, IT department, maybe a button like push to talk, but to mute for coughs. That's what I've got here, but the problem is I'm forgetting to toggle the mute back off. I've left myself muted too long on accident multiple times now, trying to cover up coughs. Sorry about that. The town of Joplin, by the way, a lot of people are talking about Joplin in the chat. Town of Joplin's not under a tornado warning. This is to the north and west of Joplin. However, Joplin, there is a strong storm coming. And, it wouldn't surprise me if maybe at some point Joplin was under a tornado warning tonight. But we'll let you know what's going on. Right now, you guys are fine. Just get ready for that warning as it may potentially come through here soon. Severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning, either one, you're going to want to get indoors and take it seriously. This is going to be a strong storm. Allison, I just read your tweet on X, and I just want to say I'm really glad you're okay, if you're still watching. Whoa. Cool video alert. Hold up. Kevin, are you a pilot or are you just on a plane or something? What's going on here? This is awesome. This is a video from 36,000 feet above the surface here of the storms near Oklahoma City. Once again, from about 36,000 feet up. Look at that. Near constant lightning inside of the big anvil there. Wow. I would love to be on that plane right now. That's my favorite thing in the world, is watching something like that. Whether if you're on the beach and you're like looking way out in the horizon, or on a plane and looking out at night at something like that, it's one of the most breathtaking views that you can have. Kevin, thank you for sharing that with us. Unfortunately, underneath that storm, we've got some severe weather going on and some rotation. So like this is the very storm that might cause some big time problems for Oklahoma City here within the next little bit. And yeah, I don't believe this is sped up or anything. This is just the electricity, the friction that the updraft is causing, just causing all kinds of lightning strikes. We just got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Lincoln County, Oklahoma now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we've got Creek County, Oklahoma, with a new tornado warning. And Okfuskee County, Oklahoma. That's going to be over here to the east of Stroud. Now we've got Bristow under a tornado warning, and that is associated with, the storm that caused the tornado warning over here near Chandler. Still looks like a strong storm. Still looks like a big embedded supercell. So smart move from the National Weather Service to issue a new tornado warning here, just in case that plants another tornado or a tornado here soon. Storm up here by Joplin continues to, show some signs of rotation on radar. Not quite as intense as what we were looking at earlier, but Waco, Asbury, you guys should stay in your safe spot. Joplin, you're not under any sort of warning right now. Actually, never mind. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning. 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible. It's going to start here within the next couple of minutes. It'll last 15 minutes or so, 20 minutes at most. And I think you're going to be all right over there in Joplin, okay? Just get ready for the strong winds. Sam says, thank you for the coverage in Bartlesville. It was vital in keeping me somewhat calm, as it barely missed my mom's house. Once again, we've got an incredibly, extremely favorable environment for tornadoes over here in the Oklahoma City region, and we have a supercell moving in. Thankfully, so far, that supercell looks weird, and it's not doing what you would expect a supercell to do right before it produces a tornado. However, this is a very rapidly evolving situation, so that could change. We just got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Norman, Moore, Choctaw, and Hera in Oklahoma. That's going to be for 70-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch in diameter hail, and a tornado possibly as the storm gets closer to you there in the Oklahoma City metro. All of our storm chasers that you see, actually 2 of the storm chasers that you see at the bottom of your screen, are in the Oklahoma City area right now. Brad Arnold's out there, Caleb's out there, a couple others are out there. So if there's going to be a tornado, we should see it. Yeah, the Oklahoma City supercell looks backwards. I mean, if you really look at it, it kind of does. But we do got some strong winds developing here between Tuttle and Bridge Creek. That's where some of those 70-mile-per-hour winds are going to be working through here soon. Get ready for that in Moore and Newcastle as well. Brad, thanks for becoming a high risker. It literally, if you look at this supercell, if you were to flip the image upside down, it would look like a more traditional supercell. Quite the interesting thing going on there, that's for sure. The cells down to the east of Frederick in southwestern Oklahoma are looking a little bit more traditional in their presence. So like these are already starting to rotate a little bit more, and you can see here even on velocity we're starting to see that rotation near Loveland, Oklahoma, and that's going to be right on the the hook of a very classic looking supercell. This will eventually move towards Walters, Temple, and Duncan, okay? Thankfully, we didn't see that sort of immediate sort of organization with this storm that's coming into Oklahoma City. However, it's still possible that it organizes into something that's capable of producing a tornado here. But right now, the main thing we're worried about in Oklahoma City is the damaging winds and big hail that's possible here. We got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. Discrete supercells remain possible ahead of the main QLCS, the quasi-linear convective system. They're highlighting an area between Grove, Joplin, Pittsburgh, and Nevada, in Missouri and Oklahoma. So yeah, I see those discrete cells here that are kind of in, trying to come in front of that line. It looks like the vast majority of those cells are about to get overtaken by the line, but I do see that there's more that are forming here. I would have probably drawn that circle a little bit farther to the east to include maybe Springfield and the areas between Carthage and Springfield, but still, the message remains the same. Supercells possible here over the next little bit. Once again, Joplin, Missouri, you guys are getting in on a pretty big storm right now. The strongest winds are just now starting to move in. Hopefully it doesn't last too long, but so far, so good as far as the severity of that storm. It doesn't look like anything tornadic is immediate in Joplin.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
New PDS severe thunderstorm warning for Canadian, Cleveland, and Grady counties in Oklahoma. That's a PDS severe thunderstorm warning. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, two things. I wouldn't say nothing tornadic is ongoing in Joplin because there is a little bit of a one of our hooks coming out of our QLCS here. So a little spin up tornado is possible here. I don't think it'll be particularly strong on the south side of Joplin and going up through the east side. But I wouldn't say it's non-zero here in Joplin, unfortunately, on that latest velocity scan. So a little bit of an area of concern there. I'm not sure. I don't think it's direct, but
a new tornado warning
tornado
has
warning
been
that's
issued.
coming through is for a different part of Missouri, I believe. Where is it at? I don't see where. Oh, it's to the north, right? It's a continuation of our previous one.
Yeah.
And then I was going to talk about our Oklahoma City storm for everybody watching. We just got that destructive severe coming through because you can look at the rear inflow jet actually that's driving this. This is more of like a small
new tornado
mesoscale
warning
convective
has been
system
issued.
in MCS. So you can see the rear inflow jet driving the main part of it forward, and that's why they issued this warning for destructive winds. So we have strong winds coming through the south side of Oklahoma City Metro, Moore, and Norman. And with these very strong winds, when we get a destructive warning for it, the north side is where we can see some spin-up tornadoes. So we'll be watching very closely from areas Mustang and due east along I-240 Valley Brook area for any spin-up tornadoes. I don't think these would be supercellular tornadoes. They would be more of spin-ups on the northern side here as this rear inflow jet pushes this storm to the east through the metro.
Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Yeah, we got that destructive severe now that includes Moore and Norman. A lot of you guys are watching and you have the Radar Omega app. We do have a camera here in Norman. And obviously we've got all of our storm chasers out there as well. So we're going to watch that come into the area. 80-mile-per-hour winds are possible as this storm comes through. Also, we got a couple new tornado warnings there.
Brad, you got a copy?
One of them is to the north of Carl Junction, and it's for Lamar and Nashville in Missouri. And yeah, like literally the moment I said, don't worry about anything tornadic in Joplin, the next scan, we've got, this potential signature that showed at least something trying to spin up near Joplin. So that's probably moved past town now for the most part, but Webb City and Carthage, you guys need to watch out for potential strong storm there. And then we've also got a tornado warning now for Wellington and Lexington in Missouri. Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan, go right back down to that Joplin couplet there. I'm very glad I talked about that because the newest scan, if you could get that on GR2, probably, it's very concerning, and I expect a tornado warning for Carthage, Missouri. Definitely get in your safe spots in Carthage, Missouri, especially west near Brooklyn Heights in Jasper County, and Carytown out ahead of this. This is where the spin-up tornado looks like it'll go if it does produce. A very concerning signature right now, not currently tornado warned. Unfortunately, Ryan just had to jinx it when he said nothing looked like nothing was happening, but I do expect a tornado warning here for areas north and east of Joplin and probably right around Carthage and Carytown, Missouri, interior-most room of your house or basement if you've got one.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andy. So once again, lesson learned here of trying too hard to soothe the potential upset, people of Joplin who obviously I sense a lot of tension in the chat in moments like this where we have, big storms moving through towns like this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
You never should say that there's nothing tornadic expected with a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag on it. That's exactly what could happen here. We've got a couplet developing now right over Joplin. Now moving to the east of Joplin, I do want to say that the town of Joplin now is not included in that new tornado warning that was just issued. It's past Joplin now. But Webb City, Pleasant Valley, Brooklyn Heights, Carthage, Maxville, Carytown, Maple Grove, Golden City, all of these places in Missouri are now under a
new tornado
warning
has been issued
as a as a result of that spin up that has occurred near Joplin. So Carthage, take shelter now. And then there's another daggone tornado warning up here in Missouri. You got a little bit of rotation here moving up towards Creighton. Creighton and Urich, Missouri, take shelter. Then, of course, Grain Valley, Wellington, Henrietta, and Richmond, Missouri. Also, you guys are under a tornado warning right now. We've got quite a few warnings in Missouri at this moment. Brad tried to chime in. Let's get back with him. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, Ryan, I was going to let you know that we are almost in Norman right now. We're going to head north into Moore to intercept this. I'm picking up 80 to 85 mile per hour winds with this considerable under PDS thunderstorm warning. So we're going to intercept this. Tornado potential is very low with this one. It's outflow dominant, but this could definitely cause some major damage with this severe thunderstorm we're going through.
Daggone it. I'm so sorry. I was muted again. I'm sorry. Anyways, Brad's going to go put himself in front of the 80 mile per hour winds here and more. Basically what I was saying was if you're in Moore or Norman, you need to treat this as if it's a tornado warning and get to your safe spot because 80 mile per hour winds can do tornado-like damage, okay? Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ren, my camera's not working right now. I'm sorry. There is a debris signature on Joplin, storm headed towards Carthage, and again, it looks more intense on this newest scan. And I also wanted to talk about the Oklahoma City destructive winds that are incoming. I can see it from the test bed radar. A majority of those winds are actually oriented basically due east, both towards the Oklahoma City radar and also the test bed radar. Again, I'm starting to see indications that we could have a spin-up tornado forming on the northern edge of these strong winds that are moving through. So watch out, Valley Brook. The current no tornado warnings with this, but a PDS severe is just as important, particularly dangerous situation, severe. And the orientation of this rear inflow jet is going to bring these damaging winds for a long period of time into the areas of Moore. And just surrounding Moore, essentially. And that means that any straight line wind damage could be accentuated here by the long residence time of these damaging winds that are being pushed forward. They're pushing the storm forward. This is a rear
new
inflow
information.
jet, and it
This
is pretty
tornado
strong.
warning has been upgraded.
Okay, so brace for impact for significant winds, maybe in excess of 80 miles per hour, maybe even higher than that in Moore and Norman here on the southern side of the Oklahoma City metro. Get to your tornado shelter. If you're down here in Moore or Norman, you've got to get to your tornado shelter. Treat this as if it's a tornado because it's going to feel like one for a lot of you that experience some of those 80 to 90 mile per hour wind gusts that are kind of inevitable now with the storm that's getting ready to come through there. Also, this tornado warning for Carthage, Carytown, Jasper, and Golden City in Missouri is now an observed. It's a confirmed tornado. Okay, we've got a tornado on the ground heading right towards Carthage. Right now, that tornado, I believe, is somewhere near the King Jack Park. Okay, if you know where the King Jack Park is, you know around about where we think the tornado is right now. Additionally, let me just look at a couple other things here. So if you know where that is, you know around where the tornado is. It's also going to be moving up in the general direction of Brooklyn Heights. All right. And also, if you know where the Pleasant Valley Elementary School is, or the Ruby Trail milepost 14, if you know where that is, just off State Highway 171 there, that's about where the tornado is on the west side of Carthage there. Anybody from the Carthage Municipal Park all the way over to Brooklyn Heights could be experiencing a tornado right now. Downstream, this is going to go over I-49 more than likely, near Kendricktown up there near the Americold Logistics Carthage area, and then also it's going to go over North Wood Street up there towards Civil War Ranch, and 4 states leak detection, if you guys know about that up there past the bend on I-49 north of Carthage. Get ready for that. Also, we expect this to make it up there between Firefly Euro Boxers and Carytown near the Genesis Auto Salvage Sales there, just near Carytown. So get ready for that. Downstream, we're thinking about maybe Jasper and Golden City getting in on the action here from a tornado that has formed near Joplin and is now going up towards, once again, Carthage, Carytown, Jasper, and Golden City. You got to take shelter now.
Ryan, sorry to interrupt you. We got power flashes coming through the city of Moore right now, north of us right now. We can see it being lit up. A lot of power flashes going on.
All right. So it looks like some significant damage is happening right now in Oklahoma City.
Hey, Ryan, do you have a copy?
Between Mustang, Moore, and Newcastle right now. Brad Arnold is saying that he's seeing power flashes. Let's pull his feed up full. And we'll talk to Ryan Scholl as well. Go ahead, Ryan. And then Andy, when he's done, I'll let you know.
I'm currently sitting on the west side of Moore-ish. Power is flickering, have gusts up to words of 60 to 70 miles an hour right now. It's getting a little bit wild on the west side of Norman. It's probably going to keep getting worse here in the next couple minutes.
Okay, I don't know if we've got... Ryan Scholl available to us, but we're talking to Ryan Scholl, who's getting hit by the winds now. Brad Arnold's getting ready to take a direct hit by some of those winds as well. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, progression exactly how I talked about the storm before it entered the metro area here on the north side. There is maybe a light or a very small debris ball here west of Valley Brook. May be gone on the next scan, but these little spin-ups can also just carry little bursts of strong winds with them. Even if it's not directly tornado damage, there could still be some strong straight line winds here going through Valley Brook. And then just some analysis on the straight line wind threat that's happening
we have,
here.
Power
We have
going
a
off on the
pocket of
screen right
95
now.
to 100 mile per hour winds about 800 feet above the surface via the KTLX radar. So if we were to do a simple rule of thumb where
a
we
new
subtract
tornado warning
10 miles
has
per
been
hour
issued.
per 1,000 feet, that the winds have to travel downward through the atmosphere where we're sampling them from, we can extrapolate that the worst of the wind damage is likely reaching 90 miles per hour here in the western Moore area right now. That's approaching I-35 quickly, and will also again be in place for quite some time, meaning that wind damage would be accentuated here just due to how long these strong winds will be in place. So I think that the straight line wind threat here may be quite concerning. There's our tornado warning, of course, for the spin ups on the northern side. So the now casting that we did 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago even is going right accordingly. So I'm glad we were able to get that good information out.
Absolutely. Absolutely killing it. Meteorologist Andy Hill. Tornado warning now for Oklahoma City. This is the rotation or the the part of the storm
a new
that
tornado
is capable
warning
of producing a tornado is going to move right through Valley Brook, Midwest City, Nicoma Park, Spencer, Choctaw, all the way up there towards Hara and Luther as well. So we need everybody up there to take shelter. We also need you to be in your safe spot as well in Moore, if you haven't already gotten there. The winds, the strongest winds are still right on your doorstep. We've got storm chaser Brad Arnold now moving into the stronger winds on I-35 as he's going north right now, right into Moore on Interstate 35. So we'll see what happens here, as the bulk of the strongest winds are to his north right now. Let's see here. Who else do we have out here? Yeah, Ryan Scholl, we've got him up. Okay. All right, that should work. So we're going to watch this very closely here.
A new tornado warning
as
has been
we
issued.
go check back in on Missouri as well, okay? Because we've got a lot of stuff going on over here in Missouri. We still got a confirmed tornado warning for Carytown and Jasper, and they've actually just kind of expanded that out to Lockwood and Greenfield, Missouri as well. You guys got to take shelter out here, as we did have a tornado form near Joplin and move very close to Carthage. I don't know if that tornado is still with us. I don't know if it's still there, but it definitely could be. We've got a lot of rotation here, and that could be sticking around with us all the way up there towards, once again, Lamar, Lockwood, those areas in Missouri. You guys have got to take shelter immediately. Back to our Oklahoma City storm. Man, the velocities here are just, oh man, this is not good. This is a prime example of exactly what the heck not to do if you're in Oklahoma City right now. Don't park under an overpass on an interstate. Who started that? I want to fight them. I want to meet them and I want to fight them. I don't know where that started. That's like the dumbest thing you could possibly ever do. Anyways, Brad is just now getting into an area where I think some of the really strong winds are going to be visible here to us within the next little bit. So we're looking north now towards Moore, Oklahoma, and you can see that the winds are really starting to pick up already in his location there on I-35.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And remember, whenever the winds start going there in Moore, in places around Moore, near Clothier, Franklin, Newcastle, all the way up there to Valley Brook, they're not going to stop very quickly. We're going to have a sustained period of strong winds in the southern Oklahoma City metro area. We also have a tornado warning that is continuing now for Oklahoma City, Midwest City, Choctaw, Hara, and Spencer. You guys all need to be in your safe spots, whether you're in Moore, Franklin, Midwest City, Choctaw, Hara, that whole area on the southeastern side of Oklahoma City and the southern side needs to be sheltered. Got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning now in portions of Missouri. Let's go check back in on our Missouri storm real quick. It's the tornado warned storm is still looking very impressive and concerning. Hopefully everybody in Carytown and Golden City is still in their safe spots, as well as you guys in Lockwood and Greenfield. Same thing for you guys in Warrensburg, Missouri, and now Rayville and Richmond, Missouri. We've got a pretty interesting area of rotation that's come together here near Orick, and another one down here near Camden. That's going to be moving towards Richmond, Missouri. Once again, take shelter in Richmond, Missouri, and Rayville, Missouri. Wow, we have a lot of warnings right now in Missouri. Hey, Molly, thank you for that. So if you're just now tuning in, we're watching a destructive severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado move into the Oklahoma City metro area. Stronger winds are now moving into more towards Woods, Newalla, those areas. Thankfully, we're not seeing too much in the form of tornadic activity with our supercells that are forming here in a very favorable tornadic environment. Thankfully, so far. We have seen, of course, one significant tornado at least today, maybe even more than that, but we're still starting to hear some more, damage, information coming in from Barnsdall, Oklahoma, and Bartlesville. We're going to relay that to you as soon as we get a moment here. And now we've got this whole line of storms here in Missouri is spinning up tornadoes left and right. We got a tornado warning in Greenfield, Golden City, Missouri, Warrensburg, Richmond, Missouri. Y'all need to be taking shelter. It looks like we're getting close to $60,000 raised over at the y'allsquad.org. Once again, I can't say thank you enough. We're going to put that to good use as we go help people in probably Barnsdall, Oklahoma. I hopefully we don't have to hit any other towns down here. Barnsdall and Bartlesville, they've already been hit. Hopefully nothing else happens, but of course it still could, end up being a bigger deal here as we continue to watch these storms race across Oklahoma and now into Missouri as the night goes on. Kevin says, Ryan, you need a light that comes on when you're mute to alert you. Dude, that's such a good idea. That could be another use of the lights, because I'm doing that. I'm going to set that up as soon as I end the stream. Yeah.
A new tornado warning has
Why
been
didn't I
issued.
think of that sooner? All right, we got a new tornado warning in Cedar and Vernon counties in Missouri. That's going to be for Lamar, Montevallo, and Jericho Springs. It's associated with this area of rotation right here. So get ready and take shelter if you haven't already. Yeah, in front of me I have well over 100 buttons programmable through the Stream Deck platform. And it would take me about 5 minutes to make a button that muted my microphone and then change the color of the lights. And then I click it again and it unmutes the microphone and turns the lights back normal. I think that I'm going to set that up before the next stream. Huge shout out to to whoever had that idea. That's probably going to help me a lot in the future. Go ahead, Elijah. Was that Elijah? Maybe not. Oh, go ahead, Andy.
Sorry, Ryan. I might have pressed orange. I'm tired and it's hard to aim my mouse. this late. I think that the tornado warning near Pittsville, Missouri, is going to be confirmed. I think we have a debris signature here from the spin-up tornado. It's been one of the more persistent ones for a while now, so I think that we'll see an upgrade to this warning, and it'll go out to Fayetteville, Missouri, and Concordia, Missouri, along I-70 eventually here. So y'all watch out ahead of this thing. As we get probably an extended warning here that goes in through northeastern Johnson County and southeastern Lafayette County, or however you say it in Missouri, for Concordia and surrounding areas.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We've got some big time rotation showing up here near Columbus, Missouri. Robbins, Hoffman, all the way up to, like he said, Concordia. Y'all watch out, okay? We probably are going to have a new tornado warning here shortly associated with that. Man, literally every storm that is popping up here in Missouri, this whole line in Missouri needs to be watched closely. If you're in Chillicothe, Trenton, Warrensburg, Marshall, Sedalia, Springfield, Bolivar, Republic, anywhere downstream from this vertical line of storms that's going across Missouri right now, you got to watch out for some strong winds. And obviously these storms have a very real capacity and the ability to produce tornadoes. So get ready for that.
Hey, Ryan, when you got a second?
That was Caleb. Let's talk to Caleb. Go ahead, Caleb.
Hey, I'm just coming up behind this storm that's kind of gone through the Oklahoma City metro over the last little bit, and I've already come across several areas with pretty substantial tree damage, and then obviously some power outages as well. So as it kind of pushes more into Oklahoma City and across the metro, that may be something that you start to experience if you're in the area.
Okay, thank you very much. Storm chaser Caleb Beecham out there in Hall Force 1 in Oklahoma, storm chasing for us this evening. Caleb Beecham is also our operations director for the Y'all Squad, so he's going to be instrumental in our efforts to try to, get the Y'all Squad funds out there and in use properly. So we very much appreciate Caleb and everything that he does. Hopefully you guys went and subscribed to his YouTube channel. He's streaming right now as well. Bryce Shelton has a decent view, I think, of the storm coming into moving through Oklahoma City now. You can see some of the stronger wind gusts there. Very, very interesting stuff tonight, to say the least. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up on the chat and different stuff that you guys are sending over on Twitter and X. I do appreciate all of the collaboration tonight. You guys have been awesome on Twitter and helping us, get the word out, and also helping us get the word in. You guys have tagged us in some stuff tonight that has been helpful, and sent in reports that have been helpful.
Hey, Ryan, this is Brad. Do you copy?
Yeah, go ahead, Brad.
Hey, so we're in Oklahoma City right now, or south of Oklahoma City, closer to Moore, actually. But the AI program that I use, that Storm-Net program, is really picking up on that cell south of Lawton. Looking at it, looks kind of wonky. Just curious as to what both you and Andy think about that storm. That's heading into a really good environment, but for whatever reason, these storms haven't taken on that classic supercell shape to produce tornadoes in that intense environment. So just interested to see y'all's opinion on that.
Andy, I don't know if you heard that, but Brad wants to know if you think that he should drive all the way down towards Lawton, Oklahoma for this storm, or if you think that for whatever reason this storm might not take advantage of the environment as some of the other ones haven't as well. I'm interested in hearing what you have to say about that as well.
Okay. So just a quick look at that, and it's not a cap, but a stout surface inversion. So the surface has cooled off a considerable amount compared to the air just above the surface down there. And that's kind of why we're not seeing this storm do anything from the Frederick radar. In fact, it looks like it's a little disorganized even, I would say. But the most significant factor here, I would say, is just the fact that this is probably an elevated storm due to the surface inversion here. So a lot of stable air right at the surface that this couldn't quite drill through to get any inflow from right at the ground. And I think that it could have, if it initiated maybe an hour earlier and was a much stronger storm, with a ton of moistures, like one of those huge supercells we've seen on some of our other storms earlier today, especially the ones that prompted these flash flood warnings. So I think that it just started a little too late, and thus the air at the surface was just a little too stable. And I don't know if it will really get out of that. Out ahead of it, it kind of is just going to be in a steady state environment. If it moved to the north, it would be in a little bit of a better environment, a little bit less of that surface inversion, but it would take a very long time for it to move into an area closer to like southeastern Oklahoma that has less of that inversion ongoing with stronger surface winds.
All right. Thank you, Andy.
A new tornado warning
and
has been issued.
Brad, hopefully you're listening and you heard that. So, yeah, it sounds to me like that's going to be up to you, Brad, whether or not you go after that one. I do want to, once again, take us back to Missouri real quick, and we'll go back to that storm. We'll keep talking about that. But right now we got a new tornado warning in Missouri for Concordia. We were talking about this earlier. Pretty strong rotation here near Hoffman and Robbins. Get to shelter in Mount Olive, Ernitsville, Ottleville, Concordia, and Alma in Missouri. This is a dangerous storm, and it might be trying to produce a tornado. They'll probably warn this too near Chilliwack, moving towards Leeton. Man, that's crazy. There's so many different little kinks along our line here in Missouri.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Another new tornado warning in Missouri. All right. Yeah, and that's going to be for Lockwood and Greenfield. and associated with this area of rotation, it's pretty precautionary there. I've got to stand up again. The moment I sit down, the congestion gets worse. I don't know. I've been standing up now for just about 9 hours, so I'd like to take me a little seat for a second. But it ain't going to happen, I don't think.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It's all right. We're good. It's better for me anyways. Let's see here. Another tornado warning was just issued. This one's in Oklahoma. This is going to include Rossville and Meeker, associated with this area of rotation here. So take shelter if you're in Rossville or Meeker, Oklahoma. Yeah, I've talked about Missouri a lot during today's broadcast, probably more than some other places. So far tonight, we have had at least 2 fatalities associated with the storms. We've had one really big damaging tornado, as far as I know, and that's the one that went between Hominy, Barnsdall, and Bartlesville. Hopefully, we can keep it at that. Obviously, there's probably several tornadoes that have touched down here and there, but nothing has been quite as destructive as what we saw near Bartlesville earlier. So that's good news. However, unfortunately, that one tornado alone is probably going to be enough to, cause some extremely detrimental long-term effects in this part of the world here. So that's kind of what we were afraid of when we saw the forecast and everything. 70-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch in diameter hail, and possible tornado moving into the Springfield, Missouri area. Massive destruction in Barnsdall from what I can tell. Once again, thanks to you guys going over to the y'allsquad.org. We have raised almost $60,000 now for those, for people who have been impacted by severe weather. We will have a presence in Barnsdall and Bartlesville. We will either be going there and writing people's checks. Sometimes people need help after, maybe insurance doesn't cover this, or maybe it takes insurance 3 months to get this, or maybe FEMA doesn't arrive very quickly.
A new tornado warning
we fill that
has been
gap
issued.
So we can go write checks for people, or we can, help people find a place to stay in a hotel, or maybe sometimes we can, get a big supply drop and take it to a distribution center. And there's a lot we can do with what we've got, but the more we have, the better. So once again, just a reminder, you can go to the y'allsquad.org and make a tax-deductible donation to our 501c3 nonprofit organization over there. All right, new tornado warning for Beggs, Winchester, Okmulgee, and Morris, Oklahoma. It's associated with this area of rotation, which is, it's there, but I don't know if it's imminent, but we're going to take shelter anyways, because this is our closest thing to a real life supercell that we have right now, I think. Yeah, and just a reminder, it seems like some of you, once again, are
A
behind.
new tornado warning has
Make
been
sure
issued.
you refresh your feed and make sure the time down here is in line with reality for you, because you might be a little bit behind. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I was just coming through to relay what that new warning is east of Chilhowie, Missouri, up to Knob Nuster. So that was the area I was going to talk about. Now tornado warned. So there you go. We're thinking at the same time as the National Weather Service.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Knob Noster, Cornelia, Burtville. All you guys are under a tornado warning. Bristle Ridge, take shelter. As this looks like it's also, man, there's just so many kinks in this line. This is another one where a spin-up tornado is going to be possible here, and it could do damage between Cornelia and Burtville here soon, so take shelter. This area of rotation near Allville and Concordia, Missouri, also continues to look pretty concerning here. So make sure you're taking shelter there in that part of Missouri. We currently have 9 tornado warnings, and the vast majority of them are in Missouri right now. Get ready in Springfield. This is all coming towards you.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Berry and McDonald counties in Missouri are under tornado warnings now. And excuse me for being a little quiet. I'm going through and just kind of retweeting more media from some of the Barnsdall stuff. So once again, more damage indicators and photos and videos and stuff are over there on Twitter if you are interested in seeing the extent of what happened over there. New warning for Cassville, Washburn, Exeter, and Butterfield in Missouri. Interesting. There's some rotation here. So Purdy, McDowell, and Butterfield, you all take shelter, okay? That's going to go for the next 30 minutes. All right, so we've got a new day 1 outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. Brad,
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, the mic was really low there, but I got you.
Okay, good. So first off, tell Andy thank you for saving me some time with that. I didn't want to go and actually look for myself, so I appreciate him explaining that, and it saved me some time having to drive south. So, but Marcus and I are both extremely, extremely tired. We've had long days. It's after midnight. These cells are really forming into a messy convective system over, east of us. So we're probably in the stream for us, but obviously, the severe weather threat continues east. As far as tomorrow, I think we're probably going to be chasing in the Kentucky area. Kentucky, maybe southern Illinois. We're going to stay in OKC tonight and then head east. But we're going to go ahead and end our stream, and hopefully you feel better tomorrow, man. Get better. See ya.
Thank you, Brad. And I'm really sorry for everybody that's had to listen to me sniffle all night. That's probably been terrible, but hopefully I do feel better tomorrow. And thank you, Brad. And yeah, speaking of Kentucky tomorrow, the new day 1 outlook is out. We no longer have a high risk of severe weather. We're now looking at the day one risk for tomorrow. Big enhanced zone from Indiana, Ohio into Kentucky. That's actually a lot bigger than it was. I don't have an updated graphic yet on the tornado probabilities, but as soon as I get that, I will show you. But I think it's gotten bigger, the 10 hatch tornado probabilities. So, yeah, we're definitely going to be live tomorrow with you over there. Storm chasers are going to be coming over to Kentucky. Brad, if you're listening in, you know, if you've got time, you should swing by the weather house at some point. Caleb, everybody, all storm chasers, come swing by the weather house if you want to say hi. Obviously, it's going to be pretty busy. They're going to be north of me, and then got to get ready for Wednesday as well, as there's going to be more severe weather. But, yeah, that's what we're talking about there. Tomorrow, more severe weather. The severe weather threat does not end tonight anytime soon. So we're going to stay live here for a little while longer. And even when we end our live stream, the severe weather threat's going to continue. Severe weather doesn't stop whenever we aren't live, unfortunately. Yeah, swing by the weather house. I've got some bottled water and hamburger patties. It'll be a good time. We currently have 8 tornado warnings. However, the vast majority of them are precautionary. Some of them are pretty concerning. We've got a decent little couplet here moving up towards Exeter, Missouri. We've got some rotation moving up towards Lowry City, Missouri. Still pretty concerned about Concordia, but no confirmed tornadoes as of right now. Christopher Free says, new fundraiser for the Y'all Squad. Yes, we are. We just today alone, we have raised about $60,000 over on the y'allsquad.org. Thank you, Peter. Somebody said, please don't end the stream with 8 tornado warnings. We're not ending the stream right now. However, that will happen at some point this evening. And
hey, Ryan, you got a copy?
You know, there probably will be tornado warnings still ongoing whenever we end the stream. But we've got to go refresh and get ready for tomorrow. And then the next day, we've got, you know, major severe weather to cover for the next couple of days. And honestly, the severe weather threat for the rest of the night is going to be probably much less than what we saw for the majority of the day today. But that doesn't mean that, you know, that nothing's going to happen. You know, you want to make sure you have a way of getting warnings all night. Go ahead, Caleb.
Hey, Ryan, I just wanted to give you a quick update. I think at this point, I don't see much ability for me to be able to catch up to these storms. So I'm going to switch my focus from obviously trying to track down these storms to starting to make some plans on what the Y'all Squad's going to do and how we're going to show up. So I'm going to reach out to Chandra here shortly, but I'm going to head out for the night. But it was an awesome night. Hope you start feeling better before work tomorrow.
All right, so Caleb Beecham is calling it a chase for tonight as well. Let's take a look at the HRRR, because why not? Simulated radar. This is what the radar could look like about 3 a.m., about 2 hours from now. We're going to continue to see this squall line of storms from Missouri down into Oklahoma, producing probably several tornado warnings and maybe even some isolated tornadoes, even at 3 a.m. Things won't calm down with that at all, really, until maybe around 9 a.m. Then we're going to see some general thunderstorms move through Indiana and Kentucky. New storms start to fire up, though, between Illinois, Indiana, and Kentucky around 4 or 5 p.m. These are the ones that are going to be capable of producing new tornadoes and severe weather from 5 p.m. probably through, honestly, through 3 a.m. Once again, it'll be another long night tomorrow. And then another severe weather situation is on the table for Wednesday, which, we'll talk more about that tomorrow. So, yeah, it looks like a decent environment in place for significant severe weather tomorrow. So we'll be here for you tomorrow, probably around 4 or 5 p.m. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan, I do not have the webcam on right now because it is dark here. However, we did write out the storm from the National Weather Center in Norman, the one that just went through the Oklahoma City metro. And from Norman looking north into Moore, we could see several power flashes from all the strong winds and the storm that went through that area. OU campus also had intermediate power flashes that were occurring, as well as power flickering on several buildings all over campus and across Norman. We know the Norman airport had to switch to generator power, and several other buildings across the area had to switch to generator power or had a complete power outage. So,
all right. Thank you very much, Elijah, for that update, and I'm glad you all fared well. So yeah, once again, the storms are continuing to roll through Oklahoma. Lots of radar indicated tornado warnings throughout portions of Missouri. We're going to continue to call those out for the next several minutes. But at some point here, we are going to end the stream. Okay. I want to make sure we're ready for tomorrow. But this is also a good time where we're starting to essentially go down, I guess, in the overall intensity of the outbreak. I do have some time to look at chat. If you have any questions or anything, please feel free to ask those questions now. Nights like tonight, I don't usually have time to look at the chat very much. Okay, yeah, so by the way, here's the new SPC tornado outlook for tomorrow. A much larger 10% hatched region. This includes Louisville now, Cincinnati, Columbus, Indianapolis. Wow. What is that? That's, what do we got here? Our numbers haven't updated yet, but I'll tell you that's quite a bit of people under the gun for severe weather tomorrow, maybe significant tornadoes. I see a lot of the questions that are being asked.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
What's it going to be like? What's the weather going to be like tomorrow? I'm telling you everything that I know right now. Hopefully you know where your location is on a map. Just find it and, kind of infer from this, what your risk might entail tomorrow. Once again, if you're in Ohio, Indiana, or Kentucky here, you're under a 10% hatch risk of tornadoes, which means that there's a pretty decent chance that we get some tornadoes tomorrow. Browns, 5%. Greens, 2%. The better way to look at this is just from the categorical outlook. So thunderstorms will be possible in the green, strong thunderstorms in the yellow and the orange tomorrow. So everybody that just asked, what is insert city going to be like tomorrow? I just answered every single one of your questions. Thanks to the Storm Prediction Center Outlook there. Couple
A
of
new
tornado
tornado
warnings,
warning
by the
has
way.
been issued.
Observed tornado warning for Fairplay, Humansville, and Bolivar. Oh, let's read that. What's that? Radar confirmed tornado. Okay. All right. So Fairplay, Bolivar, Humansville, take shelter if you haven't already. We've got a tornado warning here. A lot of times, storms like this, the rotating part will be fleeting and it doesn't last very long, but sometimes they do. So take shelter. A little bit more of a concerning look here on the reflectivity for our tornado warning in Alma and Mount Leonard and Malta Bend, Missouri. Y'all take shelter right now as well as that. You can clearly see the little protrusion there. Tornado is going to be somewhere around Alma right now, if it's down. The categorical risk does technically, I believe it technically includes tonight, or it should. I do think that there's definitely a little bit of an elevated risk of severe weather here in Missouri. But I think the main focus of this outlook here, what they're kind of trying to highlight is the potential for new severe weather that reconvects tomorrow. It's currently 6Z or 5:30Z, and the day one outlook doesn't officially switch over until 12Z. So that's why we've got a little bit of a gap here. But still, severe weather is going to be possible through the rest of the night, really, in Missouri, over towards St. Louis. We've got a lot of, tornado warnings out there, but you guys have got to remember that the vast majority of these tornado warnings, there's not actual tornadoes. There's just a really good chance that, this storm might produce a tornado, so they have to warn it. So it's important that we heed all of those warnings, but it's not like we have an ongoing, major outbreak right now, even though it might seem that way if you just look at the polygons. Best thing that you can do if you live in Missouri tonight is, especially, it's a Monday night. So we got to work tomorrow. We got school tomorrow, whatever it is. The best thing that you can do is go to sleep. All right. Don't obsess over the weather. Don't let it take over your life and cause you anxiety all throughout the night. Go to sleep, but have some way of getting warnings. A lot of you got a cell phone, turn on those emergency alerts. Make sure your phone's hooked up to charge. If you have a NOAA weather radio, that's your first line of defense. Make sure you got batteries in that, and that's going to wake you up in the event of a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning or something like that. And last but not least, if you got a friend that works the night shift or something like that, and you know that they're going to be monitoring the weather all night, set up a deal with them that they're going to call you if your area gets under a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning. The good news is that for the rest of tonight, the tornado threat's going to go down slowly but surely. It's going to go down. We're not going to see another big uptick in activity, I think, as far as significant tornadoes go until tomorrow. Now, we're going to see more tornadoes tonight. There's going to be more tornado warnings, some strong thunderstorms, damaging winds. It's all going to be possible, but the overall threat is on the downhill, the decline right now. Okay, so I just want to make sure that you know that, even though we're going to see a bunch more tornado warnings like this one. I think there's one that's getting ready to come through right now. I think. Maybe not. But still. I'm looking through the chat to see if I missed anything. How is your reflectivity so dark, like the red on the thunderstorms? I tried switching my color tables around, but I can't get it as dark as yours. I don't know. I've got a specific color table in here. You can find it in our Discord server. We do have a Discord server. It's called Viper. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just using a specific color table called Viper HD, I think. Yeah, we'll take Caleb out of number 1 there and just put any of the rail fans in there. Also, some of the color table information is going into the chat right now as well. Catherine, thank you for that. Very generous super chat. Says, thanks for all you guys do. I think tomorrow at the beginning of the stream, we'll have hopefully a comprehensive overview.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
You know, what we've learned about the situation in, Barnsdall. And we'll be able to give you a little bit more of an idea as to what we have seen with that. New tornado warning for areas just north of Springfield, Wild Card, or Willard, Ebenezer, Fairgrove, and
a new
Hackney
tornado
are
warning
included in
has been
that.
issued.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. So it sounds like Caleb is not going to be chasing tomorrow. And he'll be in Kentucky, or I'm sorry, in the Barnsdall area tomorrow doing a big supply drop. So go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I think with that newest tornado warning for areas going to the north of Springfield, Missouri, that there may be a debris signature identifiable, a small one, right next to the radar here west of Willard.
A new tornado warning
so
has
I think
been
that
issued.
is a debris signature because we do have lower differential reflectivity values there, which is very important for diagnosing these debris signatures close to radar. So hopefully a weak spin up with this storm, but I was watching it for a second, and that newest scan, as it was warned, I think has that signature there. So, and in addition to that, while I'm looking here, there's also a debris signature just to the north, like right in between these two warnings, the confirmed one and the new one that was just issued. So this is technically not in a warning here, but it might go into this warning west of Morrisville, Missouri, and generally up to the east of Bolivar in Polk County, Missouri.
Okay. Thank you very much, Andy. I mean, basically, we've got the whole daggone line here under a tornado warning now. I mean, they might as well, with the way that we've got so many little spaces in between here. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, for some reason there's something weird going on with the screen capturing in the Chaser PC, so if you could black out the feeds for a second so we don't leak any information, that'd be appreciated.
All right, give me just a second. As soon as I figure out how to do that real quick, I got it. Okay, good to go. All right, so yeah. So like there's a bunch of little rotating spots on this line. So literally everyone in front of this thing needs to be ready for potentially a tornado. If not a tornado, then maybe some damaging winds. As you know, as it moves to the east, but slowly but surely, the tornado threat's going to continue to go down throughout the night. Warsaw, Missouri, y'all get ready. Bolivar, Fair Play, Humansville. You guys are also in the path of a fairly dangerous looking storm. And there's there's little spots in between the tornado warnings that even are rotating as much, if not more, than the places that are inside the tornado warnings, which is pretty. I mean, it's not funny, but I think that they should just issue a giant warning at this point. So yeah, we're watching all of these storms very closely in Missouri. If anything like special or like, oh my goodness, this is crazy, if anything like that happens, we will take you to that. Right now, though, these are all, they're rotating. They might be producing a tornado. We've got that one confirmed warning in Cedar, Dade, Hickory, and Polk counties in Missouri. Otherwise, these are mostly just precautionary kind of warnings that are just in case. Ryan, you're really, really quiet. Is the mic volume? Is something going on with the mic volume? Hold on. Audio. Test audio. Oh yeah, it is quiet. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I do expect this warning to be upgraded north of Springfield to a confirmed tornado warning. Like I mentioned previously, so about 4 minutes ago, there was a debris signature observable on radar, and then we could see shortly after going up in tilts of the radar scanning a little bit higher since we're so close to it, that was in fact a legitimate debris signature. It is still there 4 minutes later. To the north of Willard now. So again, it's still heading towards a state highway or county highway 13 here to the north out of Springfield. In between, relatively 50% of the way between Springfield and Brighton, Missouri, then up
A new
towards
tornado
Brighton
warning
and Pleasant
has been
Hope
issued.
themselves.
All right, thank you, Andy. And I think that confirmation just came through from the National Weather Service there. We've got a confirmed now tornado warning for Hackney, Heady, Alsop, Fruitland, and Fairgrove. Take shelter if you haven't already. We'll probably see another one of those maybe for Pleasant Hope as well, as that looks like a pretty short warning there. But hey, it's possible that this doesn't last very long, so we'll see what happens with that. Hackney and Heady, please take shelter now. This is in just north of Springfield. Captain Jerry, thank you for that. We've been going now for 9 hours and 14 minutes. It's currently 1:40 a.m. local time. And we have likely a tornado down here at 1240 Central here in near Hackney, Missouri. So hopefully everybody's getting in their safe spots. Anywhere between Hackney and Heady in Missouri, you are in the path of a dangerous storm, okay? We have 9 tornado warnings, 11 severe thunderstorm warnings. Chandra and Allie in the production room, if you're listening to me right now, you're good to go. I don't think we're going to need any storm chasers for the rest of the night. And I reckon Caleb's done streaming, so I don't want to hold you guys up too much. So yeah. Kenzie, I honestly don't know. Allsup and Fruitland are also places that need to be taking shelter ahead of this potential tornado here between Hackney and Ebenezer right now in Missouri. We currently have 1 tornado warning in Oklahoma right now, and it's there's some rotation there, but this is mainly looking like a damaging wind situation, in my opinion, for Boynton, Wainwright, and Summit. Lots of damaging wind storms moving in towards Seminole, Henrietta, and those places out here south and east of Oklahoma City now. The storms are past Oklahoma City, and you guys are fine now. It's over for Oklahoma City.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
You're muted. You're muted.
New tornado warning for Pleasant Hope and Buffalo in Missouri. And I've got to really work on...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I've got to really work on getting my light installed here so I know when I'm muted. I'm sorry about that as well. This is... Normally I don't mute myself so often. So it's not a problem, right? So... Yeah. New tornado warning for areas near Boynton, Wainwright, Summit, Muskogee, and Taft in Oklahoma. Get ready to take shelter. And that tornado warning for Pleasant Hope and Buffalo is continued, observed. So we've got a confirmed tornado here moving up towards Pleasant Hope. The part of Kentucky that I'm in is Eastern time. I'm in the main eastern tip of Kentucky. Here's something really interesting. Daily dose of internet. Probably one of the better YouTube channels. Tweeted about us. 121,000 people watching a YouTube live stream about tornadoes. I've never seen numbers like this on a weather stream. Shout out to Daily Dose. I don't know if you're still watching. But yeah, we've it's crazy. It's crazy that I think nowadays 100,000 concurrent viewers is becoming average. 120,000 obviously is a lot, and you know we were reaching a lot of people there. But thanks to you guys and your continued
support, a new
support,
tornado
we reach
warning
a lot of
has
people
been
with
issued.
these. New tornado warning in Iowa. We're going to see these too. Osceola, Indianola. Tornado warning. Don't freak out about it too much. Just take shelter. Stay in there for about 40 minutes and you'll be good. Everybody's saying try some hot tea for the congestion, Ryan. We are trying that. We are definitely trying that. And that's when I was muted. That's what I was talking about. How's it going? Just come in probably around noon. Just so we can get some thumbnails. I think that it'll be a little bit slower, and Caleb's not going to be chasing, so we'll just need thumbnails tomorrow. All right, we'll see you tomorrow. But yeah, I was talking about how we hopefully tomorrow we won't have as many sniffles. We've got the hot tea. Antibiotics, antihistamines, pseudoepinephrine, electrolytes, vitamins, the whole 9 yards. We're throwing it all at it to make sure that you guys don't have to listen to the sniffles tomorrow, hopefully. And beef, of course, beef. This week is Hurricane Preparedness Week, and Kinsey is telling me that we're posting info every morning on the Y'all Squad Facebook and Twitter pages. If you guys are interested in that, lots of good information coming from there for Hurricane Prep Week. Becky says, I'm in the closet. No basement. North of Springfield, Missouri. Tornado sirens going off. Becky, I'm glad that you're here with us. I'm sorry that you're going through this. The good news is likely the rotation that has inspired the tornado warning there. It's still there, but it's small. It's compact. We still don't know for sure if it's at this moment producing a tornado. I don't know exactly where you are, but if you're directly north of Springfield, you're likely almost done with this storm. It's moving up more towards Pleasant Hope and Goodnight and Buffalo right now. So just stay with us for 20 more minutes, and then that tornado warning that you're in will be allowed to expire. You're going to be fine. Here's a new tornado watch. That goes until 8 a.m. A couple tornadoes possible. St. Louis, Jefferson City, Poplar Bluff. Y'all are included, so get ready. Once again, tornado threats going down for the most part for the rest of the night. We're going to end the stream here soon. I just don't know when. I'm really just waiting on this to wind down a little bit more, just in case. It's the only one that I'm overly concerned about right now. I mean, a lot of these have concerning looking signatures on them, but they're going to continue to do that. Every tornado warning obviously should be taken equally as seriously as the last one or the next one or whatever. But the good news is our major tornado outbreak is what was supposed to be that's over now. Rotation looks a little bit better here in this storm coming into Flush in Muskogee in Oklahoma. Get ready over there. You're already under a tornado warning. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan. So, for whatever reason, the Chaser PC is refusing to work, but we have some damage that was on Brandon Clement's feed. So I'm just going to kind of describe what's going on with that, as well as some other notes that I've heard from people trying to go to the town. It sounds like that they're having to evacuate the town because there's so many major gas leaks that the entire town is considered a high risk as far as fires go. So they're working on getting everyone out of the town. No one's allowed in. And it seems like we do have a few widespread fires going on in that area that are associated with those gas leaks. The gas has been turned off for the town, but obviously there's still residual gas in all those lines just because they're pressurized. So there is widespread fires going around the town right now. It does sound like the damage is even more substantial than what we originally thought it was. And it was most likely at least an EF3 plus from a few people who are engineers on scene. So it's definitely was the worst case scenario. I've seen a lot of people saying, "Hey, this was a bust," but in the eyes of the people in that town, it's clearly not going to be a bust because we did have something significant go through that area. Um, the town was Barnsdall. Sorry, I didn't say that earlier for the people asking in chat, but it does seem like it is a worst case scenario. There's been more reports of fatalities, of course. With early numbers, they like to go up and down and all around because we're not exactly sure, but I'm sure in the morning we're going to start to get more clear numbers on what exactly happened there and how significant it was. But for now, everyone is being evacuated from the town, and that's including first responders because it's not a safe place to be for the remainder of the night.
Wow. All right. Thank you, Riley. Sounds like Bartlesville and Barnsdall both were hit pretty hard from the storm. And I'm continuing to see tons of imagery on Twitter. I'm going to keep retweeting everything that I can tonight. We'll compile a full overview for you tomorrow. I'm going to have to end this stream, though. I got to get some rest. And I'm just going to sniffle more and more if I don't. So, I wish I could keep going. I mean, these storms are just going to keep going. I could go 24/7. Like this could never stop. Like if we wanted to make sure that we were here for every tornado warning, but we're not going to be able to do that. We want to make sure that we're ready for you tomorrow when some of the bigger storms get going farther east. So remember, all through Missouri tonight, we're going to see tornado warnings. It's not going to stop. It's not going to stop. All right. Have a way of getting warnings. Know what you're going to do when the warning comes to you. You're under a tornado watch all the way out until 9 a.m., all the way over there towards St. Louis. Tomorrow, there's going to be a lull in activity probably over Illinois, and then things are going to spark back up over portions of East Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, and Ohio. We do expect severe weather over there, and we'll be right back here with you tomorrow around 4 p.m., 3 p.m. maybe for a members-only pre-stream if you're interested for that. Thank you so much for tuning in. Once again, I'm sorry I felt bad, but I think we did a good job today. The whole team, coming together to show, to get the message across. I know that I don't think it was as bad as it could have been, but it was a pretty bad, and I think we did a good job of getting ahead of some of the bigger storms and getting the word out there. Thanks to you guys, 2.3 million people tuned in to today's live stream. So that's a big deal. Thank you for allowing us to get the information out. And let's do it again tomorrow. Make sure you're subscribed to this channel, turn notifications on so you don't miss that notification when we go live tomorrow. Millions of people, once again, under the risk for tornadoes tomorrow. And then after Wednesday also looks like it's going to be a big day. So we will see you over the next couple of days, okay? Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next one. Goodbye.